Hello and welcome to the Con Couple. I'm Richard,
I'm Caroline.
and we go to a frankly bizarre number of cons every year.
You didn't say concerning this time.
Yeah, I know. I said bizarre, which I also think I've used before.
Yeah, I know. You say you do a different one every single time, and you don't.
I ran out of adjectives, okay?
You have like a week to prepare for this. Don't you have like a list?
I did not have a week to prepare for this.
That is true. We only had 2 days to prepare for this one. Also, this format's going to be a little different because we don't want it to be 5 hours long.
Yeah, so we are actively planning to break this one up into parts. I haven't quite figured out exactly how the breakups are going to occur, but we'll figure that out as we go.
No, we won't. You'll wing it later.
Yeah, that's figuring it out as we go.
Anyway,
So,
we have a special guest for this week's podcast.
Hi, I'm Calzone Betty. My pronouns are they, them. I'm happy to be here. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Calzone Betty is hanging out at our house and going to games with us pretty much all week.
Yep.
We're just going to call her Betty, though, for ease of not wanting calzones.
Yeah, not
like,
Yeah, it's already starting to make me hungry because I haven't had breakfast yet. So we're actually recording this one a little bit in an unusual time for us. Rather than recording it on the drive home from the con, we're actually recording this one on the drive to on day 2. Or day 1, because yesterday was technically... It's Thursday morning, okay? And the reason for that is that Betty didn't get in till relatively late last night, and we didn't want to have like part of the podcast with her and part of it without, so easier just to wait until this morning.
Very kind of them to wait for me. I appreciate that, guys.
So, where are we this week?
we are at Origins Game Fair.
Yay!
Yay!
In Columbus, Ohio. So, Origins, as we have been like mentioning on this podcast for like a month and a half, is a fairly large game convention, board game convention, RPGs, all of that kind of jazz, held at the Columbus Convention Center. And it's the only con I'm aware of, though there are apparently 1 or 2 others, that uses the whole center. It's somewhere in the region of 20 to 25,000 people. We would say we'd have a more accurate guess after the weekend was over, but honestly, we'd never know because we're bad at guessing numbers, but it's a lot.
We would also point out, in contrast to anime, they don't have metal detectors for no reason.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there were metal detectors last weekend for no apparent reason. That was fun.
For no reason. It's a cosplay con. Everyone has metal in their costumes.
Yeah.
It just got awkward.
I bet, yeah.
But we're not here to complain about security theater at a different con. So, as we mentioned previously, the Columbus Convention Center is pretty much our favorite convention center. It's big, it's well designed, it's got a lot of space, and Origins uses pretty much all of it, including multiple connected hotels. Primarily the Hyatt, but I think there's some stuff going on in the Hilton.
I think so. There's pretty much stuff going on everywhere. It's big, and you might not know this, but this year's their 50th anniversary.
Yeah,
Yay!
they've been very subtle about the messaging. Like, I've not seen anything telling
I
us it
did
was
get an
the
email
50th
basically
anniversary.
weekly telling me it was their 50th anniversary. Did you, Betty?
I didn't, actually. I must not be signed up for like, their emails. That's funny.
It's
Then
probably...
I was like, yes, I know Origins is coming. You don't need to email me about it.
I'm wondering if it's because we're signed up to run games in addition to playing them. But given that most of the emails were like, it's the 50th anniversary, don't forget to buy your ticket, the fact we were running stuff and therefore already had tickets, you would assume that they know that we didn't need to know that. But anyway.
So we've talked about the venue a bunch already on this podcast because we go there a lot. But again, it's a very big convention center in downtown Columbus. Origins uses all of it. And Origins as a tabletop gaming con has a lot of stuff.
Yep.
Like a lot of stuff. There's over probably 80,000 events or something like that, which is small for Gen Con size, but still pretty big.
Yeah.
And I will say probably not enough RPGs, because all of the RPGs filled up pretty much instantaneously.
Yeah. Do we want to start with the ticketing system?
Why not?
So
you explain?
Certainly. So those of you who listen to this podcast a bunch, hi both of you, will remember that when we went to CossyCon a few weeks back,
like 6 months. Well, It's like 3 months ago.
Yeah, CossyCon was like episode 5, so it was like a couple of months. Anyway, we basically had to take about 2 hours out of the middle of our Saturday there to get tickets for this event. Now, buying a badge for Origins, that's easy. You can do that whenever. I'm willing to bet they'll be selling badges for next year, pretty soon.
On like 11:59 on Sunday, right? Yeah.
Pretty much. But at a board game convention, in addition to your badge for the actual convention, you can also buy tickets for individual events. Now, different cons do this differently. Most of them, including Origins, those individual event tickets are free. So when we say buy, we basically just mean you call dibs. But you need to have one of those.
Another convention where they're not free.
Yes, we'll talk about that convention when we go to that convention. So you're basically just calling dibs. But if you don't have a ticket, you can't guarantee you'll be able to play that game. Now, it's not a 100% guarantee you won't be able to play. Walk-ups can be accepted, but GMs at the table don't have to accept walk-ups. They can choose to. So somebody doesn't turn up for whatever reason, there's an open spot, great, they'll let you join. You turn up with your partner who managed to get one ticket and you couldn't get a second, they might let you join, but that is at their discretion and you never know for sure. There's also plenty of games that just have open spots constantly and don't fill. Those you should be able to just walk them and join. But
most of those are board games that are being demoed at the con. They're just running constantly at their tables with people walking up and you can pretty much demo them anytime.
Yeah.
I'll say Origins is also a con where, like, if you're just walking like in a hallway or someplace that's very near a game, people will often just ask you if you want to play a game.
Mm-hmm.
It's that type of. There's so much gaming going on that you're just gonna
Yeah.
You can say no. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
But some people are just like, you want to play this game? So yeah.
Yeah. So this year they used a variant of their system because they used the Tabletop Events website, which we actually quite like for the most part. Because Tabletop Events has a bunch of really useful features, like you can buy tickets for people on your friends list. So like one person, if they're really good at organization, looking at nobody in this car because they're seated behind me today, planned a sort of massive spreadsheet of all the events we wanted to go to with, was just planning to buy all the tickets for all three of us and keep it simple.
Well, one thing they implemented this year was liked events. They didn't have that before. Liked events is basically you can click on events and like those events and then put them on like a special page so you can look through them.
Yep. So you can find
which makes it easier to navigate the schedule because you can just look at the events you like and see if there's availability. The one negative is they don't allow you to share your liked events list with your friends, which would be helpful in a case like us because I could have just shared my liked list with you and Betty, and then we could have just planned that way. Because they didn't do that, I had to make my own spreadsheet of the liked events to give to you and Betty because of what was expected with the ticketing lottery that happened.
Yeah. So in previous years, Tabletop Events has had a couple of problems with Origins, which is their ticketing system opens and then the website crashes.
Immediately crashes. Yeah.
Yep.
A couple hours later, crash again.
Yep.
Because again, you've suddenly got thousands of people all desperately trying to get tickets at the same time. Because if there's one particular RPG event you want to go to that's only running once in the weekend and it has 6 tickets, if you don't get it fast, you're probably not going to get it. Unless you get lucky and somebody buys a ticket and then has to tap out later, which does happen.
I also do want to point out, though, that keep in mind that, Origins probably has around 20,000 people. Of those people, based on the numbers we were selling, there were only a few thousand that were signed up that day trying to get tickets. Probably because people had multiple accounts. Somewhere between 3,000 and 5,000 people. Is not really that much when you're talking website numbers.
No, it's really not.
Yeah, I'm honestly not sure why. It might just be the sudden spike rather than the actual activity itself, but who knows? Because everybody's desperately refreshing the page at exactly noon, and yeah.
What do you think, Betty?
I know that Tabletop Events also does even smaller conventions because I had previously used it before with Philadelphia Area Game Expo, or PAGE, which is a very tiny convention of like maybe a couple thousand people, maybe. So I also wonder, if they're just not used to the events the size of Origin.
Yeah, I don't think there are many events the size of Origins that use it.
Yeah.
Well, there was also some controversy this year because they originally Origin said they were going to switch tabletop to a new system. So they said that from about like when the con ended last year in June to around December of 2024. Then 2025 hit, and they suddenly switched back to tabletop events.
JK.
Yeah, so I don't know what happened with all of that. There's definitely some drama going on there, and I think Tabletop Event agreed to open or implement this queuing system, Queue-It, which is a separate service to fix the problem, which did fix the problem of the site crashing, although it created a bunch of other problems.
Yeah, so the way Queue-It basically works is everybody gets, or about an hour before the event begins, the website itself basically gets sectioned off, and if you try to go to it, you get the Queue-It homepage, or which basically says, okay, this site will be opening in, and then it gives you a countdown. When it opens, everybody with this tab currently open will get randomly assigned a number, and then you will be let in the order that those are assigned. And anybody who tries to log in after that will get assigned the next number in the queue.
It's also, we've discovered, kind of easy to manipulate.
Yes.
Yeah, you can't. There were ways to like bypass it, and like I think it will probably only work for like one game, but I'm
That was all we needed.
Yes.
Yeah.
There was that. There's also the fact that if you open it on multiple browsers, you can get different queuing numbers, which a lot of people did.
Yeah.
A lot of people did. Somebody on the Facebook group was claiming that no one did this. This person clearly has insight and knowledge of the fact that everyone opened exactly one browser tab and didn't try to get into the queue from multiple browser tabs. Thanks, that one person who was in everyone's living room.
Yeah.
Maybe should I be that sarcastic?
No, you're fine. So, because I mean,
sorry, the Origins Facebook page is very Old Man Yells at Cloud. We're probably going to release the podcast there.
Awesome.
People complain about the weirdest stuff in that Facebook group.
they do. But so when we were trying to get tickets, what we basically did was all three of us opened a tab.
Yeah.
I also opened it on my iPad as well.
Yeah. Which maybe is dishonest, but we definitely were not the only people doing this.
No.
Because we didn't know how the system was going to work.
No.
And it was nervous.
Yep.
Yes.
So we were basically, Caroline and I were in the same place again at CausyCon, or at our Airbnb at CausyCon.
Yeah, we were at an Airbnb at CausyCon because we had other stuff to do. We left the con, which thankfully had free parking, went back to the Airbnb, which thankfully had decent internet despite being in the middle of nowhere, West Virginia, called up Betty, and then I tried to keep my, A-typeness under wraps so Betty would not feel any of the stress that I was feeling. I don't know how much I succeeded in that.
I definitely felt the pressure, but it was fine. We all got it together. For
Yep.
context, I have never been to Origins before.
Yeah.
And of course,
I've never been to Origins before. I had used tabletop before, but never to the extent of like this thing.
yeah. And
yeah.
of course, you were the one who got the lowest number in the queue.
Oh,
Like,
of course.
the thing I kept saying to Richard was basically, I really hope Betty doesn't get the queue number that's the lowest, so she has to take out all the tickets, because that's just stressful. I really hope Betty doesn't get the lowest queue number.
And I got the lowest queue number.
Yep.
But because Caroline did such a great job of outlining all of like the events, like she had like these are our top 3 events like total, and then like this is like our top 3 events for the morning and the afternoon and the evening for every day. It was really easy for me to go in and just go in, get 3 tickets for this, go in, get 3 tickets for this. We don't have tickets for that, okay, we'll go to the second one, right? And so I think we made out pretty well, honestly, considering the whole situation. It went about as well. It went about as well as it could have, considering.
Yep.
And it's like anything else with this a con of this size. There's probably going to be a couple games you want to play that you can't. We did get most of, I think, our top choices, though.
Yes.
Yeah. But again, that was mostly a matter of luck. And it does bother us quite a bit that because of the way this system works, if you've got like a friend group of like 10 people and one of them gets a very low number, they can just buy tickets for the entire friends group.
Yep.
And that does mean that whoever gets the lowest number gets everything they want. And if somebody's unlucky and gets a high number, or maybe isn't as internet savvy and doesn't know how to manipulate the system at all, and it's just
doesn't have a friend with a low number.
Yeah.
Yep.
It means that there's pros and cons. Yay.
Every time.
Like one of the things is like if you are going by yourself, it is generally a little bit easier to get tickets because it's easier to get one ticket for an event than it is to get 2 tickets for an event.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's a little bit unfair if you're going by yourself, which is already probably a stressful experience, and you happen to get a low number to just have some games completely sold out.
Yeah.
And it's also one of those things where like my list, and I'm sure most gamers are like this, like there's some games on my list like I really want to play for like certain time slots, like a couple of the games we got. And there's other time slots where I'm like, well, any of these 5 games would really be fine. And if somebody really wants this one game, I would rather just take another game so that another person who really wants this one game can have it. But I have no way of doing that in the system because it doesn't let me like just rank my top choices and then have another person rank their top choices and fill in.
If somebody is like, if I don't play Call of Cthulhu after the prom, I will die.
Yeah.
I would be like, you know what? Fine, man. It sounded great, but if you will die.
Yeah, and we could have just played another game at that time slot because that one seems fun, but we're doing a lot of Cthulhu this week.
We are,
So.
Hell yeah.
For those of you who are unfamiliar, Betty is just an Eldritch War.
I am indeed, yeah.
Oh, is that why I can't look at you without like pain behind the eyes?
Yes.
Was that joke too mean?
No, it's
Good,
fine.
good.
I will allow it this time.
So the one decent thing about the old ticketing system where everyone was just in it once, there was a lot of lag, but it also did mean that everyone could just prioritize their top games at the same time.
Yeah.
Whereas with this top ticketing system, it's like something can prioritize their top games and then also games they like don't care about as much and get all those tickets, and then somebody who's lower in the queue gets nothing.
It's their leftovers.
Yeah. And it also is something for which it really does feel like Origins in particular is just running up against the number of RPG space versus want to play RPGs, because I've checked my wish list, which is almost entirely RPGs, and like pretty much everything on that wish list has been sold out since May.
Yeah.
It was gone within the first hour.
Yeah, like you and I are
same, honestly.
you and I are both running RPGs, and I think all of our stuff filled within like the first hour. Like by the time we got into the system, the stuff we were running was full.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you guys, and for context, even though Caroline and Richard were after me, they weren't that much after me. They were like maybe 15 minutes.
10, 15
after
minutes,
me.
yeah.
So it really just sold that quickly, basically.
Like the whole process took less than an hour.
It took less than an hour. By the time that hour was done, 80 to 90% of the RPGs were just gone.
Yeah.
Which I hope Origins will take into account and add more RPGs next year, because that's clearly what the people want.
Yeah.
I think part of the problem is a lot of people want to play RPGs, but running them is a certain amount of work. Yeah, and again, it's not like any of us are getting paid to run stuff at Origins. Like if you do enough hours, you're getting like, you might get a cheaper badge or a free badge, and there are like rewards and perks, but you're not being paid to do it in that sense.
I still remain kind of either or on paying GMs generally, just because I don't mind not paying them, but it is something for which for Origins you have to run 20 hours of games. Keep in mind it's a 5-day convention to get a free badge, and that's a lot of games to run. Whereas if you offered like maybe cheaper perks or like at least a day badge for running like one game, I think we would get more people to do it.
Probably, yeah.
I also don't know if it's a space issue because I was playing, we might talk about this in a bit, Trash Panda Save Santa yesterday morning. And that game almost always sells out instantly. I only got a ticket to that one because I was on the wait list and somebody dropped. The Origin ticketing system also has a wait list. You can like join if a game is full and it notifies you through email if people drop, which I like.
That is nice, yeah.
Gen Con and other systems don't have that.
Yeah, I was about to say, how much do we want to shit talk Gen Con while we're at it?
Language.
So we are technically a rated G podcast.
How much do we want to trash talk other systems while we're at it?
Well, we'll talk about Gen Con probably in that episode, just because we like to give all cons their own episodes. And there are a lot of different ways to do this with big cons. Also, keep in mind, Origins has been around 50 years. And
Really? They're so quiet about that
yeah,
fact.
I know. The interesting thing about Origins, though, is it attracts a lot of, like, I say older than us gamers. No offense to anyone from that Facebook server who's already angry at me because I called you old men who yell at clouds. But a lot of them will talk about, like, what this was like pre-internet in terms of signing up for events. Apparently, you had to, like, mail in your wish list. You could rank your top spots 1, 2, or 3 for each time spot. And then presumably somebody had to manually go through all of those wish lists and try to give everyone they wanted.
Which sounds like a nightmare.
It does. I assume it was smaller back then, but even
Yeah.
so, it was
Smaller than, like 20,000 people,
Yeah.
maybe like 5,000 people. That's like, that's insane, yeah.
But it's also one of those things that makes me a little bit sad these days. It's just because of how full it gets. If you're an RPG gamer like we are, and you don't sign up, if you miss the sign-up date,
Oh yeah, you're just stuck
Yeah.
with whatever's. You're stuck with basically nothing. At
Yeah.
that point. Yeah.
because there's no RPGs left to play
Yeah.
unless you want to buy tickets. The only things interesting that weren't selling out were the games that like had a certain surcharge, or at least
Yes.
a couple of them. Those were the only things on my list that I didn't see.
I'm of two minds about the surcharges because like you said, like I think it does sometimes it at least ensures that like you'll show up because you had to pay money for it. Whereas if it's just $0, you can like, whatever, I'll just add it to my cart. Maybe I'll come, maybe I won't. But at the same time, it's so much more accessible and easier to send to your friends if you need it. Like that system that we had where it was the three of us putting it together. I definitely prefer it to not have it cost money, but I really feel like you should only maybe have a surcharge if like you're gonna have some sort of components like the a lot of the painting like mini stuff that costs money because there's like actual like physical things that you have to use and that makes sense.
Yeah.
Right? But with the games, I'm not sure as much about that.
Yeah, it is something for which because a lot of people who go to Origins also go to Gen Con, which does have surcharges for pretty much all of their ticketed events.
Yes.
There's a lot of debate in the community because Origins, I think, at one point did charge for events and then decided to stop about whether or not having events be free makes people less likely to go. Which there's not been a lot of studies on this that are done that are scientific, although again, people are really convinced one or the other. But Richard and I generally have the mindset of just like, because we've got tickets for Gen Con. I will say that like, if we're like sick or tired or something, I don't think a $4 like surcharge for an event is gonna like obviously if we're not attending a game, if there's an ability to message a host, we'll like tell them we're not doing that so they can take generic tickets or whatever else at the table.
Yeah.
But like I can't even think like I imagine like, if we're just not feeling it, even if we paid $30 for something, I don't know if we would definitely show up at the table then.
Yeah.
Maybe we would be a little bit less likely to buy the ticket in the first place, but like generally all the games we choose we really want to play. The only time we like cancel or leave a game is because we're tired or we're sick or we're having some other type of thing that's going on.
Yep.
Which again is rare. It only happens
Yeah.
in like maybe 1% of cases, but it does happen.
Yep.
And outside of that, is do you really want somebody playing in your game who doesn't want to be there?
Yeah, that's true. That's true, I will say. And I had another point. What was it? Oh, and what I do wonder is I have not looked into this at all, so maybe it's just me yelling at cloud. But I do wonder, like, for the money, even in Origins, what happens to the money that you use to pay for the events? Does it go? If I knew that it went to the GMs, to the people who actually run the games, I would be more willing to pay money if I knew that they were getting paid for the service or whatever. If there was a way to tip the GM, that would be really nice, right? But as it is, I don't think that they do. I think that it just goes into Origins as far as I am aware, right?
For Gen Con, that's definitely true. For Origins, I know like most of the events that do require tickets at Origins have some type of material component, like we were talking about, like the yarn class.
Okay.
Presumably that's to pay like for the yarn.
For the yarn, yeah.
Which makes sense. There's a couple games that also have a small surcharge at Origins. I don't really know where that goes.
Yeah,
but it's
that's
such a
the thing.
rarity.
That's true. Yeah. I just that is something that I wonder about. Is the point I'm making.
Yeah, because certainly when we signed up to run events, what are the questions that, because again, list the event name, list the system, all of that jazz. One of the questions is, do you wish to, add a charge for this event?
Okay.
So it was a decision that whoever submitted the event made,
Okay.
that they
makes
wanted
sense.
to add
Okay.
a charge.
Okay. All right.
So I don't know what happens at that point, but
Yeah.
you can add a charge. Some people, again, if they want to add a charge to make sure people sign up for the events because they think that that's a thing that they can do, they have a right to do that.
Sure.
But at Origins, it does seem pretty clear if you add a charge for an event, it's much less likely your event is going to fill. Because the pretty much only thing that's on the RPG ends they're not going to make this weekend are all things that have surcharges associated with them. A couple things with surcharges are still full, great for them, but not all of them. So. And it is like something for which, to your point earlier, I also, because Origins does tend to skew older generally, probably more so than Gen Con. If you want younger people who are closer to our age, who are less financially stable to be a part of it, I do think making it a bit more accessible in terms of ticket prices is a really good thing. It's like Richard and I, and also you, like we're playing RPGs all weekend. If those games were like just $4 to sit down and play, those would be an extra like $300 between the four of us.
That's true.
And that's a lot of money.
Yeah, I remember when I went to Gen Con last year, I didn't spend all that much money. I had I had would usually do at a convention like this, and I remembered, no, you have to factor in the cost of all the tickets that you bought, right? Where that isn't going to be as much of the case. I will feel a lot better about buying things at Origin simply because I will have more money.
Yeah. You have that larger budget because you haven't already spent it playing games. Yeah.
And I would be interested to see, it's going to be our first year at Gen Con this year, if like the extra money for tickets actually does guarantee that more people show up to tables. I'm not convinced that it does.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
Yeah. So that's kind of the way the Origins ticketing system works. When you get there, you scan a QR code at their
and you are in theory supposed to get all your tickets. That has not happened to us any of the 3 years we've gone.
Yeah.
I have like 4 events for today, and I only have 1 ticket. It's fine. It'll be fine.
Yeah. Which again, if you turn up to an event and you don't have the physical ticket,
like because the tickets are also on the website. If you don't have a ticket, you can just show the person that you have like a ticket online, and they'll accept it.
Yeah, they'll just make a note of your badge number on there. Because all the gyms basically get given a little piece of paper that on the front it says name of the event, number of the event, name of the GM, like number, and then it's number of players. So it's number of tickets, number of generics if your event charges money, number of just walk-ups if it doesn't, and then a total. And then on the back, it's basically got a section for write the badge number of any walk-ups you get or any generics that you get. Just they want to track like how many people go to a given event, because it's not like they're going to say, oh well, this game of Call of Cthulhu didn't have enough players. Call of Cthulhu is clearly not popular. No, what they're looking at is broad trends. They're like, okay, of the RPGs, like 90% of them were full. We probably do want as many RPGs as we can get. Like, that's why they want that information.
Which I will say, because I think I mentioned the Trash Panda game, like wanted to run more time slots, and we're told no. I don't know if they're already fighting for RPG space. Like they might be. Although there were some empty tables at the time we were playing, so they clearly have space somewhere.
They do, but at the same time, like 12 o'clock on a Wednesday, i.e. literally the first time slot, I understand why that's going to be a little bit quieter in terms of number of games running, because not everybody wants to run
RPGs, you have to be careful with sound and noise bleed, just because at a con you're going to have more than one game running in a room, but if you have too many games running in a room, because all of them involve talking, no one can hear each other, so you have to think about how you're spacing that out.
Yeah. And again, there is a balance to find there. So typically the way Origins has their RPG rooms set up is you're probably looking at about, 5 or 6 tables in each one, and being the standard sort of 8-person round tables. And there is enough physical space in those rooms to cram in more people, but you would probably not be able to use tables that size, and you would definitely run into some serious noise problems at that point with everybody talking over each other. So again, I do think there's like pros and cons.
Pros and cons.
Every time. But yeah, so in terms of the broad setup, it's basically a case of the Hyatt is mostly doing the RPG stuff, or most of the RPG stuff is in the Hyatt, which again has those rooms that are about the right size for those, those sides of tables. Then they've got kind of stuff in the various like A, B, C, and D quote unquote pods, which again are all just small rooms off of those main corridors. And then you've got Hall A and B are the main vendors hall, and C and D are the gaming space. So again, those are just set up with a whole load of tables. You're going to have board games. You're going to have all kinds of stuff. And basically, when you sign up, you tell them kind of what kind of event it is and what kind of table it's going to need. So the RPGs pretty much default to 8-person round table, unless you tell them you need something special. Which again, for most RPGs is absolutely fine. That's the kind of table you need. Whereas, if you're playing, I don't know, Wingspan, you're going to be perfectly fine with a rectangular table in the main gaming hall. And there is an open play section at the back of the gaming hall, which is just, those tables are, there's no timetable for those tables. You just kind of sit down when you want to. You grab one of those. They have a bunch of, the like signs with players wanted written on it. So if you want to grab one of those and just, put your game down, put players wanted sign up, so that people can walk past and go, oh, Decrypto, I want to play Decrypto, and they can sit down and join you. We've done that before.
Yep. Super fun, super easy, and I will warn you guys in advance, there's going to be a lot of this con we obviously can't do, because there's 8,000 events. So
Yep.
We'll maybe do like 1% of those things.
Yeah, we've already missed like 400 events. It's fine.
God damn it.
So do you want to talk about what we did on Wednesday then?
We might as well start. Well, the first thing we did was park.
Yes.
And I do briefly want to talk about the Columbus Convention Center parking again.
And how ridiculous it's been, because when we started going there in 2022, which is a reference like 2.5 years ago.
Yep. Parking was $12 for their event parking. $12 a day. $12 a day for event parking. Okay, I'm comfortable with that. Yesterday it was $30.
$30.
Wow.
And it's not a lack of parking.
No.
Like, there is a lot of parking around that convention center.
Some of it is cheaper if you don't mind like parking outside. There's a couple like lots that are relatively cheap you can park at if you know where to go.
Yep. And if you don't mind a little bit of a walk.
But keep in mind, for people who like have disabilities and stuff like that, they might need to park like right next to the convention center, and they just have to keep that surcharge.
Yep.
So yeah, it's gotten a bit ridiculous. I expect it only to get more ridiculous. With Gen Con, I can kind of understand because it takes you the whole city. But yeah.
Mm-hmm. And it's in a really big, like Center City. I guess Origins is too, but still. Yeah.
But yeah, like, there are cheaper lots if you don't mind walking for like half a mile. And there are, like, again, the reason we were parking there yesterday was because the friend who shall not be named, whose parking pass we borrow, needed it yesterday, so we couldn't use it. Fine. We've got that now, so parking for the rest of this con will be free, and thank you very much to that friend who's saving us $120. Like, that friend has saved us at least $1,000, through the use of this parking pass. And we do very much appreciate them for that. That's why we're not naming them. But so it's a bit of a problem, especially for a 5-day con. Like, you are looking potentially at $150 in parking.
Mm-hmm. Just in parking, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Tickets are slightly cheaper than they are for. I'm sorry, we keep comparing Gen Con and Origins, but it's just inevitable. Yeah. So for Gen Con, they're about $150. For Origins, they tend to be $100. And again, if you buy tickets earlier, you're going to get a bit more of a discount.
Yeah.
And in theory, if you're GMing, you should be able to get like a full GM badge. Remember how we said that if you GM 20 hours, you should get a badge for free?
Mm-hmm.
We're doing that, and we do not have a free badge, and I'm a little bit ticked off about that fact.
Yeah, so the reason for that is that on the website, they basically say, if you are part of a gaming group, you can combine your hours together for the sake of your perks. So our goal was, you're running about, 15, 16 hours
So
of
they're
events.
running like 12 hours worth of content. You're running 8 or
Yeah.
something like that.
Again, I think we totaled it out to about 22 total, something like that. So between us, we should have got one free badge, but they didn't do it that way. I
Yeah.
think you actually need to GM 20 hours individually to get a free badge.
Which is unfair because we did, like, I put us in as a gaming group. Like, our gaming group is just our last names, but if you click on it in the system, it shows all of our events together.
Yep.
Which should indicate to them that we're one entity that wishes to combine our hours.
Yep.
They would not let us do that. And they didn't tell us that until like a week before this ticketing system we just described opened. So we didn't have any time to really complain to them because we wanted tickets by the time the system opened.
Yeah, I sent them an email about it and never got a reply.
Yeah.
So yeah, kind of frustrating. But you know, I got a discount GM badge, but you'd already bought your.
I had already bought mine just thinking that we would get one free badge. So I just figured, well, I'll just buy my badge just to make sure we have at least one badge by the time ticketing opens, and
Yep.
then you can just get your badge. So I don't even have a GM badge.
Yeah, your badge just says full show rather
Which
than
is
GM.
fine. It doesn't really make a difference. They said it would be vaguely useful when you come by to like get your GM sign up things, but they didn't care.
They didn't
at all.
care.
That's fine. But it is something for which, like, I didn't even get the 30% discount because I bought my badge early because I assumed that I would use the perks the way we wanted, and we didn't get the opportunity to do that because no one responded to our email. And yeah, I'm kind of ticked off about that because I specifically am running that many events because I wanted to get a free GM badge. I wouldn't be running that much otherwise, or we would have divided the hours differently.
Yep. And again, it's not like we could really go in and change it afterwards because again, like you have to submit the events well in advance, they get approved, all of that.
I mean, I could have canceled some of the events, but I just
Yeah, you,
already signed up by the time.
And all of your games look really fun.
Thank you.
I've personally played already in your Bard campaign that you're running today.
Yeah.
And it's really fun. So I'd hate to deprive anybody of your amazing GM skills.
Thank you, Betty.
but yeah, so that's that's one of the things that did kind of annoy us a bit. But so we arrived at first events were starting at 12. That included a game I was running. But the actual the venue nominally opened at 8? And we figured, okay, we'll kind of get up, we'll go, we'll get there, we'll get our stuff, and we'll get set. Because last year we didn't arrive until 11,
Yeah, stuff starts at noon on Saturday or Wednesdays.
and the line was a wee bit bonkers because they've got 6 stations where you print out to pick up your badges, and even if each person's only taking about 30 seconds, with the number of people coming through, that racks up fast. So we got there early enough that there was maybe, I don't know.
There were 5 people in line in front of us.
Yeah.
Well, it's they have a line, then they have individual lines you can go to, like most major things. But
Yeah.
because we weren't there at opening at 8, and we also weren't there close to 11 when stuff started, the line was it took us maybe 10 minutes total to get our badges, and Betty's badge too.
Yeah.
Although it did not print out all of Betty's tickets.
That's okay. Thank you for getting my badge, though.
Yep.
You're welcome. But yeah, so we did swing by a little bit later at about 11,
Yeah.
10 past 11, something in that ballpark. And yeah, the line was actively stretching. Not quite out the building, but on its way to it.
Yeah, they were still moving relatively quickly, it looked like, so that's good.
Yeah.
But there were a couple people who seemed a bit late to events just because they were in the line still. But if it's your first time there, you might not know how to time that yet.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's not like they tell you, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was looking into, before I left to come and stay with Caroline and Richard, I was looking into how do I get my badge, because at least with Gen Con and PAX Unplugged, which are other similar conventions I've been to, they would mail your badge to you. Except for PAX Unplugged last year, which had a huge problem with mailing things, but that's a whole other story. And they don't have really anything on their website about how you can pick up your badge or anything. And it was only because I'm friends with Caroline and Richard that they were like, we'll get it for you.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really nice of them. But if this is your first time and you don't know how all of this works, I could easily see you either being late to the events or maybe even missing them completely if you don't time it correctly.
Yeah. But yeah, so the actual process is pretty simple. Tabletop Events emails you a QR code about week and a half before, somewhere in that ballpark. And then you just turn up, you scan the QR code, and it prints out all your stuff for you. Nice and simple and easy. And the people behind the desk, if you turn up with multiple people's QR codes, they're fine with that. They have zero problem with you picking up badges from multiple people.
Which I do appreciate, because like some places you have to check ID and stuff like that.
Yeah. Whereas this event does not feel the need to do that. So, because again, like you might have like parents picking up badges for children and stuff like that. It's or just like one of us will kind of bite the bullet and wait in the line for everybody else. That's pretty. That's normal. I don't think any of us have a problem with that.
Well, it is also interesting because we're definitely on the high end of like ticketed events, because every time we go up to that stand, this is our third year in a row going. Like we have way more tickets than like other people.
Yeah.
So I don't think they're used to like people with as many tickets as we have.
Again, we're pretty thorough. But so we got our tickets. We sorted them into chronological order.
Yeah, they don't print them in chronological order. They kind of just print them randomly.
Yeah, I've never been able to figure out what the order that they give them to you in is, but anyway.
Maybe like event number order or something?
Yeah.
Possible.
Yeah.
Possible. I didn't actually look at the event numbers, but you could well be right.
Which could be like the order that they were approved in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But either way, so
they're on a like strip of paper that it's the same size as your con badge. You tear them up, or like rip them because they have like those rippy side things on them.
The perforated edges. Yeah.
And then what we normally do, or your cool hack, is you put your name on the front of your badge holder, and you put the ticket of your next game on the back. So that way you can see where your next game is and go to it.
That's really nice, especially like with these tickets. I really like that it's the same size as the badge, and then it can slip right into the little sleeve that you have for the badge.
Yeah.
Like comparing this to something like Gen Con, which also uses physical tickets. Gen Con has just like a regular one of those plastic badges that you just put on a lanyard. So you just have to keep the tickets with you somehow. There really isn't like a good system for how to do it.
Yeah.
And they're trying to take care of it by switching over to like scanning your badge. But then all of the games that I had last year where that was the case, they had issues like scanning the badges. It was really the best way to do it was to just turn in a ticket.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't notice that Gen Con's doing half electronic, half paper.
It's very annoying, I will say.
Yeah.
And the upside about this is like Origins does just say if you're a GM who is at your game. So like, if worst comes to worst, you could just like check somebody's ID or something like that if they wanted to like lie about it or just ask them their names. I don't know like to the extent to which you actually need physical tickets still for games.
The main reason for the physical tickets, I think, is so that they can like. So basically, if you're GMing, because this was what we did next, we went to the one of the three. There are like three different booths or big tables set up, kind of like one. There's one in the main hall. There's one like halfway down the convention center, and there's one over in the Hyatt Hotel. And that's where you pick up the form I mentioned earlier, where you have to like fill in the information. And when you finish the game, you turn that in along with the tickets. And I think that's just so they can like scan and go, okay, this ticket was used, this ticket was used, this ticket was used, this event had 5 players, and then they type in manually the extras.
Okay.
Just so they can kind of keep track of like who did what, and like they're probably doing all kinds of like
admin work on the back side, the back end.
Yeah. Just for that. But yeah, because that was what I did. Technically, the email told us that 15 minutes before our events, we're meant to check in with that desk. When we went to the desk, they were basically no, just if you're running multiple things over the weekend, just take a bunch of the papers and just turn them in when you're done.
Which I appreciate, because on tomorrow I'm running 2 events back to back that aren't in the same room. So I need to, I don't think they're terribly far apart, but I appreciate not having to stop by a GM desk in the middle of that.
Yep.
So.
And I'm willing to bet they will not have a problem with you turning in like the things for both events simultaneously. Because based on a comment from one of the people in one of the games we were running yesterday, that we played yesterday, I think if you're part of like a large gaming group that's big enough that they just have a room dedicated to them, and there are a few of those, I think they basically just provide them with a whole bunch of the sheets and basically say, turn them all in at the end of the day. rather than having them turn them in kind of after each event. That's an inference. I don't know if that's completely accurate, but it would make a certain amount of sense.
I do wonder if that means you could just show up at the end and be like, here are all the tickets that I took for this, for Origins 2025.
Pretty much. But yeah. So the first thing that we did, we actually split up for. So I was running Pugmire, the dog RPG, in an adventure called The Shiny Ball of Destiny.
This was my idea.
Yeah, you gave me the idea for the... So I knew I wanted a quest about like recovering a sacred relic artifact kind of thing. You were the one who suggested it be that. I'm not going to spoil the adventure in case anybody ends up playing it in future, but I had a great time. I had a really good table of people for it. So I had two people who were definitely father and daughter. And then somebody we actually met last year doing...
Yeah, we ran into a lot of people we either met at this convention or other board gaming conventions yesterday. We'll see if we see more today.
Yeah. Again, we are kind of eye-catching, because you were at a ball game yesterday.
You have that accent. So
yeah.
People recognize us.
Yeah. And and it went pretty well. Like, I flagged Pugmire as an all-ages game. I had two 16-year-olds, and they both did a really great job. I had fun.
That's great.
Yeah,
it is something for which I'm noticing that like a lot of games, sort of kind of friend of ours runs a Catacon Night who's commenting on this. A lot of games label themselves as plus 18, even though they really don't need to be a lot of the times because I don't think they want kids at their table. But in my experience, kids who are at RPG tables tend to be pretty good at it.
Yeah. But you get the occasional one who's clearly been kind of dragged there and isn't too into it, but
you can say the same for most adults.
Yeah.
Which, so, like my Mass Effect thing that I'm running tomorrow, I flagged that as 13 and up, and the main reason for that is the games it's based on are rated, like PEGI 12 in the UK, and I think it's 13
sometimes
and up
if
in
a
the
game
US.
has a little bit more complexity to it, I'll rate it 13 and up just because, it's probably not realistic to explain, like, Pathfinder to an 8-year-old who doesn't know how to play yet.
Yeah.
But other than that, if an 8-year-old already knows how to play Pathfinder, sure.
Yeah. But yeah, and again, that is the other thing that Origins lets you do when you submit an event is basically suggest an age range. So I did it's all ages, teen, which is 13 and up, and adult only. I think are the three categories. Are there any others? I feel like there might be a like children preferred option or something like that.
There is a children preferred option, and there are a couple RPGs that are just for kids.
Yeah.
But I do think playing at mixed ages tables is actually one of the fun things about Origins and other gaming cons. Because it actually is quite fun to not play with people you wouldn't normally play with a lot of the time.
Yeah.
It's part of the whole reason for these kinds of going to these kinds of conventions, right?
Yeah, but no, I had a lot of fun. Shout out to my table. They did a great job. I scheduled the event for 4 hours. It ended up running to about 2.5. That's not at all uncommon with certain one-shot RPGs, purely because they ended up there are a couple of different ways that adventure can resolve. One of which is a kind of negotiation route, where if they've found a bunch of stuff prior in the adventure, they can have enough knowledge to talk the quote-unquote bad guy down.
They can take the pacifist route.
They can take the pacifist route, and if they do that, it tends to run to about 2.5-ish hours. Whereas if they don't find all the evidence, or they just choose to be a bit more belligerent, there is a combat route, and that adds, combat in most RPGs takes a while. So then it tends to run into the 3.5 to 4 hour mark. So I schedule that event for 4 hours, knowing that it probably won't fill that time slot. But you and I have talked about this, and we would much rather an RPG run short and is a good experience than presses up against the end of its time slot. And
well, I feel like that's calling me out because that's what tends to happen in my RPGs. So thanks, honey.
You're welcome.
We'll see what I do with, I'm running the Altbard campaign today, so we'll see how that goes. I modified it a bit, and I have to kind of depending on what group plays it. I try to have more combat and non-combat options depending on what's going on.
Yep.
So you were doing that. I was doing Trash Panda Save Santa, which was a game I got off the ticket wait list for because some people left it. I think I already mentioned that like it's a very popular game. It's basically a raccoon racing game where there were a bunch of raccoons. There were also other animals. Like I played a squirrel. There was a penguin. There was an actual panda bear. I didn't bring any animals today. Oh well.
Oh yeah, sorry.
It's okay. I'll bring animals tomorrow. I'm running Honk tomorrow, the goose-based RPG. So I need you to help me remember to bring the geese.
Yes, we
Yes.
need to remember the geese for
That's
that.
important for the Honk experience.
Yeah.
Again, I also need to remember my box of miniatures for the Mass Effect game tomorrow because I bought actual miniatures and I painted them.
They look very nice.
You haven't seen them in
Picture.
you haven't seen them in real life yet.
No, but they look nice in the picture.
Yep.
I will say that I do wish there, like, I really liked that game a lot. It was silly, it was fun. I definitely would play it again. Would have liked a little bit more RP in the game, although there was definitely some. And because it's a game where you're all driving the car simultaneously, it tends to be kind of chaotic. But I don't think anyone was comfortable with like messing up on purpose because we didn't want to ruin anyone else's good time.
Yeah.
And that does mean that people do tend to kind of fall into certain roles because if everyone turns, then the car spins out. But if no one turns, then you don't turn. But just even though we're not allowed to communicate about who's doing what, like that's one of the rules of the game,
Okay.
you pretty quickly fall into roles of like, okay, that's a person that turns, that's a person that doesn't turn.
Yeah.
And for that reason, we didn't really ever run into any trouble. So I did like it as a system. And I think the person running it was fantastic. Also, that person loves raccoons more than anyone I've ever seen. And first game at a con, you're probably not going to run it perfectly, but I had a blast. I will definitely, I recommend that game to anyone. It's fun if you just want to be a raccoon steering a car.
Yeah. That's definitely, I think, a downside too. Sometimes playing is that you don't always get people who at games who like to kind of to RP kind of being an asshole.
Yeah.
And like I get why like RP being a bad person, I will say. And I get why because you don't want to ruin the experience for other people. But at the same time, like sometimes making bad decisions can be fun for other people. Yeah, but it can be hard to do that with people that you don't know and that you don't trust necessarily. But like I can definitely see like playing that with my gaming group, or like one time we played, I think it's Everyone is John,
Yeah.
right? Where like you're trying to all pilot a single person. That's a lot of fun to play, but I could see that being difficult at like a convention where you don't know anybody.
Yeah, and it was definitely fun. It's just something for which we had the option, and I probably should have spoken up at this point to like do another run. And I kind of want to do another run where we did try to optimize as much as possible. There was still definitely some RP. We were all acting like squirrels and raccoons. It's just obviously because you don't want to ruin anyone's good time. You don't like know other people's limits in terms of how much you can like mess around with their character or the actual game objectives. So we did that. Both of those games ended a bit early, which is absolutely fine. And then we went to see Scooby-Doo Meets Doctor Who, which was the last game we played because we wanted to have a shorter day because we're trying to pace ourselves.
Yep. We also needed to go and meet up with our friends and get the aforementioned parking pass. But yeah, Scooby-Doo Meets Doctor Who, it's pretty much what it sounds like. It's an RPG where you are playing as members of the Scooby Gang.
And as a reminder, we're not going to go into too much detail about the mechanics of different systems because it's quite boring to listen to the ins and outs of different mechanics. Most of the systems you play, if you're not playing a standard D&D game, are going to be simple systems at a con just because no one wants to teach more complex ones. So this is a standard, just roll a d20, stuff happens system.
Yeah. I think it's called Start Here, if memory serves, which again, it's designed to be as simple as possible.
This was also clearly all ages because we were playing with a dad and their 2 kids.
Yep.
I assume dad and their 2 kids. I think I assumed last time it was actually someone's nephew. But
Yeah.
they seemed related, and one kid I think was about 13, the other looked about like 9-ish.
Yeah, somewhere in that ballpark. Yeah, hard to know for certain because we're really bad at guessing ages, but...
And again, to respect their privacy, we're not going to like say their names or anything.
No.
But they were cute. Both of them clearly knew how to play and were into RPs.
Yep.
And because everyone was a Scooby-Doo character, they were doing a good job of like being a Scooby-Doo character. So
Yeah, like one person was playing Scrappy, and obviously, if you're playing Scrappy, that's a license to make bad decisions.
Just be chaotic as possible.
Yep. The dad was playing Scooby, so of course, his primary motivation was going to the cafeteria to get hot dogs.
Of course.
Of course.
Did you do the laugh at all?
I don't remember him doing it. But...
Well, that's my version of the laugh for you listeners.
That's a good version of the laugh.
Yeah.
yeah, the game went pretty well. Another thing at Origins is sometimes you're play testing games. This was the GM's first time running it, so they fully admitted there were a couple of kinks they wanted to work out with the game. Like, the story, I think, was definitely there. It just needed, I think, a little bit more polishing to see how you could fit it into a 4-hour time slot, and I think give the players a little bit more agency in terms of like making their own decisions.
Yeah, that was one that was definitely pushing up against its time limit at the end. The ending did feel a little bit rushed, and he freely admitted that like he's still working on the pacing.
But it's his first time running it. It's at a convention with people you don't know. I thought the story is definitely really powerful and good. It just needs to have, I think, a few more drafts of it done. But he admitted that, so.
And again, I don't have a problem with people admitting, okay, this game's not perfect. It still needs a little bit more work. That's fine. Like, it's okay to not be perfect.
It's okay to not be perfect. I still had fun.
Yeah.
Look forward to playing it next year.
Exactly. Like again, with my Pugmire game, I basically told everybody at the ground up, like, this is only the second time running this adventure.
Yeah,
there might be
let's
some
be clear,
kinks
we're
and
not
flaws.
expert GMs either. We
No.
make a ton of mistakes.
Oh god, yeah, everybody does. Like, I keep forgetting how certain parts of the rules of Pugmire are actually supposed to work, so I just fudge them in the moment. And here's the thing: as long as everybody at the table is having fun, it's okay to fudge the rules a bit as a GM. It's fine.
Yeah,
it's
That's
expected.
what the rules are for, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. So that was the end of day one, and we are about to pull up to the convention center. And since Caroline's in another giant ball gown,
That looks amazing. It's green. It's beautiful.
it is a fabulous dress, but it's not something that you really want to be walking to and from the car in. So I'm going to drop you guys at the main entrance. We'll pause the podcast here. We'll resume after day. Technically, this is day one.
Yeah, yesterday was day 0, but it's basically just become another cold day at this point.
Yeah.
Which tends to happen with day 0s at cons generally.
And I'm definitely not. That's an unhelpful place for that truck to be parked.
It's okay, we'll just get out over here. You need to turn off the. I'll vamp for a minute. Vamp.
You're good.
Vamp.
I can pause it. Okay. So I am going to pause the podcast now that I've stopped the car. And yeah, we will see you momentarily.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. And we're back.
We're back.
We're back.
We weren't abducted by aliens.
This time.
Yeah, anyway.
So, we have just finished up day one, day two. Like, officially this is day one. Realistically, this is day 2.
Yeah.
But it was Betty's first day.
It was Betty's first day. So what are your
was my
overall
first
impressions
day.
of Origins so far?
I think it's really very nice. It's very similar to Gen Con, which is what I kind of expected. It is the Thursday, so it is. There were a lot of people there, but I know that there's going to be a ton more tomorrow and even more on Saturday. So, but it's kind of funny how much the Columbus Convention Center, at least in like the hallway right in front of the exhibition hall, looks like the convention center in Indianapolis.
Yeah, I was actually wondering when we visited that convention center a couple of weeks back, and you felt you liked it a lot. I was wondering if it was because why is there a chair at the side of the road? That was confusing. I was wondering if part of the reason is they do have very similar vibes to one another,
Yes.
which I think is part of the reason you felt as comfortable there as you did.
Yes, I do like the way that I feel like, just a little bit that we walked around, I felt that it maybe was a little bit more comprehensive, maybe. I don't know. I'd have to, we'll see how I feel over the next couple of days. The game that I had a really great time with, they didn't print out all my tickets, unfortunately.
Yeah, I feel like it was our fault. I
No,
don't think it was.
No, it wasn't. You guys are fine. And then the GMs didn't give me too much grief over that, but still, it was just kind of like, I swear I'm supposed to be here. Yeah, overall, I thought it was good. I had a good time.
Nice.
Good.
So some great games ahead of us, so hopefully at least.
Yes.
Hopefully.
I'm really excited for day 2, day 3,
Then day 4.
and then day 4.
Yay.
Yay!
Yay! It's only Thursday, people.
It's only Thursday.
Yeah. So, do we want to kind of break down today in chronological?
Yeah, sure. So we are splitting for some games because I'm GMing some, Richard's GMing some.
Yep.
Betty's not jamming, but they are playing stuff. So tomorrow we will have 3 separate things we're doing in the morning. Actually, technically 4 separate things. Then I'm running 2 games, so we're gonna be hopping around a bit. So you want to start with you guys or with me?
Should we start with you, since your game was kind of the slightly bigger one in terms of, like, it was the one you were running?
Yeah, so I was running a 5 EL Bard campaign. Betty and Richard have played in before.
Mm-hmm.
You guys never finished the campaign. It's kind of a truncated version.
Through no fault of our own. Let's
I
be
know.
clear. Okay,
Yeah,
anyway.
Again, the thing that killed that was the thing that kills most D&D campaigns.
Krim? Was it Krim? It was Krim.
How dare you invoke his name? He appears in the back seat, just like, hey, everybody.
Yeah, friend of ours whose handle was Krim, was not the only one whose schedule just kind of fell apart and we never managed
Yeah,
to
but he was
recover.
the one whose schedules fell apart and also had a secret backstory that he just told me and GM that I had to keep track of during the game in addition to actually running it.
And I was stupid enough to make my character obsessed with his character. So if he left, that would have made my character have no point.
Yeah.
So yeah. Anyway.
Oh yeah, one of the people did take one of the cellophane sheets because I forgot to ask for the cellophane back on top of the sheet, but that's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
You know who you are. Bring us back our sheet.
It's fine. I steal those from work.
So this was interesting because it was Tabletop lets you message people, and the group of people playing this game were a group of 5 friends who all were just a group of friends who I was talking to them do a guys trip every summer, and this year they chose to go to Origins. Last year they went camping. So
yeah, it's not like they go to different gaming conventions.
No.
As a boys trip. They just do guy things. And this year they were like, let's go to Origin.
Based on what they told me, I think they trade off who is in charge of it.
Yes,
so
that makes sense.
Interestingly, this was the person who I think was the quietest at the table, was the person who chose to...
Hey, do you guys want to go to Origins? And they were like, yeah.
So yeah, they built their bards in advance using D&D Beyond. I had to create an account. I had access to them all in advance. They were super cool. They asked me a lot of interesting questions and stuff like that.
That's really cool, actually.
Yeah, they were super nice. I was a little bit nervous because they seemed a little bit min-maxy, but I got to them pretty quickly. It seemed like they were mostly just... They got to build a 12th level bard and be creative with it.
Yeah.
And that's a fun thing to do. So they all came to the table with their 12th level bards.
Did you get the feeling that this was, for a lot of them, this was their first time playing any D&D game?
They've definitely played D&D before because of their knowledge of the system and the complex questions they were asking me. And I think one of them is running a campaign for 5 of them.
Okay, that makes sense.
But this was a side thing that they were doing. So they were all high level bards, and one random person who was a college student just showed up at the table and wanted to play. And I, as a GM, the game can run with 5. I intended there to be an extra spot anyway in case Richard wanted to slot in. Also, sorry if I keep calling Richard Martin, by the way. That's his side handle and the way we know. It's a long story.
Whole thing. Yeah.
It's a thing. It's also my actual middle name, so you know.
Because he's dumb and uses his actual name as his handle online.
Don't look it up.
No. He's fixed it now.
Yeah, I fixed that.
So yeah, they seemed cool with that person joining, and we're a fairly giving table. Decent chunk of RP, decent chunk of combat. I thought it was pretty fun. They seemed to be having a good time. Lasted the entire 4 hours because I'm not great with pacing, but it was better with pacing than some GMs today, so got myself in the back for that.
Yep.
We'll get to that.
Other than that, I had a blast. I was a little bit nervous. This was a really great table to have as my first table for jamming. Everyone was super respectful, super nice. I will say, occasionally at tabletop cons, you do get a little bit of sexism from the older male crowd. Not a lot, just enough to make you a little bit uncomfortable. All of these guys were fantastic. They were amazing. They were great at the table, and the person who was there, who I think uses she, her pronouns, was also super great. So we had a lot of fun.
That's great. That's great to hear. Martin, Richard, do you want to talk about our Eat the Right game, or do you want me to?
So I'm happy to start. So yeah, we were playing.
Why don't you teach them the song about Eat the Right that you made up?
I didn't make it up. It just goes through my head every time. So Eat the Reich is one of those games that I've seen on schedules at various board gaming cons a bunch of times, and every time we see it, we're just like, what the hell? And we've never tried it before, but Betty spotted it on the timetable and was kind of really curious to play it. Didn't you kickstart it, Betty?
I did kickstart it.
Yeah. And so, but for some reason, every time I read it, my brain starts going, eat the Reich, step on a pan, eat the Reich.
Well, now we have to. I'm glad you didn't. Actually, I'm kind of upset that you didn't tell me this before. It's the first time I'm hearing about this.
Oh,
I
we
would
didn't
have
sing it
sung
at all
it
during
so
the game.
much.
You
No.
definitely should have sung it during the
No.
game.
I probably should have, but you know. But yeah, my brain was, it
There
keeps
was a lot
doing
going
that.
on this morning. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, this was one I didn't have a ticket for.
Mhm.
Betty did. So my basic plan today was, if I could join Betty with Eat the Reich, I would. If I couldn't, then I was just going to kill some time, maybe one of the vendors hall, all of that kind of jazz.
Luckily, 2 of the players dropped like this morning, basically. So Richard was able to sneak in.
Yep, that was an open slot.
Side note, there's a Taco Bell 5 minutes away if you want to stop there.
Sweet. Do you know where exactly?
I'm trying, next exit, just take the next exit.
Okay. Anywho,
We're sponsored by Taco Bell.
no, we're not.
Please give us free churritos.
Look, Taco Bell, if you want to give us money, we're not proud. We will actually. we will
shell out for Taco Bell.
We'll be very upfront about the fact that they're giving us money to sell us stuff.
Sure.
But yeah, if you want to give it to a podcast that gets on average like 10 listens an episode. But yes, where was I?
It's a really fun game. It's a D6 system.
You want exit 112A.
Thank you.
It's a very simple system, the D6 system, very similar to like Blades in the Dark or like Basin. I can never know how to pronounce that.
Yeah.
And yeah, what I did appreciate about Eat the Reich is that
It's not Eat the Left.
Yes, and also, well, you get to be vampires that eat a bunch of Nazis, which is, I'm always happy to kill a bunch of Nazis.
Yeah, the objective is the campaign to drink all of Hitler's blood.
Yes. I did like about the game is that it like you could still succeed if you didn't roll a 6. Sometimes it annoys me when games are like you can only succeed if you get a 6. I'm looking at you, 10 candles. I still like 10 candles, and I get the point. Whatever. Okay, yeah, that was really fun. I got to play a cowboy zombie vampire.
Whereas I was playing the sort of aristocratic upper class
Yourself,
vampire.
Basically.
Yeah,
Yeah.
except female.
It's the Irina character. If you know anything about Eat the Reich, which is like the honestly the poster child for the game.
Yep.
I always see her and I'm like, oh, that's Vampire Lady Gaga.
The one thing I do love is that the way that system works is you've got like, anytime you get injured, you've got 3 different wound tracks, each of which has
nice,
two things in it. Like if you roll a 1 or a 2, the first tier is torn suit.
Oh yeah, for that character.
Yeah. If you roll a 3 or a 4, the first tier is messed up hair. Just to give you a vibe of the character.
Yeah. Or where's mine was like flesh wound. I think that one of them had like sucking chest wound, I think, or something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
Anyway.
And again, like the injuries do get more severe than that, but
like the first one is pretty much superficial.
and it's mostly just for fluff.
Yeah, mostly just for flavor. The second one actually does a penalty, and then when you get the third one, that's like your death blow. You get to roll
a
blaze of glory.
Yeah, you get to roll a big pool of dice to have something impressive happen. So you and I both died.
We did.
Wow.
We both died.
You went out in a blaze of glory, and then I kind of deliberately had my character die to avenge you.
Yes, because my blaze of glory wasn't that glorious. But it was very touching the way that Irina basically sacrificed herself to kill Hitler.
Yep.
Yay, killing Hitler.
Yay, killing Hitler.
Ooh.
You know where we're going.
No.
I think it's this direction. Just keep driving. It's fine.
Keep driving and
Find
keep your eyes peeled for a Taco Bell.
It was interesting because it looked like you only had a half table. Because I know Richard didn't have a ticket for this one.
Yes, so because Nat came over to like spy on us at one point, we only had 4
Nat
players.
is my other name, by the way.
When Caroline came to peep on us,
It's weird when you call me that.
It doesn't matter. Look,
It doesn't.
when my fellow
I was dressed as a druid today,
yes.
by the way.
Yes, she looks fantastic. Came over to check on us. We only had 4 people. We did have somebody come over later to just observe, but yeah, we only had about 4 people. And I think that did contribute to why the game only lasted like 2.5 hours, maybe. It was a lot of fun. I just was like, let's go again, man. Like, let's all switch our characters. Yeah, because we had a lot of time to kill.
Again, it was nominally in a 3-hour time slot.
No, I think it was a 4-hour.
I thought it was 4.
It was a 4
Really?
hour. Yeah, we had the same time slot as Nat.
Oh, I could have sworn it was only a 3-hour time slot.
So you should be getting close to Taco Bell. This is riveting content.
Yep.
So it should be, I think, on your right. I'm mostly just guessing. Or on your right.
On your right.
On your right.
Oh, dear.
You can pause the podcast when we do this.
I mean, I'm going to once we actually find it, but,
This is quality content.
it's great.
This is someone's first episode of this.
Yeah, I know. We're very sorry. Here's the thing. The number of times
Like
we...
Mike, Uber mention your brain.
This is it.
The adrenaline going
there it is.
in your brain.
Hopefully it's open.
The fact is,
The lights are on.
Style for days, and you know Deutschland Uber Alice is our favorite phrase.
Woo.
Shout out to Operation Mincemeat. Should have won Best Musical. Fine, I'm crying.
I do not even know what you're talking about. Right. Let's pause this sucker for a moment while we get some food, because I'm hungry and
We're starving.
yeah,
We're hungry. We're hungry buggers.
yeah,
Right.
we should have eaten more Nazis.
Yeah.
And we have Taco Bell.
Thank you for Taco Bell for agreeing to sponsor our podcast.
Taco Bell have in no way agreed to sponsor our podcast. We bought food from Taco Bell using our own money. Well, technically we used Betty's money because she offered to pay. Thank you for that.
Welcome.
They offered to pay.
They offered to pay.
Welcome.
Sorry.
You could be angry about it.
How fucking dare you have to cut that now.
It's fine.
It's fine. No one under 18 listens to this anyway.
Anyway, my apologies for
So
misgendering
I
you,
want to
Betty.
explain that Taco Bell we mostly just get because it's quite literally the only thing that's open this time of night.
Yeah, it's currently 10 to midnight,
Us
kids.
and stoners.
Yeah.
The con kids and the stoners are like, you know that meme where like it's from like a Umbrella Academy where they're like driving past each other and they're looking at each other, stoners and con kids.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, so we played Eat the Right. That was great. We walked around the vendor hall some.
Yeah, because our game, again, ran about 2.5 hours and a little bit of change,
Yeah, we had-
whereas Caroline's game went the full 4.
Yeah, and then we had an extra hour before our game started.
Yeah.
So we got a little bit of food. Richard got some ice cream. I got some Subway. We walked around the vendor hall some. Everybody was like, Caroline, your dress is amazing, because it is.
Yep.
A bunch of kids really liked it.
Yeah, I have no clue what I'm wearing tomorrow. I'll figure it out when I get up.
We'll figure it out. Oh, Richard Martin, we did decide that maybe we should put the geese in the car tonight.
Okay.
So we don't
so that
forget
we
them
don't forget
tomorrow.
Yeah, we
Put
can-
your minis in the car as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can do that.
I'm willing to help be on geese duty.
Yes, geese. This makes sense in context.
Yeah, you'll find out tomorrow.
It'll make
Yeah.
sense tomorrow.
Or in 10 minutes, whenever that part of the podcast comes on.
Yep.
It'll probably be a separate episode if you
Yeah.
actually separate these. like
Yeah,
you're
I'm
supposed
probably planning to do this in like 2 parts, A and B. I think she'll be fine.
Woohoo!
You realize you can have episodes that are less than 3 hours long, right? Like an hour is a normal podcast episode.
I'll be
Yeah.
in 2 episodes.
Anywho, so yeah, we did that. We walked around a little bit.
Yeah, do we want to talk a bit about the vendors hall
Sure, what was in it?
stuff?
Vendors. The usual suspects were there.
Yep.
A lot of I saw Dice Dungeons. What's another one I saw? Phone Break Games.
Yeah.
What's the one I called? Cat and Fox was there.
Yeah.
Werewolf, whatever I can't remember what their actual name is, but the werewolf guys.
Okay.
I will say, Origins Vendor Hall is a bit unusual insofar as it's a connected room on like 2 massive vendors halls. One is turned into the board game area, basically, where there's board games and tabletop on one side, and then a free play area in the back. Then on the other side is a giant vendors hall that has basic stuff, and a cosplay area that's kind of thrown in there, although there's not much cosplay at this con.
Yeah, there was also the celebrity area.
Oh, yeah.
It was 2 tables at the back.
I guess the McElroys are going to be here.
Yeah, I saw that they were going to be here. I know they're controversial. I don't really understand why. So
I've never listened to anything they did, so it's fine.
I'm just saying they're controversial because people find them so, but not in ways that seem like terribly problematic.
No,
so
yeah.
whatever.
Whatever.
I mean, they've also got John Barrowman, who's a little
Yeah.
problematic at the moment.
We are not a problematic podcast.
Everything's fine.
But
They also had Tournament of Pieces, which is a jigsaw puzzle tournament they have started hosting here, I think, 2 years ago, post-pandemic.
yeah,
It's cool.
so was our first year their first year as well?
I think so.
I don't remember a time when that wasn't part of the convention.
Jigsaw puzzle competitions have really exploded in popularity the last few years, so I think that it's still relatively new there. And I do know there's a special Origins badge you can get if you just want to do Tournament of Pieces that's cheaper than a normal Origins badge. That basically lets you into the vendor's hall and tabletop area.
They escort you. They're like, you can't look at anything.
Well, they let you like look around the vendor's hall and stuff like that, and you get to play in there. You just can't like sign up for events otherwise.
That is pretty cool.
Well, I mean, if that's just what you wanted to do,
Yeah,
it makes
that's all
a certain
you
amount of
want,
sense.
yeah. They're not gonna make you pay for a whole badge. That is nice, yeah. There are probably other conventions that would just make you pay for the whole badge. Okay, so we want to talk about Nancy Druid and or Cobalt Ain't My Baby.
Yeah, so as I say, after we went to the vendors hall, the next thing we did was we went to the Polymorph room. Polymorph is a system that we do actually quite like a lot, and it gets used for a lot of smaller, quirkier games is probably the best way to describe them. So we've talked about the Polymorph system a little bit in the past. It's basically a case of your character is going to have one particular die that they roll on throughout the entire game, and that die is determined by like what quote-unquote class they are, effectively.
Very similar to that one RPG Die, if anybody's familiar with that.
Yeah, we played a few games in the Polymorph system before. I had not played Nancy Druid before, though I really wanted to.
Yeah, this was my first time playing Polymorph, period, much less Nancy Druid or otherwise.
So what do you think of the system overall, Betty? Because you played 2 Polymorph games back to back.
I really liked it, honestly. Like, I will say, I do kind of like just being able to roll like a bunch of dice, whereas like obviously this one, like the most dice you would ever roll is like if you have advantage you would roll, or disadvantage you would roll 2, but most of the time you're just gonna roll 1, and even with the advantage and disadvantage you'll just roll it twice and take the that one. But I did like the idea of like there being like a range essentially, and so it's just seeing where you like whether you end up in like the range that you need to be basically. Yeah, so that was really fun, and I really enjoyed playing Nancy Druid and Scurvy Buggers, which we played right after that. Yeah, I would 10 out of 10. I would play again.
Yep. Yeah. So I was just going to say, for a little bit of context here, this was another one where you two had tickets for the event. I didn't. I asked if I could join in. The GM said it's nominally a full table. It only really goes up to 6. If everybody with tickets turns up, they'd have to say no, but otherwise yes. Everybody who had tickets turned up, and I, at that point, basically went, yep, thank you, I'll find something else to do. And it was pointed out that they were about to be doing a round of Kobolds Ate My Baby, and there was definitely going to be seats available, because Kobolds takes as many as you pretty much feel like. So I ended up doing that while you guys were doing Nancy Druid.
All hail King Torque!
All hail King Torque!
So what kobolds did you roll this time?
So I started off with a Squirrel Matador, and my second Kobold was unemployed.
Cool.
Good for them.
I only had 2 Kobolds in this one. Like they survived surprisingly long.
You want to describe your Girl Scout first or my Girl Scout first?
Yeah, well, like, do you want to finish describing what Cobalt
go
is,
ahead,
or do you want to jump to what Nancy Druid is?
Again, we've talked about Kobolds Ate My Baby in the past on the podcast, so I'll just kind of give it a brief overview and then let you guys talk about Nancy Druid. Kobolds Ate My Baby is a very, very stupid, silly system in which you play as a kobold. Incidentally, the mascot of this convention is Kobold.
No, it's not. Crit is not a kobold. It was just a mascot that then,
Well, I choose to believe. I'm a crit truther. He is a kobold.
Fred is a kobold. They made an adventure based on him, like,
yeah, I know, but they mentioned at the beginning of the adventure that he looked like a kobold, not that he actually was a kobold.
He is a kobold. He
and,
is.
but again, like kobolds from,
It's the
like
first
first
podcast
edition
we've
D&D are basically small, kind of dog-like creatures that are kind of awful at everything because they're intended to be killed in droves by first-level players.
They're basically like the goblin version of like dragons. Is how I tend to think about them.
Yeah, they're not lizards, the original versions.
Wow.
Mm.
That's. I'm sorry. That's ridiculous. I hate that.
Yep.
No. I refuse to believe it. Actually, you know what? You're lying to me.
So these kobolds are small, fluffy, and very, very stupid. So Kobold Save My Baby, you get sent on some kind of quest, whatever that may be, and your group of kobolds will be bad at it. And every time they fail a roll, which they're going to do a lot, you have to make a horrible death saving throw to see whether or not they are so bad at it that it kills them. And the more of those you take, the more likely it is that you will die in a stupid, hilarious way. Mm-hmm. Making it to the end of a Kobold Save My Baby session with the kobolds you rolled at the start of the session is considered weird. It probably means you weren't trying hard enough.
Yeah, it's not a point of pride. You didn't play the game.
Yep.
Very much like Dungeon Crawl Classic in that way.
Yeah. So Kobold Save My Baby. Stupid, silly, fun, kept me entertained for a couple of hours.
Because again, your motivation in most RPGs is always to some extent self-preservation.
Yes.
Kobold Save My Baby ignores that completely.
You actively got your kobold eaten when you played it.
And I survived being eaten, which was even weirder.
Well, again, you roll a 1, and if you roll a 1, it's the quote-unquote kobold rule, which is if it's something a kobold is naturally good at, and you can argue that point to the GM, then it counts as a success. And you argue that kobolds are naturally quite good at being eaten.
Yeah.
And he was like, well, I can't really argue with that. Make a death saving throw. And you survived, so,
You know, yeah. Sometimes it happens.
Yep.
Like, your philosopher kobold lasted a weirdly long time.
I broke that GM. I was proud of that.
You did. But yeah, so we kind of screwed up because we saw a vampire queen, and one of the party immediately assumed she was evil and started attacking her. Yeah. Apparently she wasn't. We all got very exsanguinated. Multiple times. I think we were up to like 12 dead kobolds by the end of it, just around her.
One full vampire.
Yeah.
How much blood is in a kobold?
Not much.
Anyway.
And it's probably not good quality. But anyway, so, do you guys want to talk about Nancy Druid?
All hail King Torg.
All hail King Torg.
That's part of Kobold Save My Baby. It's funny. So Nancy Druid is part of the Polymorph system. Kobold Save My Baby is, I think, the only game by Polymorph that's not actually using that same system. It has its own stupider system. But Nancy Druid, one of the things I love about Polymorph is just their flavor. Like, their system really shines when you give it specific flavor. So Nancy Druid is where you're all Girl Scouts that are also Druids.
Yes.
And you just live in a tree, you have a clubhouse, and you do Girl Scout adventures as Druids. So.
Yes. And it's a pun on Nancy Drew.
Something that it adds to the dice roll system is it has like badges you can earn through your adventure. So it has like an adventure where you can earn badges. So you start with one badge, and throughout your campaign you might earn more badges to like build your character as you go along, which I thought was a cute little growth mechanic.
I liked the way that it kind of showed that this game could be like more of a campaign game, where instead of like as opposed to like Eat the Right, which felt very one-shotty to me. So yeah, it was great to kind of feel like, oh, okay, you can play this, and you could all like level up, to the next level of Girl Scout if you wanted to.
Yeah, which is super cute.
Yes.
So
yeah, we want to explain. we should explain what our scouts were.
Yeah.
You want to go first?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay. So mine was called. So my scout was named Faye, Faye, and you you get an animal companion, and you get to you get to choose an animal, and then you get to decide in the beginning whether you turn into that, like a were, whatever, or you can have one as a companion.
Yeah.
So I chose a lobster. And
The
I
GM
decided,
loved you for that.
The GM was like, "Thank you so much." Like literally, thanked me for it. I loved her so much. But yeah, so I had a lobster named Reginald that I carried around in like a bowl with me. Very like what's her name? Anyway, yeah. So that was my character.
Yeah, and I decided to go psychotic because I'm me.
Yep.
So like I envisioned like a Wednesday and Need hybrid. I think it wanted to be more Wednesday than it did a Need from Wednesday. But basically, it was a girl whose name was Ennui, that was her scout name, and she had a pet unicorn that was half like regular unicorn and half like uber goth unicorn that she rode around on, and she stared into the middle distance and existed.
It was great.
Martin is slash Richard is not at all surprised that that is the character I chose to
That
play.
that does kind of sound like your vibe in a nutshell, dear.
We were nutshell, because it's funny you say that, because we were invited to our mystery was that we were invited to the betrothal dinner for the queen of squirrels of the like lovely Acorn Kingdom, whatever it's called. Yeah.
And we performed an interpretive dance
We did.
because
As our gift. Yeah.
yes, we had to give a gift.
We nailed that dance.
We did. That dance moved a bunch of people.
It did. Yeah.
And Marcus, we were doing it till my heart will go on.
Oh, of course.
And the GM loved playing my lobster.
Yeah, your GM loved
so
that.
much. She was like, yeah, and like would clap her hands.
Yeah.
As a lobster bite. It was great. That was such a fun game. It was, and everybody at our table was really great.
Yeah.
And we all got to play really fun Girl Scout characters.
Yeah, and it was interesting because it was the first, and somebody commented on this, I think generally all female / non-binary presenting table today where there weren't any
Yes.
male identifying people at the table,
Yes,
which is
somebody
a rarity
mentioned
at
that,
tabletop games.
Yeah.
It's kind of nice.
Yeah, especially at this kind of convention. I think it's because like the game is more like obviously it's like Nancy Druid, which is more of a like femme. But it's meant to be more of a femme like idea, I guess. You know what I mean? Like it's meant to draw out more femme people, I would think, as opposed to like Scurvy Buggers, which is the next one we played after that.
And it had some mixed ages, so I think one of the kids there was 13. I'm not going to say her name. She was very, very cute.
She was great. Yeah, she drew our treehouse, and it was really great.
She got very into the drawing, and I think her
yeah.
guardian who was there, I'm not going to say how they were related to her, like, doing a good job of, like,
was doing a good job, like, encouraging her, and, like, also helping her, yeah.
And the GM did a really good job of making sure everyone at the table got, like, moments to shine and stuff like that. Yeah. Squirrel Mart was a thing. That was my suggestion. That went off the rails quickly.
GM let it, though, is the thing. It's like, anyway, yeah.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun, a lot of yes-anding. And I could see, like, you obviously couldn't do, like, I think a campaign that, like, lasted years in that system, but you could definitely do a campaign in that system.
Yeah, I would love to do, like a maybe we all are trying to get up to the next rank, and, like, once we all get, because once it's, the GM told us that once you all get, like, 6 badges, you get to, like, move up, essentially. So it'd be cool if, like, you all got a badge, like, that, like, each session or something, so you do, like, 6 sessions. That would be cute. Honestly, I would play that.
Right. I really like that game. So should we move on to Scurry Buggers?
We shall. On the open high seas.
Yes.
Arr. So yeah, as I'm sure you can gather, Scurvy Buggers is a pirate-themed version of the Polymorph system.
Which had some rules that I'm still, unfortunately, a little unclear on.
Yes. I do think we suffered a little bit on that one from a GM who didn't know the rule set that well. Like, he clearly knew Polymorph games, but I don't think he knew the specifics of Scurvy Buggers.
Which I do think Scurvy Buggers is a slightly more complicated one. It's still not that complicated.
Yeah,
but
it was clear that while Nancy Druid was more of an all-ages game, Scurvy Buggers was, like, skewed older, not even necessarily for content, but just because of the how complicated was to
Yeah.
figure it out. Yeah, like I'm still not sure like what exactly the drama bit was supposed to be.
It was very confusing.
Yeah.
And like, I think we're supposed to trade characters like in a campaign, because there's like an additional character besides our like characters that we were playing that we all like kind of sort of played. It was a little bit confusing as to why that was necessary in a one shot, and yeah, it just seemed the GM didn't seem like fully prepared, which I do want to emphasize. Polymorph is like a gaming group who designs all these systems. It's possible his table just got traded out for someone else's last minute, or they weren't sure which game they were playing till last minute. So I don't want to like blame them too much for not being prepared, because if you're running a gaming group that big, there could be a miscommunication there somewhere.
Yeah, something like that could easily happen. But yeah, we got to play all pirates.
Yeah.
Steering our own ship through the seven seas.
And
I
everyone, I think, had strong character concepts,
Yes.
which helped a lot.
Yeah, that was really
Oh yeah, like again, I think that had a really good table of players.
Mhm.
Because like everybody basically came up with a concept and ran with it. Mine, he was just a psychopath.
Yeah.
He just kind of wanted to stab people.
I was a grandma.
One thing I wish we had done is that I think one of the smart things that, and I think this kind of shows the difference between like a GM who really knows the system and a GM who isn't as familiar, is like with Nancy Druid, you're supposed to pick your dice before you pick your animal, but the GM purposefully flipped that because they were like, no, I want that to basically like be one of the formative parts of your character, so I want that to go first. Whereas I feel like with Scurvy Buggers, we should have picked like our flags first,
Yeah.
which is basically like our I guess like our motivation, or like and then or maybe like our skills first,
Yeah.
or the edges that they're called,
Yeah.
before we picked our dice, so that we kind of already knew what our character was going to be before we decided like what we were going to roll,
Yeah.
what our class was going to be basically.
Yeah, I will admit I knew my character concept for that one fairly early on, because like my first thought when I looked at the sheet was I should play a psychotic child, which I always play a psychotic child. I'm gonna play a psychotic old lady. That's different.
It was great.
You did not play a psychotic old lady.
I totally based my character entirely. I brought a fan with me.
Yeah.
It's really cute. It's like pink and has glitter all over it. And so I was like, I'm gonna be a respectable lady that became a pirate by accident.
One thing I do think helped that game is just the system does allow for you to like create character bonds.
Yes,
And the GM
that
was
was nice.
was unsure of how many character bonds to create, so he was creating bonds with everyone because it was fun, which
yeah.
meant that like we could create a story when there wasn't a story there, at least a little bit, between how all the characters interacted with each other.
And the other players were
Yeah.
really great about like RPing with us,
Yeah.
and like everybody was great about like. It was clear, I think, that like they were together. Maybe I couldn't really tell.
I think
like
at least
they were
the
friends.
two of the people were.
Yeah, I think at least two of them were friends, and then obviously the three of us all know each other. And it can be difficult sometimes when you're like coming in with groups, is that usually they'll like talk to each other.
Yeah.
And so sometimes the issue that GMs face is like trying to get the whole table to mesh with each other. But I felt with this table, we did a really good job on our own. And I think the bonds was a big part of it, with meshing with each other and interacting.
Yeah, I had a romance with somebody who I did not know, which was
It
great. Like,
was
to be
great.
clear, like, it was very clear that we were both, like,
Consensual, yeah.
fine with it, because it was a very silly game.
And it was very silly.
And it was
yeah.
playing a grandmother,
Yes.
so.
Yep.
It was great. We got to steal a bunch of.
An implausibly large amount of loot.
I will say,
he was like, it's 20 loot. And I was like, I don't think that's 20, but, whatever.
I think between the two games, because it's not a very roll-heavy game a lot of the times, especially for, like, my kind of weird side characters, I think I rolled a dice once between those two games, but I was fine with that.
Yeah. I think also part of it is, like, the die really isn't, like,
Yeah.
as big as, like, the dice rolling isn't as big of a thing because there's no combat
Yeah.
or, armor or anything like that. It's mostly role-playing and just seeing, like, how well you're able to interact with, like, the world that's around you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did find it very funny that on the cover of Scurvy Buggers, it has this like fancy painting of like pirates, maybe like a what's his name, N.C. Wyeth painting or something like that, and that it has just like these like it just has these like
Penciled in notes that are
penciled
just
in
like,
notes
yo.
are like bad bitch. It's complicated. Like it's
Yeah.
really funny. Yeah, that was cute.
Again, their theming's usually really good.
Yeah, I think
One
it's
of the,
good. There's definitely a lot of stuff you can do with it.
I would
so.
be interested in playing Scurvy Buggers again. I don't know if I definitely want to buy Nancy Druid and play it. I don't know if I'll like go out of my way to play Scurvy Buggers again, but I would try it. Like
Yeah.
if I had the chance, basically.
Yeah,
and
I definitely think there's like a lot of stuff you could do there. Because I'm running a polymorph game tomorrow morning, I did learn from both those GMs like some interesting tips about how to make a polymorph system work. So see how it goes for me tomorrow morning, running that game.
Yep.
So
And one of the other things I will say is that I think the game of theirs that we are sad we won't get to play at this con because it sold out instantly is Sentai and Sensibility,
Yeah.
which is the one that combines like Jane Austen style romance novels with Power Rangers.
it's both of our interests, really.
Yeah, it was like made directly for you guys.
I know. So hopefully we get to play that one because Polymorph does run a lot of games. So and Bug, a person who I think owns Polymorph, or at least very high ranked in the Polymorph
I
community, is very
think
cool.
she, her,
They them,
They,
I
them.
think.
They, them.
They, them.
I think
I'm
they are.
surprised you missed it. They were wearing like a non-binary lanyard.
Ah,
They had non-binary dice.
my apologies, Bug. But yes, I believe they write a lot of their stuff. I'm pretty sure they wrote Scurvy Buggers, and I'm pretty sure they wrote Sentai and Sensibility.
Bug is everything I want to be in my life, I think. So yeah,
It's valid.
that was great. So do we?
And then we had to hurry right across the way.
Yeah, all the way across, basically.
Yep.
Which is weird because most of the RPGs are on the side of the convention center we were on.
Yeah, literally, like it has a sign that's like RPG, hall or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, RPG area.
I think it's the RPG Hub or something like that,
Something
or
like
whatever.
that, yeah.
Whatever it
This
is.
was in the main gaming hall, though, which I will admit I'm not a fan of for RPGs. I don't
No,
like
yeah.
like it's not on the host. Like they can control where they're at, but I don't like them.
And this was in a particular like gaming group.
Yeah.
So that it does, I think, a lot of different games, including a lot of like mini games.
Yeah,
So, and when I say mini games, I mean games with minis, not
Yeah.
like the mini game, like in a video game type of thing.
Yeah, we've actually played stuff with them in the past.
Yeah.
Last year, because I recognized several of the people
There's
who were
some very
milling
creative
around.
concepts like Smurf Wars and other stuff like that.
Yeah.
And they do have a thing that most of their GMs do use, where they use mics. I think just because they're in the main
Yes.
gaming hall to make people hear them, which I do like as a concept.
I think that a lot of that's coming. That's a lot more popular now. I think, and that's really great, especially with this kind of thing, where it helps you able to hear the GM because, like, the couple of times that our GM didn't speak into the mic, could not hear her at all.
Couldn't hear a thing. Yeah, so using the mic was the right call on her part.
And I will say, just as somebody who has like a kind of, even though I can project a fairly like higher pitched voice, it's just harder for it to carry across areas like that, which makes it really frustrating for me specifically to play in areas like that because it's just hard for people to hear me.
She could not hear you like at all.
Yeah, I know, and it was so frustrating because it's just, particularly like when people start to lose their hearing, higher pitched voices tend to be the first thing they can hear, which is it's not somebody deliberately being sexist, obviously, but it still feels like it is, even though it's obviously not
Nature
on
being
them.
sexist,
Basically, it's just like screw
nature.
nature.
Like, why would you do that to me?
Nature already makes it hard enough as it to be.
Yeah, come
woman
on.
already. Like, come on.
So this was a Call of Cthulhu game.
Yep.
It was called After the Prom. Who wants to go?
So again, I was experiencing a little bit of con drop at the beginning of this, which was not the fault of the GM or anything else. So at the very least, I think my first impressions of this game shouldn't be the ones that we use, just because I was a little bit out of it.
I could go first. I have not played Call of Cthulhu nearly as much as I would like to. I've played kind of the odd one shot here and there. I'd love to do a full campaign sometime. I love H.P. Lovecraft and like the whole Cthulhu mythos. So anytime I get to play, I'm like, yes. Like I think I played like 3 different Cthulhu games, 2 being actual Call of Cthulhu, and another one is like Sherlock Holmes versus Cthulhu, which I think we're doing on Saturday. So I was really excited for this, and like Call of Cthulhu, like After the Prom, just sounds like that just sounds crazy. Like I didn't really know what that was gonna be, but it sounded like it was gonna be fun, and I thought that especially the beginning of this game was really great. Our DM, who shall remain nameless, did really well, I thought, with the setup, and seemed to really know what they were doing, and they had characters already set up for everybody, and it was like name tag, like little name placards that we could like fold out and have so everybody saw everybody's name, and that was nice, and like was really, I thought, did a really great job explaining it also, because there was one person who never played Call of Cthulhu before. I thought that the DM did a good job explaining as well, like at least for a newbie, right? And I liked everybody at our table. I will say, like all the other players.
The players seem really nice.
Yes, like they seemed to really get into it and everything. So the first half was great, but in the second half, the DM had said that
I think Martin,
I was just going to say, before we get on to the second half,
go ahead.
the one major complaint I have is they did a thing that I personally don't like, and I don't think Caroline likes either, which is the characters were presented to us in like booklets, and we were explicitly told you're not allowed to open the booklet until you've locked in your character
choice. It's also kind of pointless because they all pretty much said the same thing. Like I glanced at other people's booklets. There wasn't like a reveal or anything.
Yeah, there wasn't actually any hidden information in them. It was just, so it meant we were in, you just kind of had to pick your character on vibes, and that's not
it was
fun.
You had to essentially pick your character only on the name, and it was kind of pointless because there wasn't like any hidden information or anything. I maybe it was just to like save time to be like you can only just grab one.
Yeah.
But if that's the case, then literally just pass them out and be like, this is who your character is, right?
Well, I also find it interesting because like the character sheets, well, they did have detailed information. Some of it I feel like it's better just shared verbally because we were at the table late. So
yes, because again we had to run over from the RPG section over to the main gaming hall, literally on the other side of the convention.
Yeah, it's a 5-10 minute walk, basically.
Which is not anyone's fault other than ours scheduling games back to back, because as you noticed, it's random how long games actually last. Some of them last up to like the second they're supposed to end, but most of these end a few minutes early. Yeah, with
Scurvy Buggers, we basically, when we had like quarter of an hour left of that game, we basically said to the DM, look, our next thing is, at 7, and it's way the heck over there. And he was basically like, cool.
It was less than that. It was more like 10.
Yeah, it was like...
So, we should have, but we should... Anyway. So,
the GM was like giving an opening spiel at the same time I was trying to read, and then I didn't have enough time to try to read. And
I also didn't know that they were going to give us like time to read our characters. Yeah. So I was trying to read it while the DM was giving their spiel, because I didn't know like if everybody else had already read theirs and like didn't want to be behind, right? I like wanted to make sure that I had all of the information, and so
and like for me also, it just takes me longer to read, and it found it didn't have as much about like my actual character in the packet. Like it had the situation and what I thought about the other characters, but it didn't really explain much about who my character was as a person.
Yeah,
which is fine it gives you more freedom to RP. And I will also say, just for context, Betty's feelings on Cthulhu as a system and my feelings on Cthulhu as a system are pretty much the exact opposite. Mm-hmm. So you do have those two altered perspectives where I don't particularly like it as a system. I kind of think it's overused and I played in it too much. Not that like your views on it aren't valid. We're just different. Yeah.
Again, like that might also just be because I have not played it that much. I've only played it like a handful of times, if that many. Like maybe like 3 or 4 times.
Yeah,
so.
I've played in it exactly twice, one of which was today. It's fine. I don't particularly like or dislike it as a system.
I have a hatred for H.P. Lovecraft that runs deep for a variety of reasons.
See, I love H.P. Lovecraft.
Yeah, I know.
That's also part of it. Yeah, because I am also an Eldritch Horror. He wrote about me.
I know. And like, this isn't anything against the GM. This is just letting you know these are 2 different perspectives on the same game. One of which from somebody who would love a Cthulhu-based game, and one of which from somebody who was mostly playing because their awesome friend really wanted to play.
Yay! Thank you.
But yeah. So.
And also Richard's here, but that's
I'm an afterthought. that sums up our relationship. Some days it's fine.
That's mean.
That's mean. Why would you say that?
Makes me sound like a jerk.
Richard is great.
Yeah.
We love Richard.
We
I
totally
love you
didn't call
He's
too.
free to speak up at any time when he wants to do something.
after asking permission first.
I mean, it sounds like she's joking. But yeah,
So then we took a break. That did help me rally to get over like kind of the like negative hump I was in, which again was not anyone's fault. The game I could tell was going pretty well at that point and we're having fun. So I was at that point I had rallied and like, okay, I can finish this game. Betty's having a blast. I can finish this for Betty.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Thank
stuff
you.
took kind of a weird turn.
yeah. So the basic setup of the scenario was like 15 years ago, 14 years ago, whatever. A group of teenage friends accidentally summoned some kind of eldritch horror.
Which ate one of their friends.
Yeah.
And this Eldritch Horror wasn't Betty this time.
No, it wasn't me. Although
Very
I would have
disappointing.
loved to have been the Eldritch Horror the whole time. That would have been sick, actually.
That would have been a cool twist. But yeah. And then
It just becomes like Betrayal on the House on the Hill.
Yeah.
Whatever it's called. Yeah.
I was
And-
wondering if it was going to be that when the booklets were all like, I thought
Yeah,
somebody
one of
was
us
a
gonna be the
killer,
killer or
but I don't
something.
think that
No,
was the
no.
thing.
Which would have been fine.
Yeah.
I think one of the things that in the latter half, the GM like inserted themselves like way too much into it, and they had kind of built it up like so well in the beginning that I was really hyped. And the DM had said that like I guess the keeper is what they're called, right? As the game
in
master.
Cthulhu, yeah.
They had said that like, okay, the first half is just setup, and then the second half is when the shit hits the fan. That was like their exact words. And so I was like, oh yeah, I'm so fucking ready. Sorry,
Ready.
I'm so ready to be eaten by a monster or something, or just go insane, right? And so then we show up, and then it's like a whole monologue about their character, and it was like I'm checked out now,
Yeah.
and it's late, and I want to go home, and I'm hungry.
Especially when we realized that the Ghost Hunter character was a self-insert because she was actively passing around her book on the like real life ghost hunting she's done. And it was just like, okay. And it basically meant that like of a 4-hour game, it amounted to about 2 hours of setup.
Which was pretty good.
Which was pretty good. It was decent setup.
About 40 minutes of just explaining ghost stuff. Like that took 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Yes. And it was already like after 9 o'clock. It was like 9:30 by the time this happened.
Yeah.
And it's supposed to go to 11, so it's already after 10. That and nobody's even done a sanity check at that point. I don't think.
There'd been like one or two minor
One or
ones.
two minor ones. Yeah.
But like, then it rolled through to oh, we're going to turn off the lights and now we're going to do the Ghost Hunter stuff. And I was looking at my watch and like, there are 15 minutes left of how long this game is supposed to run. Like, how quickly are you going to have to wrap this up?
Yeah.
Because I feel like this is where we should have been an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, and this, I think this is also one of the reasons why it's so important for horror games. Because if it wasn't clear, Call of Cthulhu is a horror game.
Mm-hmm.
It has horrific stuff happen. How important it is to have safety tools in your game to just establish what your lines and veils are. Because there was just some content in the game that we just weren't okay with. And in the end, we were just like, you know what? We
We're
have
gonna
10
tap.
minutes left. We're just leaving.
Yeah,
We didn't want to do it like that, but it was like, it just was really frustrating, especially because like I had been so excited and like the setup was really good, and I just kinda left not being very impressed.
The point at which my character got killed for like fluffing
Opening a door.
I opened
a door.
I opened a door, fluffed a luck roll, and died.
Yeah, that's the only thing you had even really rolled up until that point.
Yeah.
You rolled
Honestly,
2 times.
yeah.
And like there wasn't any setup for that. You weren't slowly losing your sanity or anything like that. You just opened a door.
Or even like critically failed, right? Like if it was a crit fail, I could see it, but no. So yeah, that was kind of a womp womp.
Yeah, it was a bit disappointing. And that was the last thing of the day, obviously, because again, that took us to 11 p.m. It's now midnight, and we're almost home-ish. Fortunately, we got Taco Bell on the way, so we don't need to like overshoot home, go to the one that's like 10 miles further up the road. Because again, only thing open
This
at this time
podcast
of
is
night.
sponsored by
No,
Taco
it's
Bell.
not. Stop saying that.
Thanks to Taco Bell for sponsoring this
Oh,
podcast.
for the love of Pete.
Again, this is just the reality of a board game con. There are going to be some games that you really love.
There's going to be some wins and there's going to be some misses, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And like I was talking with somebody at the table that like this was apparently their first convention that they'd ever been to,
Mm-hmm.
and because the person that they were with, their guardian, had said that like we didn't want to just do like just all 5e games, right? And I was like, yeah, because that's what these conventions are for. They're to play games that you've never played before, or you would never get to play otherwise, right? Like, like I would never be able to play Nancy Druid like with my usual gaming group.
I'm
Unless
still
they're
super
listening to
jealous you
this.
actually managed to have a regular gaming group.
Ayo. I mean, it's slowly falling apart, but that's its own thing.
That's what happens to all gaming
I love you
groups.
guys if you're listening to this. Yeah, like so you like some of them are gonna be great, some of them are gonna be just okay. I'm still really excited for tomorrow. I do have another Call of Cthulhu game tomorrow. That one I'm really excited about because it's like I think it's Egypt themed.
Nice.
So that's gonna be fun, I'm pretty sure.
We'll be GMing during that time period, so we'll have 4 different things technically to talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
And
I'm running a 4-hour game, you're running 2 2-hour games.
Tomorrow we have the event that we were looking forward to the entire time, which is Good Luck Babe, the Chapel Roan inspired game.
Using a system called Thirsty Sword Lesbians.
Oh, is it Thirsty Sword Lesbian? I thought
Yes.
it was 5e. That makes it so much better.
Yeah, well, hopefully we like the system because we're playing it again at Gen Con for a different game, so we'll see.
We'll see. But yeah, so that's the plan for tomorrow. So out of curiosity, what was your favorite thing that you played today, each of you?
Ooh, okay.
We normally do top con moments at the end, but
True.
we'll do this.
I'm vaguely curious.
I'm gonna played or ran or both.
Up to you. What?
I'm gonna combine them just to ran one thing. I am gonna pick the board game, I think, just so I can have a different thing than Betty, because I think otherwise we'd probably pick the same thing. Although I don't know which one you're gonna pick for sure.
I don't know. I really liked. It's hard. I really liked Eat the Right, but I do think that ultimately I did have a much better. I think I had the best time during the day was with my little lobster Reginald. So it probably is going to have to be Nancy Druid. I did really enjoy Eat the Right. Can you tell that I really like vampires?
Yeah.
I love vampires. I could not get into a vampire game. That's okay, because V5 kind of sucks. That's a whole different thing. Fine. You know what? We'll talk about that. I was talking to Richard about that during the when we were in the hall.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, nobody has V20 games. Okay, they're all doing V5. He has no idea what I'm talking about.
Not a
I don't
clue.
know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Anyway. Well,
So I will say it was interesting. Do you think there's any thing to be said about the fact that a lot of people didn't show up for Eat the Right who had a ticket? Is that a bad thing that we want to fix somehow, or?
I don't know. 'Cause I feel like Eat the Right. I don't think they had a lot of games for Eat the Right. I will say, first of all, and I think they sold out pretty quickly. So I wonder if it was just because, maybe something opened up for those other people that they wanted to get really quickly, or maybe they couldn't come today for whatever reason. They had to come later. It's tough to say without knowing exactly what was going on with those guys.
Well, yeah, it's a balancing act, right?
Yeah,
Because
right.
Richard just got lucky insofar as there were seats open at the table.
Right.
But you have to wonder about people who didn't show up. But at the same time, I don't know. I don't like penalizing people too much for not showing up for tables, just because life happens.
Life does happen.
Yeah.
It was early in the morning. It was 10 a.m. Right. It's the first day. Things happen, right? So, who's to say? I think that they should just probably have more Eat the Right games, honestly.
Yeah. You need to eat more Nazis.
They need to eat more Nazis. I also
What do
hope
you-
that this is part of the actual game, but the scenario that we did in Eat the Right is the only scenario that is for Eat the Right.
Yeah.
Officially, there are I think there is another person who was doing another one where you're on a train, but otherwise you're being dropped into Nazi occupied Paris and you have to go kill Hitler, which is fine. And there's a ton of stuff in that. There's a bunch of locations in it, and you really only get to do 1 or 2 in a one shot, 1 or 2 locations in each sector. So it's fine if, like, in a campaign, ideally you would do like every single location or something like that. But it would be really nice if, like, there were other scenarios.
Yeah,
Ether Reich.
or possibly ways to advance your character, because they can't.
Yeah, that's the thing. Also, you couldn't make your own character. There were set characters that you could make. Like, the game has set characters.
Which, again, like, they're good set characters.
Yes,
like,
they are, yeah.
I read the character sheet for Irene, and I immediately got the vibe and started calling everybody darling.
Yes.
I
was like, I'm gonna be a cowboy vampire. Absolutely, nobody can stop me. And I got my fix. I've been playing way too much Fallout New Vegas lately, so I was like, I get to finally be a cowboy, baby.
But yeah, again, Ether Reich was probably my favorite experience of the day. I had a lot of fun with it, and hopefully, the ongoing weekend will, we'll have fun.
Yeah. So what's your favorite game of the day? You never said.
We said Ether Reich.
Oh, you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ether Reich, I think, was my favorite.
Which is funny because you didn't even want to play that game when we were getting tickets.
I've showed him the game like 4 times, and he's like, "No, we're not playing the weird Nazi vampire game."
But they're not weird Nazi vampires. You eat the Nazis as a vampire. It's called Eat the Reich.
And again,
he loved it.
Yeah. And I freely admit, if it included a character creator, I would have just been boring and created what was effectively Rain from Blood Rain, because obvious.
Just created Irina from scratch.
Yeah, they actually those two characters actually have very different vibes, but they're both there to just rip the heads off some Nazis
and eat the Reich.
Eat the Reich.
Eat the Reich.
Eat the Reich. Step on up and eat the Reich. Oh, I think that's where we need to end this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Please break this into 3. All hail King Tord.
All hail King Tord.
For the love of Christ.
I'll be in 3 episodes.
I'll figure it out. Right.
Like 2 hours of content.
Yeah.
Yay.
That's the point at which I'm gonna this is gonna be the end of part 1.
You guys can cut stuff.
No, we can't. That requires effort. I cannot be editing is hard, and I don't like doing it. So yeah, thank you very much for listening to part 1.
Oh, we're still on. I proved
part A.
Bye, everybody. We'll see you in like 5 minutes or so.
So coming up in part 2, more shenanigans.
Just close us out already.
Edit.
Hello and welcome back to the Con Couple. I'm still Richard.
I'm still Caroline.
I'm still Betty.
I thought you were going to say I'm still Eldritch Horror.
Oh no, I'm still Eldritch Horror.
So this is the second part of our Origins series, because, let's be honest, I didn't want this to be a 5-hour podcast episode. I'm not sure whether...
You wanted this to be a 5-hour podcast episode. I said no.
Yeah, also kind of accurate. So I'm unsure whether or not we'll end up with 3 parts or 2 parts. We'll see.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
We've all been gaming for 12 hours today. Just a lot of gaming.
Yep. But not all together.
Yeah. No. Split up this morning.
Yep. So
Betty, try to talk to the mic if you can.
I will. Thank you.
Yep. So it is currently just shy of 11 o'clock on Friday night. Between us, we're all tired. I'm caffeinating myself just to make sure I'm safe to drive us home.
It doesn't sound like a good sentence in context, babe.
It's wonderful.
Let's see, you guys played. Okay, I'm trying to figure out how many hours of gaming we've done between the 3 of us today.
Okay, I played from 10 till 10, straight through.
Yeah, so did I.
Yeah, I only played 2 hours less than you guys, so 12, 20. So that's 24 plus 10. 34 hours worth of gaming just today.
Woo!
Yay!
Yeah, we are currently riding the idiot who's driving in front of us. So yeah, we're currently riding that con high feeling that we get that we refer to as con drunk.
Yeah, we're not actually drunk.
Nope.
We are stone cold sober, but there's a certain amount of adrenaline at a con like this. There's endorphins when things go well and so on and so forth. And you occasionally get like a little bit giddy, and that's fine.
And yeah, we had a blast today, or at least I did. Like,
Yeah.
really great day of gaming. Reminded me of why I love Origins as a con, which probably means tomorrow's gonna suck. But that's fine.
Probably, but So, what time did we get home last night? Like
Okay.
1 in the
After
morning.
midnight.
Yeah, it was definitely close to it was after midnight. I don't think I went to bed till like 2. My body still woke up at like 7:30 this morning because it's my body.
Yeah, I woke up at like 5:30 having a minor anxiety attack. That wasn't fun.
That was about work related stuff that does not need to be on this podcast.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's just again like, so it basically means I think I'm running on like 4 hours of sleep right now. I suspect you guys are in similar ballparks.
I woke up at 7:30 with my alarm, and then I fell back asleep. And then Martin woke me up by calling downstairs, and I was like, "Oh shit!" And it was 8:00.
Oh, we were trying to be like nice because we thought that
No,
you
I
were like
appreciate
waking
that.
up and like we're doing your like wake up routine. But it was like, oh, we'll leave them alone for a
Nope,
bit.
nope. Please wake me up.
Okay. Yeah, so I just called downstairs because you're staying in our downstairs room.
Luckily, I can get together pretty quickly.
Mhm.
I don't wear nearly as fabulous of outfits as Nat does. So
So I basically called down to him like, hey, Caroline's doing her makeup. You can come up whenever you're ready. And I didn't realize you weren't.
I wasn't awake.
Cool.
I'm happy though that I'm glad I got that half hour, but anyway.
Yeah.
It was not intentional.
So loaded up the con badges, and got on the road. So we
As
got.
a reminder, this is presumably the middle episode, so we're not going to like re-describe stuff that we already have in the previous episode. We're just going to probably leap into it, I think.
Yeah, I'm assuming if you're listening to part B, you've probably listened to part A.
Unless you're listening to the part you're specifically in, because a lot of people like to just listen to the games that are about them.
That's fair.
Valid.
I do
Totally
need to make
valid.
sure to put in the show notes specifically which days we're talking about in each episode.
Yep.
This is day 3 for Richard and Caroline, and it's day 2 for me.
Yeah, officially it's day 2 of the con because Wednesday is still theoretically their day 0.
No, it's basically look. You just start at 12, and then it's a full schedule. Like the only thing that's different is that the vendors hall isn't open. But if you're an RPG focused thing like we are, it's just
a 12 o'clock start instead of a 10 o'clock start.
Very similar to Gen Con in that way.
yes.
So yes.
You guys were doing more stuff this morning, so either of you could go first.
Well, what I'd suggest would be we start with Caroline because you ran 2 games.
I did run 2 games. Each were 2 hours long. They were meant to be shorter RPG experiences that were targeted for an all-age audience table, which I had 2 extremely interesting all-audience tables for both of those.
Yeah. So do you want to start with the first one? Then we'll talk about what I did for the same 4-hour period because I was just running one 4-hour thing, and then we'll go back to you, and then we can. And then if you're okay with that, Betty, then we'll talk about what you did during that time block.
Woo! Yep.
Okay.
So the first thing I did was the Excellence Princess RPG, which is in the Polymorph system, which is the same system of Nancy Druid, which we played last night, where everyone creates a princess of something. It is probably the most child-friendly system, can be played with pretty much any age group.
I tried to purchase it in the vendor hall, and the only version that they had left was a hardback copy in Spanish. So I did not get the Excellence.
Oh, that's amazing.
I gotta wish you bought the hardback copy in Spanish.
I thought about it for half a second, but then I was like, I don't even know how to read Spanish, so.
Again,
It's fair.
the excellent, the Princess RPG is really great. Like, I get why it's sold out.
Yeah, they gave it to me. I checked out with our GM from Nancy Druid yesterday, and she gave me a card to go on their website to buy it, which was very kind of her.
Nice.
I also got a gift for you guys.
Ooh.
I got you guys Sentai and Sensibility.
Oh my gosh,
Oh,
thank
thank
you.
you.
They had it, and I was like, I gotta make sure that they get it.
Well, that's so awesome.
Anyway,
thank
go
you.
back to what you guys were doing.
So yeah, that's another Polymorph game that I'm excited to play now.
Yeah.
We have it. So, we started the game, so it's another 1 dice basic game. You're the princess of something, and you can be the princess of whatever you want. So Martin's played it before.
I was the
Betty-
Princess of
I was
Sarcasm.
gonna have Betty guess, but okay, yeah, you were the Princess of Sarcasm. What would you, if you could be the Princess of anything you want, Betty, what would you be?
Ooh, that's tough. I really like the one little kid that you had in one of your other games. I wasn't here, obviously, but Caroline has described it to me that this one kid basically wanted to be the princess of princesses.
Yep.
Which is amazing. I don't think I would do that. I think I would do like the princess. I would either do like the princess of like libraries or like the princess of knitting or maybe like the princess of darkness, something like that.
We've actually been at a table with the Princess of Knitting.
Also a table with the Princess of Darkness, so.
Mm-hmm.
It was just me in a disguise.
Yeah, I know.
Yep.
A lot of great concepts though there. So I introduced there are 3 like adult-ish people at the table, and the thing about the Princess RPG is you can have your pronouns be anything you want because princess is not a gender, it's just
It's a
thing
title,
you do.
yeah.
Basically. So you can have be him, them, it if you want, or any. So the 3 like adult people were sitting down. 2 of them I think were in a couple. The 3rd was just kind of there. All of them were pretty like extroverted and nice and fun to be around, and they all chose their princesses. So we had the Princess of Ink and Sky, so like writing in sky, which is I thought a cool like hybrid
That's
concept.
cute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had the Princess of Puppies, which was a classic.
Classic.
And I'm not even sure what the world. I think it's like pornology or something. Like it's not actually about porn. It's about like
The study of porn.
no, it's about heavy metal that involves poop.
Okay.
Yeah, I do not know that this was a genre that exists, but apparently there's a genre of heavy metal that's about poop.
Okay. No, you know what? Just keep going. I don't.
And
I don't
this
wanna know more.
person, I think uses he and pronouns. I was just like, "Are you okay? Like, I don't have to do this one." I'm like, "No, I can work with this." So right about the time where I was to say, "No, I can work with this," because again, this has the word porn in the title, despite not being about porn. A extremely small child who is, I don't think, older than 5, walks up to the table.
Of course.
And then thankfully immediately has to go to the bathroom. So we, like, the mom is there with them because obviously the kid's too young to be by themselves. The mom is like the most like punk rock mom I've ever seen and is awesome. As she takes the kid to the bathroom and all of us are like, okay, let's rejigger a couple things because there's
going to be a child here.
yeah, we're
yes.
gonna need to. So the princess of that became the princess of glam rock.
That seems like a wise
I
change.
hate to kink shame, but that is so much more valid.
So that happened, and the kid sits down, and I have never GM'd for a child that young before. Like, this was definitely the youngest child I've ever RP'd for, so. I was doing the best I could. Thankfully, everyone at the table was very game at playing at a mixed ages table. Kids that young they tend to just kind of talk when they have an idea, and you just kind of have to go around that. You can't really do, like, turn order or anything with them. And because the kid, like, is still at the age where their imagination is very sight-based, they were the Princess of Goblins because they had bought a crocheted goblin in the dance hall.
Oh, that's cute.
So, the plot for this, if you can call it that, because you do have to kind of just build it around the princesses, was the princesses have to plan a convention for princesses through our convention. Quickly got derailed by the small child, and thankfully everyone was very game of just like, the small child wanted, because I had my goose things for Goose RPG, which I was doing next, out, so they wanted a goose room for the princess convention.
Yeah.
And
This
a room
sounds
where
like an
goblins and
excellent
geese
idea.
could play.
Yeah.
It got off the rails pretty quick.
I would play a goblins and geese game.
Yep.
I really would. There would be so much chaos that
Yep.
would be happening in that game.
And also, everyone at the table was great. Mom did a great job of like getting the kid to play. At
That's
first,
great.
she didn't want to roll die. I think she did choose to give her princess he/him pronouns, which I thought was very cool, though.
That's great. That's great.
Because before, when we've been playing with kids, they don't know what pronouns are. That kid does know, even though they're very, very young. So
Yes, for context, we played in a game yesterday with a younger person who was in their preteens, about like in their tweens, who said, you know, my name is blank and I don't know what a pronoun is.
which is valid. Like,
Yeah,
it might not be something you really come across if you're not an adult. So,
Yeah.
but this 5-year-old definitely was familiar with the idea of pronouns, which is cool because that probably means her mom teaches her about pronouns.
That's amazing. Yeah. We gotta teach them young. We need to
Yeah.
raise up the next generation of GMs so that we older folks can actually play games and
Yeah.
make the younger people GM for us.
Yeah, because I was like trying to talk to the mom about pronouns because it was just part of the game, and I was like, so probably she, her pronouns for her princess, and the kid was like, no, he, him, and I'm like, okay,
Okay,
here it is.
all right.
So yeah, she was able to play for about an hour, just because I think that's about as long as her attention span could last. Everyone was super respectful of that, so then she left to go get ice cream. Valid choice.
Valid.
Good for her.
And then the adults had to basically RP the scenario that wasn't even the scenario I created. It was a scenario of what a princess convention would look like if a 5-year-old planned it. So then they had to execute on whatever the 5-year-old said.
Amazing.
Beautiful.
That's so iconic. Just shows up,
Yeah.
derails the entire game, and then immediately leaves.
Yeah, pretty much.
Amazing.
But she seemed to be having a good time and like it, and I don't view it as a shot against me or the game that she couldn't last that long. She was
No,
just-
yeah.
That was definitely the youngest child I've ever seen at an RP table. So yeah. But she was able to play and she had a good time. So. And you got to talk to, because you came into the room at the end of the game when we were all just kind of, it was after the game, lasted about an hour 45 minutes, because that's as long as that game kind of can last. And everyone seemed to be having a good time.
Yeah. Hey, you guys were just kind of chatting at the end there when I came in.
Yeah. So it was fun. So I'll probably want to take a break from talking to have you talk about the Mass Effect thing, so I don't have to do 2 in a row.
Yep, that was my intention with the plan.
Okay.
So, after we arrived, I kind of got you set up in for your stuff, and then I went over to the room I was in to run Mass Effect: A Night on the Citadel, which is a Mass Effect adventure I wrote for. Okay, some crazy, beautiful lunatic out there has taken D&D 5th edition and done a complete conversion of it to Mass Effect. It's amazing.
That's insane.
I want to hug this person because there isn't any kind of official Mass Effect RPG that I'm aware of. This is purely unofficial. It's 100% free online. If you want to use it yourself, N7 World is the website. They've even built like their own version of D&D Beyond as a character creator.
Okay, that's another level.
Yeah, with working telling you what the correct dice are that you should be rolling for a thing and stuff like that.
I was going to say that I've seen a conversion of 5e to the Fallout universe, but I prefer it actually to even the Fallout RPG that came out pretty recently.
Yeah.
From what I've read about it, I've never actually played it, but it just looks more fun.
Yeah.
It's probably more accessible. But anyway, they didn't go so far as to make their own version of D&D Beyond.
Yeah. The person who did this, or the team who did this, I'm unclear if it's one person or if it's several, they are crazy and I love them. Because, again, I adore the Mass Effect universe, and it's not something I get to play in outside of just the official video games. So I freely admit, this is the event I've been looking forward to the most at the con, because I wanted to play this since I found it 6 months ago. And Origins has basically been my first opportunity to do it. So I turned up with pre-gen characters ready to go. Back when Origins signups occurred, and this event basically sold out instantly.
He actually made me, if you remember from our last episode, or when we talked about the event, setting up for events, you'll know that I was the one who scheduled most of our events simply because I was the first one in the queue that was able to get in. And after I did all of that, Martin asked me to look up his Mass Effect event to see if it had sold out or not.
He really wanted to run this.
I really did. And it sold out before I even got into the system. It sold out in less than half an hour, that made me happy. I'm not going to lie, because what I wanted was a table of people who like Mass Effect. And that's exactly what I got. Because, I basically said, okay, who's played D&D before? The standard questions you ask, so you know, to what extent you need to give them, tell them how to work things. And my other question was, and who's played the Mass Effect games? And 6 hands go up. One person freely admitted that, they've not played them, but they've absorbed them by osmosis of watching their friend play them.
So they were familiar with the IP
Yeah, like
and
they,
everything that they would need to know in order to play.
yeah,
You don't need to explain what
yeah, like
how to affect that mass. Yeah.
Yeah, which was that was really great. Like, it's one of those things. I can take time to explain like how Mass Effect fields work and how like in game mechanics rules they function the same way spells do in D&D, but like it was nice just to be able to to have the moment where because one of the things that tabletop events allows you to do if you are a GM for an event, you can see a list of all the people who are signed up for it, and you can send them an email. And you can send them a message. So basically, not too long after the sign-ups, I sent them all a message that basically said, hey, thank you for signing up for this game. Just to let you know, this is the system we're going to be using. It's free online. I'll be turning up with pre-gens. We're going to be third-level characters, because a lot like regular 5e, third level is about where you start getting the fun stuff to play with. It's where everybody gets a subclass. You get to specialize a little bit more. There's there's more toys at that point. So I figured third level was probably about the right thing for a one shot at a con. And I basically said, I'll be turning it with enough pre-gens for everybody, but if you want to make your own characters for this, you are very, very welcome to.
Tell them about the minis.
Yeah, okay, I'll get onto those.
Okay, I just don't want you to forget.
I'm not going to forget. But, yeah, so, I basically sent them all that information, and one of them did contact me and basically say, hey, would it be okay if I did a Hanar Vanguard? Anybody who's played Mass Effect knows why that's funny. And I immediately said, absolutely you can, provided you roleplay and refer to yourself as this one anytime you're speaking. And he did. But it did mean that of my player table of 6 people, 3 of them turned up with characters they'd made themselves and prepped.
That's great. That really shows that like they really did care.
Yeah. And one of them was an Elcor adept. And again, if you played Mass Effect, yes, he did the voice.
See, I'm like Mass Effect. That's the one with the sexy blue aliens, right?
Yes, it is.
Like,
that's the
Asari.
Asari.
Level of understanding that I have. About
I have no idea. I don't even have that level of understanding, but I love the passion and
again,
toys.
The reason that the Elcor are funny is that they're they're a large quadrupedal species.
Okay, all right.
And they are physically incapable of emoting with their voices because they do all their emoting through pheromones, which means anytime they speak to another species, they will literally describe the emotion that should be in their voice beforehand because they know that the other species can't understand their emotions. So it's just like, with great enthusiasm, yay.
You are amazing and we love you.
Do you need me to shut up and get on with it?
Please continue with your game. We can talk more about Mass Effect after.
That's fair. But yeah, so it was phenomenal fun. I had exactly the right table for this.
It seemed I walked in the middle of it because I was playing. It seemed like the table was really great and nice, and I love experiences like that.
And I just know, like, I obviously don't know any of the people who actually were in that game, but I just know that they probably had the time of their life. Honestly, like made their day.
Again, I did get some compliments afterwards, and I'm very happy about that. Like,
I did. Sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, one of the things that they explicitly call out as being like a really good idea on my part was in the middle of this campaign, there's a mini boss. It's optional, but if they take the time to defeat it, they can basically get some loot. And
that's cool. Love loot.
Love loot. And what I basically did was I built a loot table for each character class with 6 items on it, where the first item is something that's uncommon. It's a little bit better than the gear they have, but it's not particularly amazing. Then the 2 through 4 are rare items, so noticeable improvement. And then 5 and 6 are
ultra rare.
Yeah, they're quote unquote Spectre level gear, which is like the top tier of gear in this game.
Does this mirror something in the Mass Effect games?
Yes.
Okay, I figured, but also again, all I know is that they have the sexy blue alien.
Yeah. And basically what I said was you have a choice because some people love rolling random loot.
Yeah.
Some people hate it. So I basically said you have the choice. You can either pick one of the first 4 items, or you can let the dice gods decide. You can roll a
And try
d6
to get
for
the
it,
and
you could and you've got a 1 in 3.
Yeah, I remember you talking to me about the system beforehand. I'm really glad it worked out.
Yeah, like because again, a couple of them picked things, and the rest I think it was roughly equal. In terms of who picked and who decided to roll for it, and
did anybody get the extra special?
Yep.
Thank
Nice.
God. Okay, cool.
And they were like, "Yes, that's the one I wanted." Yeah, which was so nice.
Yes, that's really satisfying.
Yeah, and again, I did make sure that like even if you rolled a 1, you still got something that was an improvement. It wasn't a great improvement.
So it wasn't like you could. There really was no way of like failing.
Yeah. There's just a case if you're not going to get it, it's not going to be as good as it could potentially be.
It's as we learned in one of our games today, failing forward.
Failing forward. I love Monster of the Week, by the way. It's a great system. We'll get to that.
But yeah, so I had a blast with this game. It was really, really great.
I'm really glad you finally got to play this.
Yeah. Like I immediately want to take this to another con.
I was excited for you again, even though that like I don't know anything about this. I was really excited. This clearly was a labor of love for you, and I'm glad that you found the right audience and you got to do this great thing. And yeah, I can't wait to hear more stories about you playing in the future.
Yeah. And because you mentioned it, about like 2 weeks ago, I remembered that they not that long ago, Mobius Games, I think, made a board game set in the Mass Effect universe.
Oh, I think I've seen that.
Yeah, it's in the vendor's hall.
Yeah.
And one of the board game alone is like $50.
Oh yeah, we talked about this. I remember with the minis. Yeah.
And yeah, the board game I think comes with cardboard
basic, like,
cardboard
heroes,
standees.
Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah.
But they also made a series of resin figures for it, and if you buy the bundle that's the board game and all the minis you need to play it, it's like $350.
Which is ridiculous,
Yep.
honestly. I get like wanting to pay more for like if you wanted to get like more minis maybe. But just like for the base ones.
Again,
that's
I think
ridiculous.
so they do sell all the minis as separate boxes, and it's basically a case of there's a box that's the heroes that the board game uses, which is half a dozen of the characters from the first Mass Effect.
Yeah.
For anybody who's played the game, it's both male and female Shepard, plus all of the original 6 party members from the first game, apart from Caden and Ashley. So you get 6 hero characters, and then you've got 4 options of like bad guy boxes, and based on what I've read, I think to run the board game with all of the minis you need, you basically need like 2 copies of each box of bad guys.
Oh God.
Yeah. So what I basically bought was the hero box and 1 box of each of the 2 Cerberus bad guy boxes, which gave me plenty to run the game.
That's great.
Like they weren't completely accurate representations of what the party was facing, but it was, it was thematic, it was fun, and it worked.
And I'm sure that the players really appreciated the level of dedication that you put into it.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was my Mass Effect game. I had a great time running that.
That's really good to hear.
Can I share 2 anecdotes I forgot from my Princess game?
Sure.
Okay, yes.
So again,
we'll allow it.
First time with a kid that young at the table. So one, there were like innuendos of just like they found inside the castle they had to clean up for the convention a bunch of rats and a lot of like vines and weeds. There were a lot of weed jokes that were made that went over the small one's head. And there was also a scene where the small one was trying to make a fan for some reason. And she rolled her crit die. So if you rolled the highest die that you roll in the excellent system, you basically crit and you succeed, but you succeed in like the way that your princess would succeed. So, for instance, if you're the princess of like frogs, maybe frogs would help you succeed. I'm like, okay, you're the realm of goblins, so you build a fan out of goblin bones. No, wait, that's too graphic. I can't say that. That it might scare a small child. Goblins help you build a fan. So yeah,
Thank you.
yeah,
Sorry.
it's okay.
Yeah. So while I was doing the second hour of my or the hours 3 and 4 of my Mass Effect game, you were running the Goose RPG.
Yeah, the Goose RPG uses the honk system. Weirdly, it's not the only Goose RPG that was even at this con. They also had Untitled Goose Game. I was making some jokes about having a rivalry about. I want to emphasize a con can have as many Goose games as it wants. All those Goose games filled with more people got to be chaotic geese, which is.
I frankly think we should have more Goose games.
I do think so too.
Untitled or otherwise. Yeah.
Weirdly, they didn't have me in the same room. I was talking to this with somebody at my table. Like, a lot of GMs were experiencing this where, like, they had to move rooms when they were running games back to back, even though the table that I'm pretty sure I was at had no one at it afterwards because we went to time and there's nobody asking for the table. So
Yeah.
it was just kind of like weird with the system, but it did mean I was like next to Martin / Richard. We called different names for the entire thing, which was very fun because like Honk's a noisy game. And it was kind of fun to just be noisy because I knew I could mess with the table across from us because I think the players in your game knew the game we were running.
Yeah, I'd flat told them what you were going to be running. You know, because I basically, one of the things I do advise, if you're running a 4-hour RPG session at somewhere around the 2-hour mark, take a 10-15 minute break.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
let everybody
God bless
get
you.
some water, run to the bathroom, whatever they need.
If they don't do it, honestly, I will request it. Just
Yeah.
'cause it's like,
Yeah, it's a good thing to do. But yeah, and I'd basically mentioned that I warned my players right at the start I was going to do that, and that during that break I was basically going to help you like move the stuff over because I brought all the bags. So you needed an extra pair of hands to kind of move everything.
Mm-hmm. So you did that, then I came over. I got to ask your table for dice at one point.
Yep. And one of the people at my table was quite happy to hand you a big box of D4s.
Yeah.
Not D4s, D6s.
So yeah, the honk-based system is a basic like roll a number of D6s and you succeed on a set 6, and then like you get a partial success on a 5 or 4. And the more 6s you're rolling, the more likely you are to succeed. This game was interesting because you have 4 stats in honk: heroism, which is like your strength; observation, which is like it's observation; and nimbleness, which is like your dex stuff; and chaos, which is just being a goose. And it spells out honk because they spell chaos with a K.
of course.
This game, and you can have a number of gooses you can make. This game, I had 2 silly geese at my table.
Oh God.
Silly geese are unique in that they have 0s in every stat except chaos, which they have a 4 in.
Of course, yeah. Is 4 the highest you can get in a...
Yeah, nothing else can have a 4. You can take 4 dice in chaos, and that's it. Another mixed age table, so one kid was definitely significantly older than the other kid, but I still think under the age of 12, playing with, I think, her, I'm just going to say Guardian, who was with her, a couple people, and everyone seemed to be having a pretty, like, that was a really wild table.
Yeah.
It does have, like, a plot and, like, solutions. This is the first table, because this is my 3rd time running this, where the table is just like, we're just going to do our own thing. And I'm like, you know what? Fine. The goal is to light the Yoblin Bloken, which is a straw goat, on fire. This group decided that the easiest way to light the Yoblin Bloken on fire was just by lighting the rest of the town on fire.
I mean...
I love that table.
That table was great. Yeah, I don't know how much wind you caught from your table of what was going on at all.
Relatively little, though I did hear the one honk this time line.
Yeah. That's the cha-cha slide done for geese, which they were having fun with. And one, I think, person just loved screaming honk at that table.
Mm-hmm.
So they did that a couple times. And I don't mind shouting if it's just on occasion for stuff. It's fun.
I'll freely admit, sitting at the table literally next to yours didn't bother my table at all.
Yep.
There were 2 engrossed in the Mass Effect.
Did you make any comments on my game, by the way?
To my table?
Yeah.
yeah, I did warn them it might get a little loud, given what I knew you guys were going to be playing.
Yep.
And one of my players actually did tell me that like they really were tempted by the Goose Game, and the main reason they ended up picking Mass Effect over the Goose Game was just that they knew there was another Goose Game going at a different time,
Yeah.
and they'd not seen anybody doing a Mass Effect RPG before.
I think that's valid. That's why I'm glad there are multiple Goose Games. I want to be clear. I do not have a rivalry with the other Goose Game. But people seem to be having a blast at that one, just being chaotic geese. And it is nice to just kind of be a GM at a table where the players, for a game like that, just kind of have their own ideas what to do. At one point, so the other thing that hasn't come up in this game yet when I've run it is geese get like a every time ability and a once per game ability. One of the once per game abilities is you have a gun with a single bullet. 2 people took that this time.
Oh.
Wow.
2 separate people.
Amazing. Goose with a gun.
Yep.
The goose with the golden gun.
Which eventually led to them getting into a game of Russian roulette with the mayor of the town.
No! With both guns or one gun?
Just one gun.
Okay, yeah.
And like I was trying to figure out how to like plot this because it's written into the rules that geese in this game cannot die.
Yeah,
Which was
they
like-
just get chased
Yeah,
off.
I'm like, you guys are really running up against this rule more than I think the rules anticipated you being able to do. I also didn't really ask how they could play Russian roulette without opposable thumbs, but you know.
Well, it's kind of. I feel like the game almost invites it by saying you have a gun.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, where it's like, that's great though. I love that.
Yeah.
Did anybody end up dying?
So yeah, basically, we rolled to see what the die was for that. Then yeah, I just rolled a d6 because it's Russian roulette against them, and like, thankfully, I suppose for the geese, not the mayor wound up rolling the like number they needed to roll to like be killed on the first turn. And then they tried to frame, because the town has a bunch of goats, the mayor's goat for it by putting a head of a goat on the goat, because they also had a head of a goat for reasons that are
For reasons, yeah, for goose reasons, yeah.
and then putting oregano on the goat, which they thought was weed, but it was just oregano, to implicate the goat, and tying the gun to the goat's back to implicate the goat in the crime.
God.
Okay.
It did not implicate the goat in the crime. The police were just confused.
The goose gang,
Yeah.
commits war crime.
Also, one of the geese formed a relationship with the drone that was
Oh, God.
circling, which they named Droney, so they renamed their goose Chachi, so it could be Chachi and Droney.
Amazing.
Oh, God. Okay, we are a decent way of the way towards home. We might need to speed this up.
Okay, let's stick with the other game, or like what's going on. We can always finish this up tomorrow if we don't get there. I don't know how else to describe the Goose Game. Also, they lit like several things on fire, including a fire truck.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean, that's good though, right? Because they
Yeah.
can put it out.
Basically, they also
Yeah.
renamed fire trucks to water trucks.
Yeah, yeah. 'Cause it doesn't carry fire.
I know, it's a
It
misnomer,
carries
really.
water. Yeah.
So yeah, that's the most chaotic that game has ever gotten, and that's a win in my book.
absolutely. Betty, what were you doing while
So
all of that was happening?
I had a relatively light morning. I only had one game that was 2 hours, and in that time, so what I did was I kind of milled around the vendor hall for a bit. I got some dice, spent way too much money, and then I went to my game. Oh, I did the ticket for this game. The first game that I had, which was Call of Cthulhu: The Necropolis, didn't print. So I went to go get that printed so that I wouldn't have to once again beg the DM to actually let me play in the game that I was registered for.
Well, that one's also cost a little bit of money, also,
Yes,
so I think
yes,
it makes
that's
sense
true.
to like show the
Yeah.
other ticket.
It's crazy that I paid money for this game, and you'll find out why. So I've already told it to them, but yeah. Anyway, so this game was supposed to be 2 hours. It ended up being only 45 minutes.
Oof.
It was Call of Cthulhu, Cthulhu the Necropolis, like I said, which is I looked up some of it afterwards. I really liked it, and I would really like to run it someday. It's like a very beginner-friendly Call of Cthulhu game. Call of Cthulhu, like one shot. That's based that was, I think they released for their like 40th anniversary for Call of Cthulhu, and it's the DM was, or the keeper, excuse me, the keeper. I think it's like the keeper of lore or whatever. Whatever, it doesn't matter. The GM was one of those. Clearly from the beginning was one of those GMs that was like, this is gonna be crunchy, and you're all gonna die. Because when we first got in there, got into this tunnel, and then like the door slammed shut behind us, and we were locked in there. We immediately all had to do sanity checks. And he made sure to let us know that like only one of us had a gun. So it was like, okay, all right. So it was really fun. I did enjoy it. I think I got to be a professor of languages, which is something that is.
And you actually the GM a bunch.
Oh
yeah.
yeah. They, I don't think the GM appreciated how. The reason that I really wanted to do this is because I'm a bit of a amateur Egyptologist, and so I had that, I had that big Egyptian mythology book when I was a kid that had like the scarab and like the jewel on the cover. You know what I'm talking about? And I've read like a bunch of it since then. But so yeah, like I kept being like, I think the GM was just a little annoyed because I kept being like, we said that they're in the Valley of the Kings, but it says beware the children of the Sphinx. Why would they be the children of the Sphinx if they're in the Valley of the Kings? And like I'm like, okay, and he said like the big monster that is like a man with the head of a wolf, and I get what they're trying to do because they had already mentioned men with the head of jackals like Anubis, and it was like I don't really think that they had wolves in ancient Egypt. There really probably would have been more jackal, but whatever. I guess it was a monster from the sea, so whatever. And yeah, he was like the big scary pharaoh wears black. And you've never seen a pharaoh wear black before. And it was like, well, actually, in ancient Egypt, black was seen as a good color, and it's a good because it was like the color of like good fertile soil, and it's a really great example of how the colors can change over time, like over culture and everything. Yeah, I don't think he appreciated all of it. It's fine. I still had a great time. We ended up ending super early because
GM killed everyone.
Well, okay. It was really my party's fault. We found essentially what happened is that we found it was established very early on in like two different ways that this tomb that we had been locked in was very unstable, and but we found a stick of dynamite, and one of the players. And I even like I found a journal in it, like spoilers for the Necropolis, I guess. There's a journal that literally has the line like "Don't use the dynamite. The structure is too unstable." And I made sure to tell them because I knew that they got the dynamite. I was like, "Don't use it. The structure is too unstable." But as soon as they saw the monster, the man with the head of a wolf, they immediately lit the dynamite and threw it at him. And it was literally rocks fall and everybody dies.
Wow.
Literally, again, 45 minutes into this 2-hour session that we paid money for. And, yeah, I did have a good time. I really did like it. And, like, I think I would love to, like, take this one shot. Mostly I just want to actually get the history of it right. I did have a good time, though. I was kind of annoyed that they just destroyed. Like we like my party basically killed us, but whatever. So we were done super early, so I went out and I got some lunch and I went to the exhibition hall and waited for our next game.
Nice. You did seem to buy a lot of stuff though, which is awesome.
Yeah, I did buy quite a bit of stuff. I bought a bunch of dice. I got a little fish dice bag, which matches the fish dice bag I got at Gen Con this past year.
Nice.
Which is, I think they're called Lantern Light Co. or Lantern Light Games or something like that. It's like a quilting. They make a bunch of like really cool like hats and like purses and things like that. They're really great. Shout out to them. Yeah, I bought a squishy strawberry.
I love the squishy strawberry.
Just because it made me happy. I don't know how to describe it. It was just so.
You can just buy the stuff you like.
Yeah, exactly. I was just like, I don't need this, but I love it, so I bought it. Yeah, I bought a couple of those. I I bought Nancy Druid. I bought that. I don't know if you guys saw. I had that notebook with the Eevees on it.
Oh
I
yeah.
bought that. It's
Aw.
actually hand bound
Ooh.
by this person who like studies like Japanese like bookbinding techniques or something. And they only make each one is like bespoke. There's only one of them that like exists.
Aww.
And I saw it. I love Eevee so much. I always said that like if I lived in the Pokemon universe, I would own all of the evolutions like a crazy cat lady.
Aw.
And so I was like, I have to have this. And I needed a notebook really anyway. I should have brought one with me, but anyway, it's fine. I got this one. So yeah, I got a bunch of different things. And I got a Christmas ornament that is a D20.
Nice.
Cool.
Because I'm always looking for. I love to decorate my Christmas tree. I have a bunch of ornaments. I'm always looking for gaming ones because gaming is one of my favorite hobbies that I have, and I can almost never find good ornaments for that like relate to gaming. So it was great to find one that was like literally perfect for that. I've made a couple of D&D gaming ornaments, just because I wanted to have some for content. Anyway, so yeah, that was my morning. Was a lot of shopping, and
Rocks fall, everybody
Rocks
dies.
fall, everybody dies. And I got to be really annoying to a GM.
It seems like the GM deserved it.
Yeah, he probably did. It's fine.
Yeah. So at that point, we all met up.
So I will say this is another one where we were on one side of the convention center and had to rush to the other side after our game was done to get there in time.
Yeah. Well, Richard and Caroline did. I was already on that side because again, vendors hall. But yeah.
But the GM we had was super accommodating. This was a game we were really looking forward to.
Yeah, this was the game that we like. This was the top of my list. And Caroline was like again with her great planning when we were trying like pre-scheduling everything. We were able to get in pretty much by the stroke of luck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was almost like a system glitch in our favor.
Yeah. You could say it was good luck, babe.
Yeah, it was
that's what
quite
we were
good luck,
playing.
babe. So we did only get 2 tickets. Thankfully, not everyone showed up to the table, I don't think, because my miscommunication where it was at. So
Yep.
Richard was able to play super, super easy.
Yep.
GM was super chill with it, which
Yep.
I think it worked. I thought 4 was a really good number for the game.
It was, yeah.
It was.
Being perfect. And so it was really great because this was in the Tabletop Gamers room. That's GAYMERS.
Yep.
Gamers. Which is a great organization I always try to support whenever I see them at cons, which is at most of the cons I attend now. I'm gay and I love tabletop.
Nice.
So it was great to like play in a game with them, basically, actually at their table, like trying to support them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I might go by. They also do a raffle, so I might go by and buy some raffle tickets tomorrow if we have time.
I always grab. I got some. I got some today because I bought a pin from them. And that was one of my purchases I needed to get. I needed to get at least one pin because one of the backings on the pins that I have been wearing on my lanyard fell off, and so I've been having to like put it back in. It has 2 spokes or 2 like whatever you call them, like
Points
or whatever. Yeah. Spokes. A post. That's the word I'm thinking of. It has 2 posts, so it was secured on one side, but it just kept like falling over, basically.
Mm-hmm.
You okay, hon?
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah. Anyway, I bought the Tabletop Gamer pin. This game we got to play it in the Tabletop Gamers room. It was the system that we used was Thirsty Sword Lesbian,
Which is an amazing name for a system.
It's kind of a wonderful name for a system. I'm not gonna lie.
Wonderful.
I remember when you first there were several games that when we were doing like our pre-planning, looking at what was on the schedule, you like sent them to me, and I remember looking at this one and going, "Oh yeah, that's cute." Wait, is the system actually called Thirsty Sword Lesbians? And you're like, "Yep."
I'm honestly surprised when you told me that you had never heard of it before, because
Nope.
I feel like it's a pretty, maybe it's just me. Like
I think it's just
like
you, Betty. I'm pretty sure it's just you.
Yeah, because
No
I had
offense.
seen it. No worries. I'm fine. I'm fine being the weird one, but I guess I just felt that it was pretty. I thought it was more popular than it was.
I think it's still pretty new too.
Yeah, I think it's a couple years old. I don't know. I can't remember exactly. I know they've had at least one like expansion. since then, or however you want to call it. Like they've had multiple source books come out, basically. So it's old enough to have like had additional material come out, basically. But I don't remember how old it is. I mean, like Bassin came out in like I think 2022, and already has like 5 like extra core rule books or something. Maybe not that many, but like it doesn't necessarily still that many books long time. Anyway, it's a powered by Apocalypse system, much like Monster of the Week. What are the other ones that they?
Monster of the Week is the main one that I think most people will know. I guess that one's
Yeah.
been around a while. Basically, it's a system that is fairly rules light. You have some stats that you improve, and you level up by failing effectively. So every time you fail a roll, in most contexts, you mark experience. How you do this in a campaign versus a one-shot varies, but that experience means that you get to gain new abilities every time.
Yeah, it looked like in the I wonder if in the campaign it looked like on our sheets because it looked like it was like if we got 3 XP, so if we failed 3 times, we could we could essentially advance. I think 2 of them were covered, so I think it's 5 that you have to get before you can advance in the main game. Although I'd have to look at the full rules to actually understand it.
Yeah. And I knew I liked the GM immediately for this game when I was like most GMs, they went around and introduced us by our names, and the GM was just like, I was explaining like to the GM that like, Betty, Richard / Martin, and I will probably also call each other by different names. Just ignore it because we have multiple names.
And they just immediately clocked that. Oh yeah, I have internet friends too.
Yeah, I'm like, that's awesome.
That's
You
great.
immediately
Yeah,
know how
yeah.
this works.
Yep.
Yeah, so that was great. That was fun. Yeah, so if it wasn't clear, this game is 100% based on Chappell Roan's, I guess, discography.
Yeah.
Um,
And to be clear, it's meant to be a fictionalized version of
Yes,
Chappell Roan,
yes.
not like actually.
This is Chappell Roan as I thought of it as Chappell Roan as the like figure, basically, as the idea, the fictional character, rather than the actual person. Because if you know anything about Chappell Roan, you know that it is a pseudonym, right? It's like basically that person's drag name. So that's what I felt that it was more about. It was more about this like idealized version of her. Caroline, do you want to tell them what we played as?
So we played as Chappell Roan's exes.
Yes.
Like they were archetypes of probably something similar to her actual exes. Like obviously not all our exes are like known by their names. They're mostly like archetypes.
Yes.
So
We were all named after like either like tropes or like tropes in Chappell Roan songs or Chappell Roan songs. Like my character was named Karma.
my character was named Glitter. I renamed her Carly Rae for Carly Rae Jepsen.
Yeah.
GM also immediately clocked what I was doing with that because she is not technically gay, but she's gay. Like I don't know how else to describe Carly Rae Jepsen besides that.
No,
so.
yeah. She's a gay icon.
She is.
Definitely.
And Martin Richard, sorry, I always do this with Betty.
Yeah, good.
You want to talk about this game from like a straight male perspective and how that was like?
Sure. So it's kind of fascinating as a depressingly straight white male, playing a game where the system is called Thirsty Sword Lesbians. Because, for one thing, to a certain degree, I did feel a little hampered in my role playing. Mostly because there is some stuff that I was like, this would be 100% in character, but I don't know if I can say it. Without it being a little weird. And that isn't to say I didn't have fun. I had a lot of fun at this table. But I do admit I did feel a little hampered on occasion. But here's the thing. If it was just you two, wouldn't have been a problem.
Yeah.
It was mostly just a case of it took me a while to like feel out the other player and the GM to know like where everybody's comfort level was, what what lines I couldn't cross.
Yes, as we probably should mention, it was the 3 of us and then one other person playing with us. And I thought that actually only having 4, as I think Caroline mentioned, ended up working out really well. But at the same time, like it can be very daunting as like one person to come into a game where everybody else already knows each other.
Yeah.
Even though we didn't know the GM, the other players all know each other. But I do feel like that person really did come out of their shell and
They did a great
integrated
job,
very well.
yeah. Well, I think we did a good job of including them too. So,
Yeah.
and the GM, I thought, did a good job of like doing action economy in a way that made everyone like have a chance to do
The
something.
GM was really great about making sure that everybody got a chance to kind of like have their moments, and that was really fun.
Yeah, we all had like our own little like personal subquests and various
so
other
the
bits
plot
and
of this,
bobs.
for reference, at least vaguely, to the extent that there is one, is your Chappell Ronan's exes, and
It's the Scott Pilgrim thing.
It's
right?
Scott. You have to defeat their evil exes to date them. So their
We-
ex, which was a
We weren't
mystery.
evil.
Yeah, I'm not gonna reveal who the ex is, just because I want people to play this game. You deserve to have a little bit of mystery.
Yeah,
they
it's not
are-
it's the new girlfriend.
The new girlfriend, who has to battle us in order to date Chapel. It shall remain a mystery. But this GM is running it at Gen Con, although I think it's already sold out at
It
Gen
probably
Con.
is, but
Yeah.
maybe somebody who's doing that's listening to us.
Yes. So just look. If you ever see Good Luck Babe again, we would 100% would recommend
Yeah.
playing it. It was so much fun.
And
There was a
this
lot of fun.
Almost entirely social RPG and like
Yes.
relationships, and it was interesting to see a system tooled to do that, because
Yes.
there's not a lot of RPG systems that are tooled to do social roleplay in a way that's not either ham-fisted or boring. Like in D&D, social roleplay is roll charisma. It's so boring. Like
Yeah.
it's not interesting at all as a mechanic.
And the most you can get out of it is like broken down pretty much into persuasion and deception, right?
Yeah. And occasionally intimidation.
Whereas
occasionally intimidation.
this
right?
had like strings you could use to like influence people, which was super cool. It had like mechanics for relationships. It
Yep.
had a kissing mechanic.
Yes, it was like, what is it, like finally kissing during
Yeah.
the danger or whatever. Or
Yeah.
something, which was great. These are all
And-
mechanics in Thirsty Sword Lesbians.
And the other thing is, if your character like fails something particularly badly, you might take a status, and the statuses are stuff like
Or the condition, I think is what you're
condition,
talking about,
is stuff like hopeless and angry, and it's emotional stuff
Yes.
that influences how you're going to play the character, but does also have a mechanical effect on your rolls.
Yeah, there isn't really a combat mechanic. Like, I don't even think, even though it's Thirsty Sword Lesbians,
There are rules for combat insofar as like one of the categories of thing you can roll is fight,
right.
but it's there, but it's not even close to the focus. Is the best way to describe it.
Yeah, that it's really more as like another way to interact with other people, another social thing, fighting as a social thing, rather than like an action almost,
Yeah.
right?
And like there were plenty of moments where the entire table was doing some variation of ooh,
Oh yeah,
at like a cutting remark
Yeah.
that somebody made.
yeah. Caroline in particular was savage the entire night. It helped that you were rolling so well.
Yeah, I was, for whatever reason, I was just rolling like gangbusters this game.
Yeah, the dice gods decided to just shine their light upon you in that one.
Which made sense because you were playing The Chosen.
Yeah.
Which essentially is like, what will you explain?
Yeah. It's basically, I was like, the Chosen is a character that like is considered special or somehow famous or like different in the world that they're at. And like look, I wear ball gowns everywhere. Like I'm not famous. I don't want to be famous, but like if you wear ball gowns everywhere, you obviously like attention. Like I do like attention. Like I have to admit that. I created a podcast with my husband. I like attention.
Totally fair.
So I want to like indulge this side of myself. So the Chosen is just somebody who likes attention. And in this case, was a pop star who had dated Chappell Ronan. So
it was. I was telling Caroline, like, I had such high expectations for this game,
yeah,
and this just absolutely like smashed through all of them. Like
Yeah.
it was perfect. It was like, I don't even think I rolled terribly. I don't even think I passed a single check.
yeah.
Like over because there's like a range.
Mhm.
If you get, it's 2d6. So if you roll 7 to 9, you get like partial success basically, and a 10 plus is a success.
Yeah.
And I don't think I ever rolled over a 10, honestly. So I didn't ever get more than a partial success or a success with like a cost.
Mhm.
And I still had the time of my life with this game. it was so much fun.
Yeah, and we all have like really complicated character relationships between
Yes.
each other, which is a lot more fun than just being an adventuring party.
Yes.
And I will say it was nice to be like married to somebody because I sabotaged Richard's character a little bit early on just because it was in keeping with my character.
Yes.
The way that I thought brought intrigue to both of our characters.
Yes. I did like also that when that kind of happened, the GM did take a moment to be like, okay, I should have done this in the beginning, but if anything happens, Caroline and Richard explained, we're married, it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, like we 100% know where each
100%
other's
in the
boundaries
game.
are.
Because we're comfortable with each other, we're doing this.
Yep.
Right. Whereas, and the GM said that if anything happens that you're not okay with, just let me know. We'll either move on or we'll take care of it. Right.
Yeah. Well, also looks like a fun. I recommended this later. The person who was playing with us rolled Snake Eyes, and right at that moment, their dad just showed up at the table to ask if they wanted
the
lunch.
player's father showed up.
Yes.
And so we played it off as essentially, you should.
I recommended that in the game that the player's father showed up
The
for real
character's father showed up.
to
Yeah.
inhibit them, which was hilarious.
And the GM was like, yeah, fuck it, whatever. Your actual father shows up and was like, hey, don't do that. Not in so many words, but
Yeah.
Although we're like, just to clarify, is that okay with you? And she
Yeah.
was like, oh yeah, that's fine.
it was amazing.
Yeah.
We loved it. It was so great. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what else about that game that I want to talk about. There was just so much. It was so much fun.
It was a mix of silly and serious with me because I love
Yes.
melodrama, and I really love RP and complicated relationships.
Yes.
In so many gaming systems, you basically have to just use entirely player stuff to even do that.
Yes.
Whereas here, the mechanics, I think, help you do that type of RP in a way that I really love and like. And our GM was fantastic. I think we've said that 6 times. The people we're playing with were fantastic. Did you love it as much as we did, Richard? Be honest.
I don't think I loved it quite as much as you did, but I did
Okay.
have a lot of fun.
That's fair. That's fair.
I very much enjoyed myself. It's mostly a case of it took me a little while to get comfortable.
Sure.
That's not on the GM. That's not on the other person. It's just
to me because there's a lot of games that take me a little bit of time to get comfortable,
Mhm.
and those tend to be the more combat heavy games that take me a while to get comfortable.
Yeah.
And for you, it's just you're a straight white man at a table that's
And
not
this is-
designed for you for once.
The
Yeah.
system is called Thirsty Sword Lesbians.
Yeah.
It's about, it's based on a pop star who is a lesbian.
Yeah.
It caters to lesbians directly.
Mhm.
Right? Yeah.
It's mostly a case of I want to be respectful. I do want this character to be a bit of a disaster because that's more fun.
Yes.
But I also don't want to accidentally offend anybody or be a stereotype.
Absolutely.
And it took me a little while to figure out exactly where the line was. And again, that's not the fault of anybody involved. That's just a case of sometimes it takes a little while to find that comfort zone.
And if I may say, I honestly did not at all ever think, maybe it's just because we're friends and I know you,
Mhm.
but I did not ever feel like you were doing a stereotype or we're not being respectful in that
Yeah.
space.
So there were 2 specific examples,
Yeah.
and both of them were involving, okay, it might make sense for my character to flirt at this point, and I was like, okay, I could say this. Is that going to be over the line?
Yeah, it's like you understand the optics of a man
Yeah.
flirting with someone who's femme, right? Even if this is in character and you're
Mhm.
playing a woman, yeah.
And
Yeah.
especially people you don't know. You
Yes.
can obviously
Yeah.
flirt with me in character.
Oh yeah. I would have been completely comfortable
or
doing
even
that,
with
but again,
me, honestly.
Yeah.
But yeah, with this, especially with this.
yeah, it was with one of the
yeah.
NPC. Yeah, it was with one of the
Oh, okay,
NPCs.
yeah.
Yeah.
So with the GM,
Mhm.
basically.
Yeah, and it's it was not in any way a problem with what the GM was doing. It was a case of I wasn't sure if it would be acceptable,
Sure.
and not being 100% certain made me hang
Sure.
back from doing it.
And what? I appreciate that you did that. Honestly.
Yeah.
Thought through it. And I do think it's
yes.
also important because
most gaming, and you will admit this, is designed for you.
Oh,
like it just
goodness,
is.
yes.
Like,
Yeah.
Like that level of discomfort you don't feel. And I think it is good to put people in situations where they feel a little bit of that, just so they know how the gamers feel.
Yeah.
This discomfort is good, actually, not because like it's like good to be like discomfort isn't, you know what I mean? Like it's not like it's a good thing to have discomfort, but it's good for us to, as people, generally speaking, to feel discomfort so that we can essentially ask ourselves, yeah, like, why do I feel this way? You know, like, what is my reaction to this? Is this warranted? Right? That kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
It's important for us as people to have that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like, no complaints at all.
And
like
you sorry.
Completely honest. Like, I had fun. It's mostly just a case of, here's the thing. If we sat down again at the cat, at the same table with the same group of people, I think I would be a bit more comfortable, and I probably would have gone for that.
That's one thing I was gonna say. Is like, I'm sure that if we did this again, like with the exact same thing, if this was our gaming group, right, like it would be a lot easier. The second day, third time, second, third, fourth time, but because this is a one shot, you don't necessarily have the luxury of doing that.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Look,
what is that?
I think that's a
I think
raccoon.
it's a raccoon.
Raccoon.
Yeah.
But there are the fox cubs.
Be careful with them.
Fox cubs.
The babies.
Off you go, guys. Oh, fox cubs.
They
Yay.
love playing.
Please.
Okay.
Okay.
Again, their den's over in that direction.
Yeah.
So.
They were playing.
Oh.
Sweet babies.
Hi, guys. It's there.
Aww.
Yay, fox cubs.
I think it's to your point also, Caroline, that like this game, that like so many games are made for like the stereotypical like cis white guy, because they absolutely are, and like I think it's really important, especially to point out that even in this time of of what I would consider to be like a lot of diversity in the tabletop world, that doesn't take away from the fact that like
most games are still made for me.
Yes, and I'm just thinking of like overwhelmingly the number of people even at this convention are like straight white men. Honestly, like, and that's fine, whatever. But it is just kind of interesting to see that basically, like as somebody who's femme, and yeah, I think it's important to acknowledge. Basically, is what I want to say.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily like one way you can get more people into gaming is just by getting them into gaming, but it's also nice to see games that are just designed for a different demographic.
People. Yes.
Yeah.
Love it.
So we do. So we'll talk about the last game we played.
We've discussed we have discussed a few games, but yeah, we are home now.
Yeah, so we'll discuss.
We've been driving for an hour.
We only have one game left. Okay, we have 4 hours worth of game to talk about tomorrow morning.
Yeah, so we'll do that, and then we'll talk about the other stuff we do on Saturday, because it's still not even technically Saturday yet.
Not quite. There's 8 minutes to go until it is Saturday. Oh, good Lord, this con. So thank you very much for listening, and we will be back momentarily.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
And we're back.
We're back.
We're back. It's been like hours for us, but for you, I'm sure it's been like a minute, maybe.
No, seconds. Pure seconds. Like, this is just...
This is how time works.
Yeah, this is not, like we're not up to part 3 yet. We're still on part 2.
Still on part 2.
You have no idea where you're going to cut this.
I've been deliberately sectioning it off as I go, because that's easier than editing it later.
This is morning of day 3 for me, day 4 for Richard and Caroline.
Saturday in, like, human speak.
Yep.
It should be the most crowded day, so we'll see how it is today.
Yeah. Because Saturday is... most conventions, Saturday is going to be your busiest day because, places sell a lot of one-day tickets. Saturday is the big day. I'm curious to see to what extent that is true at this con, because I'm going to be honest, I feel like if you're going to an event like this, you probably go for multiple days.
Well, I think that's true. Again, we're mainly focused on the RPG section of Origins. That's not everyone's focus. The RPG gamers are probably definitely there for multiple days.
That I would agree with.
Like, I think if you're going to play board games or demo board games or just try stuff in the dealer's hall, you might be there for a much shorter time period.
Yeah, that's probably fair and valid.
And I have a couple friends who are really into cosplay,
Mhm.
and it seems like it's pretty typical for cosplayers to only go to one day, like to just go to Saturday basically,
Mhm.
because that's going to be the day that like the most people are going to be there, and so therefore like the most people are going to see your costume.
Yeah, also true. And again, I think Origins cosplay competition is today. Like, it's a bit of an afterthought at this con. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, we went to it. We didn't like enter it, but we went to it 2 years ago, and there were a couple people in the room. It was fine. It's definitely a much smaller cosplay competition.
Yeah.
It's just kind of an afterthought.
I'm bringing my cosplay cleric gear today, which is my just sewing kit and everything. So if you see a person with a sign that says cosplay cleric, that's me.
Well, the episode's not going up till after the con.
I know. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying if you saw somebody like that, that was me.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you are once again wearing a giant ball gown because you have somehow managed to wear giant ball gowns every day this year so far.
And when Richard says you, he does mean Caroline. Not
Yes.
me.
Yes.
So, because Betty is sitting behind me, it's a little harder to direct things directly at her. So,
Okay, so Pringle Falls.
yes, so this is the last thing we did last
Anything
night.
else you want to say about Thirsty Sword Lesbians before we move on? The game system, not like the people.
Thirsty Sword Lesbians.
Dear.
Great system. I'd love to play it again.
Caroline and I will be playing it again at Gen Con.
Yeah, I don't think I managed to in Gen Con. I think if I get a chance to be on the Gen Con episode, I'll talk a bit about this. But I wasn't able to get nearly as many diverse games in Gen Con as I was for this, simply because like overwhelmingly the amount of games at Gen Con are just D&D based, and the non D&D based games sell out pretty quickly.
Yeah. But yeah, so the last thing we did
We'll talk about the
yesterday.
Gen Con ticketing system when we get to that episode.
Yeah, so the last thing we did yesterday was a 6 p.m. game called.
A Kringle Falls Christmas.
Thank you.
Which is a holiday horror game, which I'll admit I love like holidays as a genre. I'm running a game today that's based around holidays. Like I love holiday-based games just generally.
Mhm.
And you like horror, and I think this was a really good like combination of those two things. Like it got the feel of like a Hallmark Christmas movie while also being within the horror genre. Bless you.
Pardon me. Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with.
definitely.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, because again, basic setup was that the members of the party are all sort of helping out with this small town's Christmas festival, and then like mysterious, spooky things start happening, and it kind of ramps up from there, and then like and then you have to use the power of Christmas at the end.
It did get a little bit rushed, but it was the last game of the day. For us, and I think like I was a little bit worried because for the first half of that game, it was just us goofing off, and then the other two people at the table, I think once we came back from break, started joining us in the goofing off.
Yeah, there was notably more goofing off in the second half.
I
Yeah.
think we pulled them out of their shell after the after the break.
I hoped we weren't annoying them, but no one seemed annoyed except there was one player at the table who was kind of quieter. Sometimes you get that at tables.
Yeah.
But like that's just like I'm like that sometimes, where it's just like sometimes you're either just not feeling a game or you're just kind of in a tired mood. So like it happens.
And sometimes people don't have the same level of like RP expectations
Yeah.
that the rest of us do, right? And that's totally fine. That's totally a valid way to play.
Betty and I got to be twins, which was a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun. It was almost. When I saw that, okay, so to be clear, like I had ran to the bathroom, like because we had to go right from Good Luck Babe to this game.
Yeah.
So I, as soon as we got to the room, I like put my stuff down and ran to the bathroom. So when I came back, Caroline was like, "There's twins. Do you want to be twins?" And I was like, "Yes, I want to be twins." I did not look at any of the other characters. So that's how hype I was.
Yeah.
To be twins with Caroline.
Yeah, the gym did have a lot of characters for this one. I think you could choose between like 10 or 20 different characters.
There was 12.
Yeah.
She explicitly said there were 12 for like the 12 days of Christmas.
There were 12. Oh yes, for the 12 days of Christmas, and then also she had like I think she had something like I can't even remember the number.
She had 75 prepped
I was
character
gonna say
names.
75, but then I was like, that is insane. I had to have pulled that number out of nowhere.
Like
right?
again,
No.
I based on what she said, I don't think any of the characters had like set backstories or lore or anything. It was just she had a list
She
of
had a
names
list
she could
of
pull
names
from
that
when
she
she
pulled
needed
from.
them.
Yeah.
Whereas if I need to pull a name, I will usually just quickly pull up Fantasy Name Generator. But this was a level of prep that I was very impressed by.
Yeah.
I have actually a very kind of similar thing that the GM does, whereas I actually have a list of character names for my character, because there's nothing worse than like getting up to like they're like, hey, what are you gonna call your character? And I'm like, I have no clue. I cannot remember a single name that's ever existed in the history of the world, not even my own. So I have very similar, but for like different reasons.
Yeah.
I will admit I was jealous of that GM because she clearly based the characters around her many, many hobbies. She was very much something of a Renaissance person, which is awesome. She clearly has a very supportive, like, GMing family, and I'm like,
Yes.
I just want to live in a giant, wacky
Honestly,
board game family.
I was like, can I enlist in your family? Can I join your family somehow? I'll come to Origins every year, because she described Origins as like their family reunion, basically. And I was like, God.
Yeah, I know. I want this in my life.
I know. So shout out to our GM. For
Yeah, they were
last
great.
night's game.
I think they were a great GM.
They turned up to the table in a glowing mushroom hat.
Yeah.
She told me what kind of mushroom she was, and I forgot because I asked her. It was all like yellow orange, and so naturally, being somewhat of a interested in mycology, I asked if she was a chanterelle.
Yeah.
And so she said, no, I'm like a different mushroom that's very similar, but is poisonous. And I said, they're both valid, and she agreed that yes, they're both valid types of mushrooms. Yeah, but it was really great. Yeah, she clearly came prepared.
Yeah.
Yep.
Great stories.
Yeah. This was. Do you want to talk about this? Let's talk about the system. It was very interesting because it wasn't really a system. I'm gonna be honest.
No, like a lot of one shots do this where like there is some rolling, but they just clearly like put a system in there to give you something to roll or to add something to it, but it was mostly just like storytelling.
Yes.
Which I'm fine with for cons a lot of the time. Like I know some people want like more crunchy systems.
No. Yeah.
I can normally do like one crunchy system per con, and then the rest needs to be like.
Yeah, it was fine. It was very interesting to try something like that. I think that she said it was called like the qualities system or something like that, where basically instead of stats we had like qualities. With the main one we all had being Christmas spirit.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And then some of us had some really wacky qualities. Like I had my character Angelo Berry was a knitter and a weaver, and had rheumatoid arthritis. So I literally had a quality that was rheumatoid arthritis that I had a -2 on.
Yep, everybody had one quality with a negative stat.
Yeah,
and mine was like heart before head or something like that.
Mine was I couldn't stand a mess. Yeah.
We didn't end up rolling on the negative ones that often, which again I think is kind of the point. But
I did get to roll on rheumatoid arthritis once, and that was my goal for when I saw that stat. So
I mean, let's face it, my best quality was Mayor's Nephew,
Yes.
which gave me a +4 bonus to like anything involving being the mayor's nephew. So if I'd like tried to pull any kind of authority stuff in the town, I would have had a bonus on that.
And that really came in handy for just everything.
Yeah.
So, shout out to you. You were also a big researcher, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're playing a creepy 19-year-old, which is an interesting type for you. I hadn't seen you play that subtype before.
Again, I was playing a 19-year-old who was basically just a bit of an occult nerd. Like, he was also a baseball player. That didn't come into account very often. Like, during the final combat, I did have my, baseball scholarship quality, which I'm willing to bet, if I'd been like, okay, I'm going to grab the nearest heavy-looking pipe and whack the boss with it, I'm pretty sure that would have counted as on my baseball stat.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And yeah, the ending was a little rushed, but that was mostly just because people were goofing off.
We were chewing the Christmas fat.
Yeah, everyone was doing that.
You guys got so many puns.
Yeah, there was just a solid, I think 10 minutes where we were just making lumberjack puns.
Yeah, because one of the characters was the town hero. think non-toxic Gaston,
Yep.
Yeah,
where like everybody in the town loves him. He's like their lumberjacking hero. He's
Emmanuel.
he's deliberately like running the lumberjack competition this year because he doesn't feel it's fair for him to win it every year. Like he's just a really great guy. But it did mean that there was like a solid 10 minutes of tree puns at one point.
And to be clear, at this point, the other people at the table were joining us in our like
Yes.
debauchery. For the first half, I was worried we were ruining it for them, but for the second half, they were definitely just doing it with us. So
At one point, the guy playing the lumberjack actively admitted his goal for the day was to just make me smack my head off the table. Because he was just like, every time we make a pun so bad that the British guy just like puts his head on the table, I know we've achieved something. And I'm like, thanks.
Sometimes you need to clay more, sometimes you need to clay
Clay
less.
less.
So there were a lot of very
yeah,
bad
the GM
puns.
was, I think, just indulging us. So like,
Yes.
it's fine that the story kind of went off the rails. I like it when GMs aren't too plot train heavy.
Yeah.
But I do think the pacing was otherwise really good. Like it
Mhm.
felt horror, but it felt like comedy, Christmas horror, which I liked.
Yes.
And it's about the right level of horror. Because I don't like it when horror genres go into other genres and then just kind of
Take it over.
take it over or like negate what the genre's like about,
Sure.
basically.
Yeah.
Like it's not just let's make fun of Christmas because Halloween's way cooler. It's respecting both holidays.
Sure.
So weirdly, tonally, what this reminded me of is there's a episode of Supernatural in like the 3rd season, which is set around Christmas,
I
and it's
think I
like
checked that,
and it's like it's still an episode of Supernatural, so it's still like a horror.
Kinda creepy,
It's it's horror light, but it gets the Christmas vibe.
Yeah, it reminded me a lot of, if anybody else has played this, The Wassailing of Claus Manor, which is another horror Christmas RPG with a kind of homebrew system. Yeah, just that mix of like horror and Christmas and fun, and it was just, the whole game was a really great time.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun with it. Yesterday was a really good RPG day. Like 8 solid hours of RPGs, and I pretty much loved every minute of it.
12.
Yeah, sorry, 12 hours of RPGs. So the day is a little bit lighter in terms of schedule, like sort of, kind of.
So there's various bits and bobs going on today. Again, we'll kind of talk about that tonight after we've actually done it.
Yeah. Is there anything else you want to say now, or do we just want to sign off?
I'm trying to think. Is there anything else we want to particularly say about Friday? Like Friday was a really good day. I came away. We've talked about it in the past, but like at a lot of conventions, you get this like happy con high where you immediately want to go straight to another con.
Yep.
I tend to get that more at board game cons than I do at other cons, and it usually leaves me with a hankering to run more stuff.
Yeah.
Like I came out of my Mass Effect game wanting to write more stuff that I can run because I just had so much fun with it. Like I'm already planning like at least 2 more things that I want to try and run at the next board game con we go to. And it's just, I love when an event like this like triggers my creative impulses. I don't know how you feel.
Yeah, like what's the word I'm thinking of? Yeah, like even though I didn't even run anything, I'm not even running anything this game, this con, and I'm like, oh man, wouldn't it be cool if I ran this, or like if we had this game here or anything like that. Like, yeah, it just really, yesterday was a really great day, and just reminded me how much I love, doing RPGs and how fun it can be to do new RPGs, even with people you don't know. And
Yeah, I will say, like, it does help now that I'm married to Richard, and like, it does help to have somebody with you when you're going to an event this intense. But like, I think pre-pandemic me like would be terrified to go to a con and like play games with strangers. Whereas the more and more I do it, like the more and more comfortable I get with doing it.
Yep.
It's not to say there's like never not a person who like maybe I don't vibe with, but
sure.
there's a lot of really great people I do.
Yep.
That happens the majority of the time.
And again, like when we were planning to go to this event, like with my Pugmire game, for example, I deliberately put 1 fewer seats than I thought I could comfortably accommodate in case you wanted one. And so that we had that backup option. And in all honesty, I don't think we needed to do that.
Yeah.
Like, we've all been like separated from each other at this con for various events, and I don't think it's been a problem at all. Whereas there are some cons where we do definitely feel the need to stick together a bit more just for our own comfort.
Although I do recommend if you are GMing having one extra or just planning for one extra seat, because I did get one extra person for my Bard campaign, and I do like I like having one extra seat just in case you happen to get a walk up.
Yeah, like for my Mass Effect game, it was ticketed for 6. I brought 7 character sheets.
Yep.
That's partially because that gives everybody at least an option, and that does mean that if I'd had a walk up, I would have accommodated them.
And that feels kind of unique to this con, I will say, is the ability to kind of walk up. And I think it's partially because like a lot of the games are free.
Mm-hmm.
But like you really can't do that at like Gen Con. It's the Gen Con and most of the events, and maybe it's just because like because I kind of have a behind the curtain view of Origins because you guys are both been GMs. You know like how it works to actually run the game.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have that at Gen Con, so I have no idea of like how that works. But it feels like to me at Gen Con that like the number of seats is the number of seats, and you can't add or subtract.
Mm.
And a big part of that is because like it costs money to like every seat costs money basically. So
Yeah.
like, if you're just letting somebody in for free, that's not really fair to everybody else.
Yeah, like you both at Origins and at Gen Con, you can buy generic tickets.
Yes, and at Gen Con you do the same.
Yeah.
Well, like at Origins, they have generic tickets technically, because since like 95% of games are free, you don't really wind up using them.
Yeah.
Like you would need them if you wanted to do like the game you did yesterday that actually costs money, but because so much stuff at Origins is free, for the most part you can just walk up and show your badge number, and if there's room at the table, the GM will say yes.
Yep.
Yeah. Whereas at Gen Con, like you need those generic tickets to get into a game if they have like an open seat.
Yeah. But again, it's a difference in the way the cons run it. Like the argument with Gen Con is that paying money for a game makes you more likely to turn up, whereas the argument with Origins is free tickets make everything more versatile. And
more accessible,
yeah.
And there is a learning between I suppose it does put pressure on GMs if you show up at the table, which is why I don't think the only time we've ever done it really is if we already had one ticket for a game. And generally then arguing a second person into the game isn't that hard. And the one time when it was full, the GM just said no, and you just played a different game in the same room.
Yeah. Like again, if I hadn't, when they basically said, yeah, we've got like open seats for kobolds, and I was like, yeah, sure, I like kobolds, I'm my baby, I'm happy to do that for 2 hours.
Yep.
Like if
all hail King Torg.
all hail King Torg. But like if I hadn't, if that hadn't been an option, I would have just had 2 hours to kill. Like it's not catastrophic. Mm-hmm. And again, I don't have a problem with the fact that the person with Nancy Druid basically said this runs 6. If there's a spare seat, you can have it, but it is if everybody with a ticket turns up, I'm not going to be able to accommodate you. And I said, absolutely fine.
Yep.
Completely fair and valid.
Druid some other time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At some point, we'll have to play Sentai and Sensibility. Thank you for buying that for
I
us.
might try to run that one at a Catacon.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Yeah, we saw the guy who runs a Catacon who's named Mike yesterday.
Yeah.
So I think that's what Richard was referring to.
Yep.
And he's at Catacon. We've already sung its praises. I really hope we can give it a positive review a little bit later this year in November when it takes place.
Yeah. Again, smaller board gaming con, but a lot of fun.
That'll be fun. I look forward to hearing that episode.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was Friday, and we're off to Saturday.
Yep.
Saturday.
Oh boy. So yeah, I'm trying to think. So this episode's going to be like an hour and a half. Yeah, okay. I think we'll make this one episode, and then we'll do like Saturday and Sunday as part 3, and that should make sense.
Yeah, depending on how much we have to talk about today.
Yeah. So yeah.
Don't know how the future's going to go yet, but
Exactly. So yeah. So thank you very much for listening, and we'll see you in part 3.
bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Hello and welcome back to the
Again.
Con Couple. I'm still Richard.
I'm still Caroline.
And I'm still here.
So, Saturday night at Origins, ladies and gentlemen, and Eldritch Abominations.
Woo! We just drove all the way back from Origins, sort of.
We are in the
Run
process
away,
of
yeah.
driving home from Origins.
We're en route.
And boy, are
We
Completely exhausted.
pardon me.
I have no idea where you were even going with that.
You sailed through the setup on that one. Great job with the landing.
We're
Thanks.
really tired. Sorry, friends.
again, we started Wednesday. This feels like I don't know. Like I expected this to happen today, so it's not surprising after
No,
last day's
yeah.
high that we had a bit of a crash today.
Yeah, and even though I wasn't at the con on Wednesday, I did work 6 hours and then immediately drive 5 hours.
Yeah.
So,
I thought it was closer to 9 hours your drive. Okay.
I thought it was at first, but I was doing like the math wrong. Like I checked it, I was like, oh, it's only like 5. Okay, never mind.
Oh, it's easy then.
Yeah. Anyway.
Just casual stroll.
Yeah. That's nothing to us here in the U.S. I'm sure, like it's.
Like, she made me drive to Texas with her, like within a month of me landing. And if you know, like the distance between Ohio and Texas, you understand why that just broke my understanding of what a long car journey was.
It was to break you in.
Yeah, basically.
Anyway.
Origins day, whatever we're on now.
Day 4.
Day
3 for me.
Yep.
Day 3, Saturday, whatever. So once again, up at 7:30, get dressed, put on a giant ball gown.
I did not fall asleep after my alarm this time.
Woo!
Yay! I do think we staggered this correctly because the first night we stayed till 11.
Yes.
Last night we stayed till 10, and this night we stayed till around 9. I think that was the appropriate way to stagger how long we were staying at this event.
Yes, I think it was the right call because we are definitely flagging a little bit.
Yes, and not to mention our game tomorrow morning starts at 9.
Yes. This means we have to be out the door by 7:30.
Which means we probably need to be up at like 6:30 to 7.
Yeah, depending on what we want to do. So again, the rule is just be in the car by 7:30. I do not care what happens to get you in the car before then.
Okay, I'll have Emma carry me.
Okay.
Cool.
All right, today, Origins. What did we do?
So, once again, dropped you off, went and parked the car. And then this was another one where we started the day split up because Caroline was running and you and I, Betty, had tickets for a game.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I think, did we only have... No, we did have 2 tickets for that. It's just one of them hadn't printed.
Yes, that's what happened. Yeah, I had mentioned this off air, but like Caroline and Richard have been very sweet about they've apologized a couple of times for not getting all my tickets, but I'm not convinced it was their fault because there's like tickets from all days missing, but I don't know.
This is also just something which this has happened, like we've gone, this is our 3rd year. This has happened every single year we've gone. Like one or both of us had our tickets missing. Somebody like told us to scan it in and like it started scanning the next person's tickets before the previous person's tickets completed. I think just because we tend to get there fairly early and we tend to have we're at the upper end in terms of events we do at Origins, so we tend to print a lot more tickets than like
the average person.
Like the average person does like one thing a day. That person is a wimp. Deserves to be taken outside and destroyed.
Yeah, like
we love that person because they leave more spaces for us to play games.
That is
this
true.
Is true. Yeah, like we like to pack our schedules to a certain degree. Like I had a 2-hour break today, and it was actually kind of nice. Like it was my opportunity to just wander the vendors hall for a bit, which I hadn't really had the chance to do yet.
I will say I had a couple hour breaks today. I will say an hour break at this con is like
nothing.
By the time you like walk down to the car, other side of the con, and like walk around like maybe 2 tables at the vendors hall,
it's basically time to go back.
Yeah, you just have to go back and walk over there because it's a 10-minute walk over there. It's a 10-minute walk back.
It's already 20 minutes. You have 40 minutes to
Yeah.
So.
And then you probably want to be at your table early anyway.
Yeah, so it's not a lot of time.
Yeah, whereas a 2-hour break was actually quite nice. But we'll talk about what I did during my 2-hour break when we get there. So, you okay with Betty and I talking first, and then you can talk about what you ran?
Sure. Okay. You want me to introduce? You want to introduce?
Yeah, after you.
All right. So we did this game. Richard and I did this game, which was Sherlock Holmes versus Cthulhu. So as you might have noticed, Cthulhu has been kind of a theme for at least my games that I've done while at Origins. I really like the Cthulhu mythos, like I've mentioned before. I identify as an eldritch horror myself. That's only partially a joke. Anyway, so we did this game, Sherlock Holmes versus Cthulhu, and before you make any, well, I guess I should just say this was not a Call of Cthulhu game.
No.
This was actually, what did he call it again? Social Matrix?
Social Matrix, something like that.
Here, let me pull it up because I want to get it correct.
So the one thing I will say is this game did have one fairly notable snag, which was, like a lot of games, it was ticketed for, I think, either 7 or 8 people. And somebody came up to the table about 5 minutes after it was due to start and basically said, hey, myself and my 3 friends were supposed to be the other people at this table. They're ill. So...
Which I do want to say in reference to just, like, because there's still controversy around the fact that, like, Gen Con charges for tickets, whereas Origins typically does not charge for tickets.
Mhm.
With, again, the thought being that, like, if you charge for tickets, people are going to show up. This is, again, one of those situations where it's better if people are legitimately sick that they're
Yeah.
not showing up.
Like,
Yeah.
even,
God safety.
Our GM even said, like, I would prefer if people are sick to not come.
he wants them to look after themselves and and not push themselves too hard.
Yeah, they had said they had been playing since Tuesday, so
I'm unclear if they started playing on Tuesday or if it's just like they arrived on Tuesday and
It's
got their
probably
hotel
like
room.
Origins does officially start quote unquote on Wednesday, but because it starts on Wednesday, a lot of people get. But I do think we're only a couple years away from Tuesday just becoming another day of
Mhm.
Origins because people arrive
Tuesday
on
actually
Tuesday.
becoming
And-
like
and
day
just,
0
like-
and Wednesday
Yeah.
becoming day 1.
And
Yeah.
then we're probably just another decade from it just being Monday through Sunday.
Yeah, but it's just a full week of
Yeah,
gaming.
the creep, the creep of Origins.
Which I would kind of love, but also I have
You think about how tired you are right now.
yeah.
no, no.
Okay, you want to explain the
So
system?
it's actually, yes, it is called a social matrix game, and our host. Should we start by talking about the system, or should we start by talking about the system?
Yeah.
Right.
Like
Okay.
again, we tend not to name specific GMs unless they've actually given us permission to do that.
Oh
Because
well, we didn't talk to him about it.
can't remember.
I can't. Yeah. Okay. We'll just leave it off.
Yeah.
But this is what's called a social matrix game. I think he said that the rules could be summed up in like 100 words,
Mhm.
and it's for free online. If maybe you can put the link to it in the what the fuck is that?
That was the guy behind flashing because he's not happy with the fact I'm doing the speed limit.
Pardon my French as well. Okay, so it's online for free. I think he said the rules could be summed up in 100 words or so.
Mhm.
But the basics of it is that it's almost like
It's pretty much pure collaborative storytelling.
yes, and it seems to yes, and the only rules as part of the game are essentially to resolve
Potential disputes.
basically, yeah, or to resolve disputes. So the way that he described it is that you say something and it is so, right? It happens basically, and then the next person says something and then it happens, right? And but then somebody else can say no, that doesn't happen. This happens, right? And then. So then that's what happens rather than it's like whatever was the last thing was said was the thing that happened basically. And so if in that case the people cannot come to an agreement, they'll say roll for it. And so I think if it's above it's 2d6. If it's a 7 and above, it is so, right?
I think it's 8 and above. It's so and 7
I thought it was
or
7.
less.
It doesn't really
I
matter.
need to double check.
Yeah.
It's basically, statistically speaking, it's a 7 on 2d6 is about as close to 50-50 odds as you get, I think.
Okay, so maybe it was 8 and above.
Yeah.
I don't remember. Okay, so it was like so if it was above 7 or 8, it was so.
Mhm.
And this is what I thought was interesting was that if it was below that, it isn't even that it doesn't happen; it's that it cannot happen,
Yes.
which I thought was very interesting. An interesting take on it, basically.
Yeah.
And it did, I think, reframe the way that we did a lot of our roles too, because there was one time that
You say a lot. We rolled the dice like 4 times in the entire game.
We did, yeah. And he even said like there are times where he's played that game and they never roll the dice.
Yeah.
And there was a time I think that we made you roll, and it was purely when Holmes recognized that some of the other policemen had been replaced.
Yeah,
We'll get into it.
Yeah, Holmes realized that there was something fishy going on.
Quite literally, yeah. I hear what you said, yeah.
I was arguing that, I was basically saying, okay, Holmes is the kind of guy who wouldn't immediately tell anybody else. He would
Yes.
keep it to himself. And it was like, okay, let's roll for that. Let's lay out. And it was a case of, if it succeeded, then Holmes would keep stum, and if it didn't, then he would tell somebody.
Yeah, so basically what we specifically said that the roll was whether or not he told anybody.
Yes.
We didn't want to risk like whether or not he noticed, basically.
Yes.
Because I think it definitely did change the way that like we thought about the storytelling.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think also I haven't looked at the rules of this game, but the way that the DM was talking about it, I think it's also important, like area and place, and like because they had a very rough map of London laid out on the table with like cards.
Yeah, when we say map of London, basically it was a series of different locations with cards with art that he'd drawn himself, which that was cool. Then there were character cards for like
different people,
which included what you would dub the main characters. He got us all to pick a character at the beginning, but at the same time we were also all playing everybody.
Yeah, it was. We'll get to that.
Yeah, I think the reason for getting us to pick a character at the beginning was because he's used to working with RPG fans.
Yeah, and he mentioned you need a tissue, Nat, or anything? Are you okay? Okay. He mentioned when the other person that we played with, I believe their son showed up.
Mm-hmm.
We were trying to kind of coax him to be a part of it. He was a bit overwhelmed with, I think, just trying to be thrown into it. So, and the GM said that like it's important, I think, to ease people into this idea.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe that is the case. I don't know. I feel like I would show up and just be like, I don't know, rocks falls, everybody dies or something. I wouldn't say that, but that's just me. Also, I'm not a child, so.
Yeah.
I don't think it was a shot at a particular person.
It's fine. Anyway, anyway, so like the way that it looked very much like. Have you ever seen those like military movies where like they have pieces on like a board on like a map and like they move them around with like little like pushers, you know what I mean? Like that's what it looked like on the board basically. And he even told us that like this is used a lot in like military, like actually in the military by
strategic planners
basically, to like whenever he said that essentially whenever people say that they ran through like scenarios, I think they said, or something like that.
Yeah, they're basically doing this.
This is what they're doing basically. And I'm like, oh, so they're also just a bunch of nerds. Okay, interesting.
Military strategic planners? Yeah, they're a bunch of nerds.
They're just a bunch of nerds. Okay, cool. It's good to have that, in my back pocket for I don't know when, someday. So yeah, that's the system, social matrix game. I think I would play something with it again, honestly. It was very fun.
So would I. Again, I'm not a massive horror fan, like nowhere near the extent that you are.
Yes. Which is fine.
Yeah, but I had fun with it.
Yeah, it was fun. In the end, it was really just telling like a Sherlock Holmes story.
Yeah.
Right? Oh, and there was one other piece I meant to mention when we were talking about the cards.
Mm-hmm.
There were the place cards, there were the people cards, and then there were the clue cards.
Yes.
Which were essentially like the pieces of the story that we had to collect, and they had been put down already in different places. I will say though that we didn't end up using a lot of the places that they were at. I think it turned out that you could just kind of put the clues wherever you wanted.
Yeah, you could like pull the clues that were kind of relevant whenever you wanted. Again, like as he said, like all of the various clue cards had like art that wasn't necessarily specific to what they were. They were just kind of like vaguely evocative.
Yeah, I feel like you honestly could have replaced them all with just like Did you ever watch Blue's Clues, Martin?
I did not. It never made it to the UK.
Well, if you know of Blue's Clues, it literally could have just replaced it with a picture of a blue paw print,
Mm.
and I think it would have been fine.
Yeah.
So how did you like play? Did you just like say what you were doing? How did it work as a collaborative storytelling game?
So yeah, it was basically just a case, he set up where we were initially starting,
Yes.
which in this case was like, it's going to start with, obviously, it was a Cthulhu-based thing, so, it's Holmes and Watson and Lestrade, which were basically the three characters that we picked.
That we chose. We chose to play Lestrade, Watson, and Holmes,
Yeah,
I should say.
Yeah, I called dibs on Lestrade.
And as soon as he did, I feel like it was like, well, let's just do the full trio.
Yep.
We're here to do Sherlock Holmes versus Cthulhu. I'm not about to I was promised Sherlock Holmes versus Cthulhu, and I'm not going to disappoint myself, right? So I also want to add that the art for those three characters were based on the Sherlock TV show, which I thought was funny.
Were they? Which adaptation?
The Sherlock one. Sherlock.
No,
The
they
Stephen
weren't.
Moffat one.
No, they weren't.
Yes, they were.
You sure about that?
Yes, I know. Yes. I was in the Super Hulock fandom. I know what I'm talking about. They were specifically, I think, based on the Abominable Bride.
You mean
Which
when they actually did?
When they were back in the 1880s.
I mean, I'll be honest. I got more of the Basil Rathbone version.
I
out
will
of the
show
art.
you pictures.
We've dived
And
on a
you'll see
tangent
it.
that might
Yes,
be a
we
little
have.
too deep.
Anyway, okay. So yeah, essentially, like and our host did play a character because we only had 3 actual players.
Yes.
So he played Arthur Conan Doyle. But again, as we mentioned, like nobody in particular played any specific person. In fact, our GM said, you do not play your particular character. When you speak a scene, you are saying what everybody does.
Mm-hmm.
So,
So did you take turns doing scenes, or
basically,
I mean, it did. It ended up being one of those like completely collaborative things where there was a lot of, this happens, and then somebody was like, "Oh, what if we tweak that and make it this?"
I love games like that.
Yeah, like it was a lot of fun. Like I think, again, you're even less of a horror fan than I am.
Mm-hmm.
I think you would have still had fun with this,
Yeah,
and
I
I think,
will admit I'm disappointed I missed this one.
and I think if we were using this system to tell a different kind of story, I think you would have an absolute blast with it.
Yeah, I might want to check it out at least sometime.
Yeah, it was so fun. I would love to either run another game like this, if you could even run this type of game, right? Like participate in this type of game. It was really fun. There was a lot of asking questions of
Mhm.
I think that was one of what I did the most during that was okay, so we're in this situation. What happens next? What do we do next?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
And a lot of good yes-anding. Like as I say, I think we ended up rolling the dice 4 times across the entire thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, today was definitely a low dice rolling day.
It was,
Mhm.
yeah. A lot of GM-less, very loose system day, I will say. We did save the world, don't worry. So in case you were, worried.
Yeah, Cthulhu did not, in fact, eat the world. We
Uh-huh.
did end on a,
Kind of
on a
a-
pretty blatant sequel tease, but that was fine.
What should we end up calling it?
It was something like Sherlock Holmes in the Case of the Fishy Business, or something like that.
I still think that we should have called it Sherlock Holmes and the Curious Cat.
Yeah, there
Because
was
the
a cat.
was pretty central, but
It was central early on. I feel like its importance to the plot died away pretty
Yeah.
quick.
the Sherlock Holmes and the Whitechapel Docks was when we kind of floated up.
But yeah. So yeah, that was fun.
It was really fun. Yeah.
What were you doing during all of that?
So this was me place testing a new concept I had called New Nightmare Before Christmas Journey Through the Holiday Doors, which is a system that uses Rices, which is you roll a bunch of D6 systems, and the higher number you get, the better score you have. So you just add all the numbers together. So it's not looking for 6 system. You roll a bunch of D6s, higher numbers are better. So 5 and a D6 system is an easy difficulty, 10's and 15 are moderate difficulty, and above 20 is heavy difficulty. And this was Journey Through the Holiday Doors. So you've seen some of the characters that I created for this. So I tried to create a character from each of the holiday worlds, which are Valentine's Day, St. Patrick's Day, 4th of July, Halloween, Thanksgiving, and Christmas. And I tried to create like a series of mini adventures that are meant to take about an hour in each of the worlds. I don't expect the characters to get through all of them, like that was never my expectation, just to kind of more test out the system and see how it worked. And see, it was pretty much raw social role playing, so I was interested to try to run a game like that where there's no combat. So, you've seen some of the characters.
Yep.
Richard. You want to describe some of them?
So I'm trying to remember. When you sent me the the character concepts and like, do these work? There were two in particular that maybe actually like just snort, and I'm trying to remember which. I remember the second one. I'm trying to remember what the first one was that really got me.
So I created, I'll just describe them because there's like 6 of them. So from Valentine's Day, there was Juliet, an obsessive fanfic writing teenage girl.
Mm-hmm.
From St. Patrick's Day, there was Flatley, Lord of the Dance.
Yeah, that was the one that got me.
From 4th of July, there was
Ben Franklin.
Yes,
the character description was literally just, you are just Ben Franklin.
Yeah, you were literally Ben Franklin. The person who picked that, by the way, was like, I want a serious character. I'm like, well, I made one of the stats farting, so I don't know, like, how you're going to get with that, but good luck.
I didn't even notice that.
From Halloween Town, it was the Great Pumpkin. Charlie Brown. From Thanksgiving, I think I did Macy, an A-type Thanksgiving parade planner. And from Christmas, I did Grandma. So it was just a grandma who baked cookies. So
yeah,
and it was pretty much pure social RP. I think it was fun. I was definitely flagging a little bit. I don't think it was my strongest GM showing, and it was my first time running the game. Everyone was active, rolling dice, playing, and contributing to the story. So I think that it's a little bit hard to review my own game because I can't like step out of it from an audience perspective.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. I left that game feeling a little bit insecure just because it was my first time running it. And I don't know if like people had a good time. They seem to, but it's a little bit hard to know. I do think I would like to try running it again. It is vignette style because it's going through the holiday doors, so it's easily modified depending on what you choose and how many holiday doors you go through.
I really like the concept because, like, I don't know about you, but I always like think about, that whenever I watch like Nightmare Before Christmas, that moment where like Jack is kind of in the grove and he sees all the trees and he picks the Christmas one, obviously. But yeah, I want to know what's behind all the other doors, right? Like this this hints at a larger world that I would love to see more about of. So
yeah, that's why I wanted to write the story, is to kind of explore that, and also just I generally have a love of holidays generally, so like exploring in that world. So the 2 worlds they chose were, of course, Valentine's Day and Halloween, which are the most diametrically opposed of those. One is a romantic story where they're trying to get people together, and one is a mission where they're trying to kill a bunch of people. And I'm like, well, okay, those are really diametrically opposed. They also picked Easter, but Easter was a weird one because you can do it in other worlds. Oh yeah, I forgot Octomom for Easter.
Oh yeah.
She's a little octopus mom hybrid.
I was going to ask that if you had Easter.
So yeah, I did have a bit of GM drop, I think, after that. It wasn't bad, but it was a little bit just like, it's just sometimes hard to judge if you did a good job when you've done a game. And like with more silly games, like obviously that game was silly, but it's not like honk levels of silly.
Yeah.
It's a little bit harder to gauge if you did a good job. But people seem to like it, so. I did end about, I think, 45 minutes early, one, because I was tired, and, like, we were kind of going through the doors at, like, an hour and a half rate, so I thought that, like, I didn't really want to push to go through a third one in, like, 45 minutes, so I just kind of said, well, we'll just end here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which
I think, based on what you told me, was probably the right call.
Yeah.
Rather than kind of rush a third one.
Yeah, even with, like, the rule of thirds, like, no, you don't gotta do that, right? Like,
so maybe I should have, but I don't
know.
Again,
I don't think so.
No, and again, I think that's the advantage of it being built the way it is.
Yeah.
In that, like, you can judge how long it's taking. Like, if it takes and 30 minutes to an hour to do each door, great, you can do an extra couple. If you're looking at an hour and a half to 2 hours to do each, you're only going to get through 2, and that's fine.
There's only going to be it's vignette, right?
Yeah.
So there's a contained story with each one, right?
Mhm.
So it's not like you're like leaving them hanging,
Yep.
right? Like there is resolution to the stories that they're telling. I'm sure that I wasn't there, obviously, but I'm sure that they appreciated the concept just because it sounds fascinating, and you're a great storyteller, having played at your table before. I'm sure that everybody had a good time.
Thanks. You don't need to reassure me. It's just a pretty normal experience, and I do want to try it again.
Yeah, I would love to play it. Honestly, I'm partially saying that because I want to play it.
Like, I do think I also would like to play with like people I know. Like,
Yeah.
it is hard to play a game for the first time with people you don't know. I will say.
Yeah.
I think if I do more like writing my own stories and the systems, I would like to test them out on people I know first. Because like the
Yeah.
Bard game, I played a bunch of times with people I know, so I'm confident running it because I've already played
Yeah,
it.
you've
But, like,
played it at least a couple of times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Princess RPG, like, you hadn't run Princess RPG, but you'd played it a bunch.
I played it a bunch, and again, it was a table with an incredibly small child. I was just proud of myself for being able to manage
Make it
a mixed
work,
age
yeah.
table and
Yeah.
like make it work.
Yeah.
So after that, I think we had
a little bit of a break. So while you were still running that, because Betty and my game ran for 2 hours, it was scheduled for 2 hours. That was completely fine. That was what we expected. Betty had another game to get to.
which you end up not going to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll talk about that in just a second if you don't mind, Betty.
That's totally fine. Go ahead.
So I went and got myself some lunch because I just had a 2-hour
Is
gap.
this just an excuse to brag about the stuff you bought in the vendor's hall?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's part of what, again, part of the experience of this con is buying stuff. Like, the vendor's hall is massive
Yeah.
at this con.
I still haven't seen all of it.
No.
No.
But yeah, so at that point, got some lunch, went into the vendor's hall, and you'd requested some plush, and I'm gonna be honest, not a lot of good plush options.
Yeah. There's not a lot of good plush at the exhibition hall, which
It's not a plush con.
no, it's not a plush con, and I don't know what I'm trying to say. Like they don't have, vendors don't owe us like
Yeah,
types of merchandise. So
but
But-
I did find you a raccoon.
Yes.
it's adorable.
Yes.
It's holding a little dice bag. It has like
Little
felt
balls
dice
in it.
inside.
It's very cute. I like it.
And the other thing I bought while I was in there was when I went in, I walked past one stall and then did a double take because they had an official Dragon Age RPG. I did not know that existed.
I didn't either.
So I picked it up and I had a look at it, and it looked interesting. And I put it back down, and they told me it was 25% off, and I was like,
And you picked it back up again.
I'll think about it.
At you, yeah.
so I went off and I bought the raccoon, and then I ended up toddling back over to the stall, and I ended up buying it.
But it's a good test, I will say, especially in a bigger vendor's hall, is if you put something down, you walk away, you look at a couple other stalls, and you're still thinking about it, that's a good test that you want it.
Yeah, I think I did the same thing with the later on when we went to the indie TTRPG. I ended up picking up the I can't remember what it's called, but it's a over the garden wall inspired indie scenario TTRPG scenario because I had seen it before yesterday when I was in the vendor's hall, and I saw it and I was like, oh yeah, I really do want that, even though like I hadn't thought about it again. But like I've definitely come back to things and been like, I don't really need that. But this one I was like, no, I really do want that.
And that's fair and valid.
Yeah.
Like, again, I don't know if I'll have the opportunity to run this anytime soon. Like, I might try and put something together for the next con we're going to, but I've also got other ideas I probably want to.
Yeah.
I will say Catacon is an amazing con. I'm hoping we can give it an amazing review this year.
Mhm.
But like the problem with the Catacon is we love it so much that like I think of like 20 things you want to run at this convention at this point.
Yeah, I have ideas. And I don't know if, like, the thing about Origins, if you're running RPGs, you've got a pretty good chance they're going to fill. Like, there is a pretty good chance you're going to have players.
Yeah.
Whereas smaller board game conventions, it's a bit more hit and miss. You're never quite sure.
I think you're just a bit burned because the con we went to before we started doing this podcast, one of your games wasn't put into the system correctly, which meant no one signed up for it.
Yep. So
Which had to have been a bummer.
Yeah.
But again, it happens, and again, I do want to try and run that again. Like if that had happened before because that con happened after the deadline to submit events for Origins, I might have been tempted to submit it at Origins, to have a better chance of people actually playing it. But we'd already submitted our Origins stuff at that point. So again, hopefully I'll have a chance to do it at some point. But running a Mass Effect thing and a Dragon Age thing at the same con actually does sound kind of fun. But again, I will say I've had time to flick through the rulebook. I haven't had time to read it properly and figure out the mechanics and all of that jazz.
I will say, part of the problem I'm having with GMing generally is just again, I'm a pretty femme presenting person, and I like femme stuff. So a lot of the stuff I want to run is more femme.
Yeah.
And for me, the problem, particularly at a smaller con, is just there still aren't a lot of female RPG players. There are some, but not as many as I would like.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. No, it's like what we talked about yesterday with Good Luck Babe, is that they're very much in the minority.
Yeah, and that's the thing is I would love to run, because we did pick up Thirsty Sword Lesbians a little bit later that day, or today. And I would love to run a game in that system, but I don't know, if I run it at a Catacon, which doesn't have a lot of people who I think fit the demographic of people who play Thirsty Sword Lesbians, are people going to sign up for it? Well, that one group who played all those games with us that weekend at a Catacon definitely would sign up for it.
Yeah.
But I don't know if they're going to be there again this year.
That's fair. But so you basically called me at 1:15 and just said, "Hey, game's wrapped up. Do you want to come get me?" And I was like, "Yep, sure." So because basically when our Sherlock Holmes game wrapped up, I went to your table and left the con bag and left the stuff with you, so that I would have a bit more freedom when I was walking around the vendors hall. Because that just kind of made sense to me. So I was carrying less things. So I gave you your raccoon, and then you and I kind of wandered the vendors hall for a bit, looked at a few bits and bobs, and just generally kind of chilled a little bit. And then we headed to our next game.
Yeah. Want to explain what you did in the interim, Betty, and what happened with your game?
Yeah, so I was signed up for, I'm not going to name the game just because I don't want to,
I don't think this was the game's fault. It might have been more of the organization of the con's fault.
Okay. Yeah, I believe it was called Tir na Nog. I was interested in it because it looked like it was it was inspired by Celtic mythology, or it was you play as part of Celtic mythology. It looked very interesting. I tend to really like stuff that is based on mythology, period, and Celtic mythology. There's not a lot of stuff that ends up using it, so I was really interested to try it. And this was a board game; it wasn't an RPG. And I had told myself, this is nominally a board game convention. You should at least do one, right? So I I signed up for it. It was in the GCCC. I don't know what that stands for.
Greater Columbus Convention Center.
It was in the main hall where everything was, basically. The exhibitions, the puzzling, the what are the special guest people who were meeting and signing things.
Yeah.
That area, that whole big room, right? Even though it was sectioned off in some areas, it's still all big and connected to each other.
Yeah, they have a direct route where you can walk through from the vendors hall, which is exhibit hall A and B, straight into hall C, and
which is where my game was nominally supposed to be.
Yes.
Yeah, it was supposed to be in a similar area to the Call of Cthulhu game we had played on Thursday. And so I was like, okay, well, we did find that game even after a bit, because we had issues trying to find that game too. I don't think we really talked about that, but yeah, it was difficult trying to find that game when we even found it, because it's basically just in the middle of the hall, and there isn't really a sign or anything, and they don't really have they just have the big banners on the top, that tell you like which section you're in,
Yeah.
but like whether you're in like 2300 or 2400 or whatever, right? But they don't tell you like what section you are, like almost like what's the word I'm trying to think of, like on a Z axis.
Yeah, you've got the X but not the Y, effectively. So
Basically,
you
yeah.
know you're
so
in
like,
you know you're kind of between like 2300 on one side, 2400 on the other side, but
yeah.
but it doesn't. So here's the thing: in past years, each like of those sections has had a a sticky note on the floor that basically
Or
says
something,
this is 2418, this is 2420, like. And this year they have almost none of them. Like I've literally seen 2
Yeah,
in the
I've
hall.
seen one. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad we're playing mostly RPGs, just so we don't even have to deal with navigating this. I imagine it does get easier if you play like 10 games. You probably know where stuff is in the hall, but like,
Yeah.
it is just very confusing.
We can't be the only ones either who are having this issue.
We're not,
too,
based on the like Old Men Yells at Cloud Facebook group.
which is our favorite thing ever. Tune into the bonus episode that we have not. I say we. I don't even know if I'm going to be
Yeah,
on it.
if we have time to record a bonus episode.
We might try to record it tomorrow morning with
Yeah,
you
we'll see.
because I want you on the
I
episode.
would love to do the bonus episode with you guys if we have time.
Yeah.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Okay. So I just like, okay. So I wandered. It was like nominally supposed to be in a similar area to where we had played Call of Cthulhu. So I wandered around there, tried to find it. It had the name of the they had the name of the group that was supposed to be running it. Could not find them. Could not find people who had like Tir na Nog like set up on their board, like anything. The only things I could see around me were people who were playing mini games with minis, basically. And so I wandered around for a good like 5 minutes or so, past the time that it was supposed to be starting, and I was like, go ahead.
It is worth noting that I do want to shout out. They do have an event HQ that you can like go up and ask, but that involves talking to humans, and
and it's like, well, what are they even going to do? Are they going to? I probably should have asked, but
it's still like something for which you shouldn't have to. Like, it's
No.
not realistic to have everyone in that table who's playing a board game ask HQ because they're confused, and a lot of people presumably are.
Honestly, it's Saturday. It's my day 3. I'm kind of tired. I would honestly would rather have would have preferred to go to the exhibitioner hall anyway. That's just what I ended up doing. So if you were running Tir na Nog and you're listening to this, I'm sorry I skipped your game. It did sound really fun. I'd love to play it, but yeah. So that's what I ended up doing. I got a couple things, including one of those little like clippy mushroom things you can like they have that are popular at like raves and stuff like that, and like concerts and things. So I got one of those and some pins, and I got to play some Apistocracy. I got to meet with the lady who created Apistocracy, which is a board game I really I kickstarted when it first came out around PAX Unplugged time in, I think that was 2023 when they announced it. Maybe, yes. And then what was what I was trying to say? Oh, right. And so then I got to demo her next game that she was doing, which I believe is called what is it called? Oh, Vauxhall Commons, I think is what it's called.
Yeah, we might want to move to the next section because we're getting kind of.
So I that's what I got to do, and then after that I went on to Samurai High to meet up with Richard and Caroline.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is one we actually all 3 had tickets for.
Which is nice.
Yes.
I will say this is one of those games where like the event description I'm not even sure if it can be written to accurately describe what it is, but I don't think any of us were quite prepared for what it wound up being.
Nope. I was expecting it to be like quirky high school where we're all playing like over the top anime tropes.
Yeah, that was what you were thinking. I was thinking like quirky high school where you like had to fight. I was assuming there would be like a fight mechanic. I was assuming it would have a plot. It kind of didn't.
It kind of didn't.
Yeah, mine was kind of somewhere in between both of yours, so I think we were kind of all along the same like axes of being like, this is going to be a high school, because it was called Samurai High, right? It was called Golden Hour Samurai High. Golden Hour is the game system.
Yeah. Again, pretty basic game system. You know,
Which-
roll 2d6.
Yeah.
You have stats. You're trying to roll equal to or less
don't-
than the number
It
for the
didn't
stat.
feel really that much different than from the quality system that we played yesterday.
Yes.
Honestly.
Similar vibe.
Yeah, the only thing was that wanted to go. You wanted to roll high, and the DCs for everything were very difficult for Kringle Falls. And this one you wanted to roll low.
And I think I did not roll a die like that entire game. Also, there was a mechanic where if you ate candy, you didn't even have to roll a die, and we were also just given so much candy in that game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like with inspiration basically, and so the DM literally just gave us candy whenever we said something funny.
Which we did a lot.
We did a lot.
We did a lot,
Yeah.
especially Nat, especially Caroline, who is just one of the funniest people I know. Period.
Oh, thank you.
And can literally just like roll almost anything into a joke, and
Especially
was
when
really
it's at
great.
my expense.
Yeah. Well, you were great at playing the butt of puns, which I think is great.
Yeah.
So it was basically like I was a little bit confused at the beginning of that game just because I assumed that like generally when you're starting a game, the GM either explains that there's plot or that there's no plot. They didn't really do either, so I was just kind of confused as to what we were supposed to be doing because I wasn't sure what like the goal was for the beginning of it.
Yeah, I think that the DM just started out telling us the characters, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, they tell us the characters, and I do like it when GMs explain characters.
The
Although there were a lot.
pre-generated
Yeah, there were a lot
characters,
of pre-generated. Like there were like kind
Yeah.
of 20 you could choose from. All of which were very unique. I was playing like an animatronic raccoon. Awesome, because I had a raccoon with me.
I was playing like the elder sibling of the Addams family, basically like Wednesday and Pugsley's older brother, basically, who's like a rebelling hipster. Like he's like, I'm not like my mom and dad, so I'm gonna be like happy and upbeat and drink PBR.
And I was playing.
As a 17-year-old.
Yeah. And I was playing Preppa Pig, which I
is funny.
I picked because okay, that's a good joke. Well, yeah.
There were a lot of good jokes. The characters had imagination built into them. Like I did like all the character concepts.
Yeah. Like there were some really cool ones.
There wasn't like because there was no. You were basically just in a high school where just random stuff happened. And this is a spin-off of a game that they have that is the most panto-based game I've ever seen, and we did witness it because it was in the same room, both being done when we got into the room. They were finishing up, and then another game of this game started
2 hours later.
halfway through our game. That is. I thought about signing up for that game because it wasn't clear how explicitly for children it was at the time. I'm kind of glad that we did get into this slightly more adult version instead.
Yeah.
Because that game, I don't think I could have handled it all. Like it was just.
It was chaos.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that game.
And they
was
were handing
like,
out a lot of candy
they had
to
a
children.
mechanic to calm the children down. Like at one point, they have to send all the children out into the hall to the nurse's office to get them to drink a glass of water and have a fruit snack to like calm them back down to sane levels because they made them so insane.
Yeah, they gave them so much candy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that game was like the Amazing World of Gumball and like Chowder and Adventure Time, like all squashed into one mega sugar rush of a game.
Yeah, I do not know how they're running it this many times this weekend.
No, and it seemed to be pioneered premierly by this one guy who, like, it seems like created the entire thing.
And
right?
there's a series of GMs who clearly work with that person who all know each other, and most of the kids who play this game seem to also all know each other.
Yeah, they seem to be just a big gaming group, which is great. Yeah.
That like probably presumably like was a gaming group, then all of them had kids, and they made a gaming game for their kids, which is cute.
That is cute. And the so the GM for our game basically was like from that game was like there should be a high school version of this basically. Yes. And they were like, well, you should make it, and so they did. And that's what we ended up playing.
Yes, which is cool. It just we weren't really. It took us a little bit to get on the page of what it is.
Yeah, it was kind of like if I to go along with the like tropes, it was kind of like Total Drama Island plus Clone High plus Fantasy High, like Dimension 20 plus what's another thing I'm trying to think of, like Looney Tunes, I guess, just like thrown into a blender, basically.
Yeah. It was throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. Like
literally, yeah.
Like
and
it was fun.
Yeah, it was fun. There was just no plot, and it took me a minute to realize there was no plot. And then I'm like, because some games you're like trying to help the GM tell the story by getting on the train that they want to tell the story on. Whereas this is just like you're in a high school and your character can do whatever they want.
Yes, and it really felt in the end that the game was more about how many times can you get the DM to give you candy.
Pretty much.
So basically, just how many bits you could do, how many
And it also, like, I think when the other game started, because it was just extremely loud, and our table was another mixed table, like 2 younger kids who may or may not have been siblings, one of which was extremely loud and enthusiastic, one of which was pretty quiet.
Reserved, yeah.
But they did, you did a really good job of bringing the other child, I think, out of their shell, because you were supposed to be the child's best friend in game, and you could play with bits between them, which I thought was really sweet of you to do, and I think it did a good job of, like, making them in this situation.
Yeah, my character was specifically the best friend. I think this happened by accident as well, because I picked my character literally randomly, and the other kid like picked theirs like right after mine, and I don't think that they really knew that we were best friends. But it ended up working out, so I tried to take this kid kind of under my wing just to be nice and to be like, okay, because I could tell that they were just very reserved, and it was like, well, I want to make sure that they have fun too, right? And if we're already best friends, and my character has a mechanic in it called like, it was like you have all of your like stats, which are lined out like their report card, which I thought that was kind of cool.
That was cute.
Yeah, that was cute. That was nice theming, I thought. And essentially, you have like a weakness, and that is like it was called needs improvement.
Yeah.
Mine was called Big Brother, where essentially like I was compelled to help other people, especially the people that were younger than me.
Yeah.
And even though the other kid's character and mine were like the same age, I pretty much just used it as an excuse to do a bunch of stuff with that person.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that was cool.
Yeah.
I think it was mostly just like, again, if this was 2 p.m. on a Saturday, all of us I think were kind of flagging a bit, and like we just didn't go into the room like with as much. Like if I knew we were going into something like Kobolds Ate My Baby, I know what that game is, and I can psych myself up to like be at the energy level I need to play that game.
Yeah.
Whereas because I didn't know this was going to require as much energy as it wound up requiring, I think all of us were struggling a little bit to like get to the energy level that we needed to get to play this game.
Yeah, it did feel like it certainly ended on like, I'm not going to say a disappointing note, but it basically fizzled out purely because like I think everybody was just kind of exhausted from.
Well, it's partially that. It's partially just, it kind of devolved into us just talking with the GM, who was a really nice and awesome person.
Yeah, I ended up loving the GM a lot.
I did too.
Like more than most of the other GMs that we've had, which have all been great.
Yeah.
Like,
So it was mostly just kind of because it was also because when the other like game for like the younger kids at the elementary school started, the kid who was playing really wanted to join them at the elementary school. I think it was clear that no one else at the table really wanted to do that for a variety of reasons.
Yep.
Like I think we were tired. That game involves like coloring and throwing stuff around, and I was in a very elaborate dress,
singing and
we were just like we don't really want to be around small kids being their entertainment.
Yeah,
we're kind of dragged into a little bit.
A little bit.
Which is fine, whatever. And I think once they understood that that's what we were feeling, they kind of backed off.
They did back off.
Yeah. The GM I think especially was great that they were just like they even asked us I think towards like we had about nominally we had like a half hour left.
Yeah.
But they were like, do we want to just sit here and talk, or do you want me to like
kind of keep going and
keep going. Like, how do you guys feel? We're like, I think we're just.
I think we're good.
Yeah.
So yeah, like again, it was an interesting experience. I'm not sure I would play it again.
It would depend.
Yeah. Like
I'm not gonna say never, because never is a long time.
Yeah, I think it's one that I think we would.
If we had a kid, I would say playing the intro.
Yeah,
I would definitely take a kid to the intro. Like,
100%.
They were having a great time.
They were high on God knows how much sugar, but they were having a great time.
And if there was like I would be interested to see if there was even an older version.
Yeah.
Like, I wonder if like there's a.
I think it's just because of the energy of the game. There's some games like the Princess RPG, which I think work with mixed tables. If there was an all-adult version of this game where we could just play with adults.
Yeah, we could just play like. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like what that would look like. Of like maybe like all Star Trek
Yeah.
and like Once Upon a Time
Yeah.
and just
Yeah.
like the most campy
Yeah.
like adult TV shows, like, but clearly adults, right?
Yeah. Or like teenagers, but it's all adults playing them. I'd be
Yes.
fine with that.
That
as a
would be
concept,
fine,
too.
right? Yeah.
It's just
like Buffy
Yeah.
and like yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
where it's just like you can get a little bit more adult with the humor without having to lob balls
Yeah.
on people's heads, and it allows for like the energy level to just kind of match everyone in the room. Because kids are great, but they're not always like children struggle a little bit with understanding what adults are feeling, which means that you have to do a lot more emotional labor when interacting with the child than they're going to do for you.
which
And
is fine.
That's fine
because children shouldn't be expected
Yes.
to handle emotions for adults.
They should not. But when you're doing a collaborative storytelling game, that means that you often have to do a little bit more of the work than the kids do. And I'm
Yes.
generally fine with that. Like in the Princess game, I love that. But when you're surrounded by 20 children that are in that room
and
they
they're
want
all yelling and screaming and
Yeah.
high on sugar.
You might be like, and it's a Saturday afternoon and you've spent 4 days consecutively at the con. You might be like, okay, let's dial it back.
So after that,
So I think the short version of that is I would play that game again if I knew what I was walking into, and if maybe it was in a room that was separate from a room where the kids were playing their version of the game. I know what you think.
Yeah, I think that's about the level I'm at.
Yeah. I'm thinking like maybe if there was nothing else in that time slot that I could get in, I would probably play it again. But even then, I might just be like, well, I could just go to the exhibition hall. Like it. I would try it again, I think, but it would be under very specific circumstances, like you're saying, basically. Yeah. Okay.
Like again, we had fun.
We did have a good time. Yeah.
It's just we didn't quite know what we were walking into, and it's just mixed tables are great. It's a little bit hard for 3 adults who are childless to play a game in a room where there's 20 children.
So yeah. So after that, I think we had another hour break, and we
Yes,
sort of
we did, right.
popped into the vendors hall.
Yep.
That's when we bought our copy of Thirsty Sword Lesbians.
We both bought. They bought a copy. Richard and Caroline and I bought my own copy.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
We bought it from Indie Press Revolution, which is a really great. I just want to shout them out
Yeah, sure.
because they're one of my favorite like booths that I end up seeing at almost all of the board game conventions that I go to. I think all of them actually. Yeah, they're really great because to go to because they are literally just like we're just selling a bunch of indie TTRPGs. It's one of my it's definitely one of my preferred vendor for those indie TTRPGs. Especially because like if you buy it at the convention, they give you instructions to automatically give you a PDF of it, which I love. I feel like PDFs should be included in a purchase of a physical copy always of a game. I understand that may be controversial. I don't know. I know that there's that isn't always the case. That happens. That annoys me every single time because it's like I'm already paying like 30, 40, 50, $60 for a source book, and then I have to pay an extra 10 on that to get a PDF of the version that of a book that I already have. That always annoys me.
Yeah.
Anyway, and they always have a bunch of they always have some good games that I've never heard of that I end up picking up, plus classics like Thousands Year Old Vampire. They have 500-Year-Old Vampire there as well. I'm trying to think of what else they had there. Oh, they had what is the word? Anamnesis, I think it's called. Anamnesis, something like that. It's like a tarot TTRPG. They had Dread. They had just the staples there, plus a bunch of others. Oh yeah, and Thirsty Sword Lesbians. That they were really great.
Nice. Do you have time I think we have enough time.
We've got enough time to talk about the last game, I think.
Too good soup. Yeah.
Yep.
Which is a GM-less game, which was interesting for me because I've not done a lot of GM-less games yet.
Yeah.
So again, 7 until 9, just a 2-hour game.
Yeah, by the person who wrote it, which I think is cool.
Which was really
Yep.
fun. Yes.
And GM-less games generally just have a story you kind of collaboratively tell. That's how this one did.
Mm-hmm.
And the person who was owned the game did work as kind of the director generally.
Yes. I feel like as somebody who like I was talking about this with Caroline after that, it reminded me a lot of one of my favorite RPGs, which is Wanderhome, which is also GM-less, although it's a little different because Good Soup does have a dice mechanic that you use, whereas Wanderhome doesn't. But it like usually in these sorts of games that are like GM-less, there is somebody who steers things, even though it's nominally GM-less. Although now that I'm thinking about it, I do wonder if, like, with our what is it, story matrix game,
Mhm.
the Sherlock versus Cthulhu, could that be? I feel like that would be considered GM-less.
Yep, I would say so.
But at the same time, I feel like we were trying to follow like at least I was trying to follow like a basic story beat, basically, like the wheel of like the storytelling, or like the like the hero's journey or whatever,
Yeah.
the basic stuff that you had to do. So even though there wasn't like somebody guiding us, there still was a guideline.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. So that's my little spiel about GM-less games.
So the principle of Good Soup is you're a bunch of animals who are attempting to make some soup. And
Good soup.
some good soup.
And I did like, because you're supposed to roll for a lot of things. Like, you can roll for the animal. The rules just said if you wanted to be your own animal, you could be your own animal.
Which was nice.
Both Betty and I just chose to be our own animal.
Yeah, I deliberately fudged my dice roll because I wanted to be a giraffe.
Good. I think it's good to have tables like that for people who don't know what they want to do.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, like, I think it is ridiculous to be like, no, you have to pick something from here, especially if you already have an idea.
Yeah.
Because that's just like, that's not saying yes and, right? Like, you want to say, what ultimately it doesn't really matter what animal you are, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, like, again, I'm always a big fan of, choose your own thing. If you need help, here are some options you can roll.
Yep, right.
Like, I think that's usually a really good combination for that kind of stuff.
It's the improvised weapon approach, where where it's like, okay, a broken bottle is kind of like a dagger. A broken chair leg is kind of like a club, right? Like, yeah.
So I was a swan, and my ability was dance. You were a lobster.
I was a lobster.
You were Reginald.
I was a Reginald the 14th. I was the descendant of Reginald from my Nancy Druid game. And my ability was pinching things, obviously.
Yep, and I was Jeremy the giraffe, whose special talent was seeing stuff. Because obviously you could just, like, poke his head up.
I don't think you ended up doing the
No, I tried.
He did once, and then he, like, hit a tree.
Yeah, I flubbed that roll horribly.
Which I only did because you got a 1. That was the only reason I did that.
No, that's fair.
Bad.
Again, it was funny.
And this was a basic fetch quest objective where, like, you had to, like, get stuff for soup. It's mostly an excuse for forest creatures and, like, just going around getting stuff. So.
And, like, telling stories with your fellow players. There was, like, a whole map.
Yeah.
It was really great.
It took us a minute to get into it, so we, like, the first ingredient we got in one
we literally
roll,
got right away,
because it took us a while to, like, get the system, but the second ingredient took, like, forever, because we got...
Yeah, it was over an hour later before we got ingredient number 2.
And then we ended up just
after
combining...
singing Happy Birthday to the Mars rover.
And then we ended up actually just combining... We ended up with 5 because we picked a pretty high NDC
because you get to add a die for every ingredient, then you roll a die, and if you have enough die, then you solve the monster's problems. And if you don't solve the monster's problems, somebody asks you to get the soup to fix their problem. The problem's quite silly. Like, in this case, it was smelly burps.
Smelly burps from a vampire named Fluff
Yes.
Von Tuff.
Yep.
Which again was a generated character. We rolled to find it.
Like, it's not really the end of the world if that quest goes unsolved.
No, but at the same time, like, you really want it to, because you work really hard with the rest of the table to be able to do it, right?
So we got the hang of it down. A person next to us having a little bit trouble, like, describing stuff, because the idea is that everyone who's, like, adjacent to you on the table is the GM's, the person on the left in this case. The person next to you was struggling a little bit, so you did, again, a great move as a player where you just, like, talked through with her what happens, because she wasn't sure what to say.
So immediately she just told me straight out, like, I'm not really good at this GM thing, and it's like, you know what, that's totally fine. Okay, so that means, like, because I firmly believe that, like, everybody has the capacity and ability to come up with good ideas, right? And so like just fun stuff where you're trying to have an imagination, right? Like this is like Changeling the Dreaming is based on this, right?
Yes.
So I was like, okay, so clearly what you need is like, I felt like what she needed was like kickstarting it, right? And like she needed somebody to just bounce ideas off of. So it was really easy to just be like, okay, so this is the situation that we're in. And I would try to like prompt her to see like, what do you have any ideas? And if she didn't have any, I was like, okay, well, what about this and this and this? And right. And there were some times where she fully just said, yeah, that. And it was like, okay, but at least we were like, she had some like agency there, and she totally could have been able to be like, no, I want to do this, right, or whatever. Like she could feel like she participated in it, right?
Yeah,
And she did end up having, I think, some pretty good ideas.
She did, and I do feel like we got a rhythm. Like the moment we definitely got a rhythm like before this, but the moment I knew I had a rhythm is when I knew I wanted to do this like prolonged bit in a submarine where people in the submarine keep asking a different person in the submarine for coral. So I threw it to you and then told you to go ask somebody else.
Yep.
And somebody caught that bit.
Yes.
And I was like, yes, you caught the bit. We did it.
Yep.
Yeah, and I made sure to try to do a callback to that
Yeah.
like at the end where we were able to resolve it and they were able to like give me the coral that I need, because I was the one who was asking for the coral. So it was like, okay, so they give it to, like that person gives it to, Richard's character, who gives it to Caroline's character, who gives it to me.
Yep.
Right. And then I show up and I'm like triumphant in my lobster claws. Yeah, and we ended up beating the DC and having good
successfully made good soup.
Yes. It was interesting also, I do want to mention that the mechanic is you can either roll a die, or you can eat a spoonful of soup and count the number of pieces in like the spoonful that you have. And it was interesting because apparently you thought that meant we were all eating from, or just the mechanic of eating the soup together meant that we were all eating from the same bowl.
I just imagined it as one bowl. Like, to be clear, the DM didn't bring soup because it might be logistically difficult to bring soup to a con, but you can.
I could see why you would think that, because like there was the big, because one of the key features of the map is the big bowl in the center where you make the soup.
Of that, but presumably you probably all have your own bowls of soup.
Yeah, I just assumed it was all of our own bowls of soup, simply because like it's kind of, I feel like it would just be difficult to like have a big bowl of soup in the middle that you're just all eating.
I will admit that I did like the game. I'm not particularly, even if I could eat soup regularly, which I can't, I'm not particularly interested in playing this game with soup.
I'd try it, but I don't know. Yeah, especially not like in the summer, right? Anyway, it was great. I enjoyed it. I would play again.
Yeah. I would too, and it's making me want to try more GM-less games, because I do think like any game where you can improv at a con with strangers is a good game for me, and I think we achieved that with this game. Like we were like laughing a lot during playing it.
It was so much fun,
and we got the SN mechanics down pretty quickly.
We absolutely sang the happy birthday song
to the Mars rover.
Yeah, to anybody else who was in that room with us, we apologize.
No, I don't apologize. No, I retract my apology from Richard's statement. I am not sorry. That Mars rover deserved a happy birthday, okay? Anyway.
So yeah, that was Saturday. We've got one day left, people.
Oh, I did say, I will mention that I did say at the end of yesterday's bit that I was going to bring my sign for the cosplay as a cosplay cleric. I totally forgot it in the car.
It's fine.
So it's fine. Whatever. So if you were, I'm not even, whatever.
If your cosplay broke today and you were at the con, it's Betty's fault, basically.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It is. Yeah, and I'm very sorry about that. I failed you all.
Yep. Okay. So
anyway.
We are very, very nearly home, as in we'll be pulling into the drive in like 30 seconds. So, yeah, it'll be a shorter-ish day. It's an earlier start, but it's an overall shorter day tomorrow.
Yep.
So
and we're only really doing 3 things.
Yeah.
At least I have 3 things on the docket for us to do.
Yeah. So hopefully, we should be able to wrap this whole thing up. And, yeah, so...
And we'll be done. That'll be Origins in the book. Origins 2025. Baby.
Yeah. So, yeah, thank you very much for listening, and we'll be back momentarily.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, and welcome back. we are officially done with Origins.
I felt sad when you said that.
Yeah, so did I.
Really?
Yeah, like
Are you still in the soap opera game?
Yes.
no, Origins has been a lot of fun, but at the same time, I am quite tired.
That's fair. Again, I do wish it was almost a full week some days because Saturday was the tired day for me. Today was the rebound day. I'm like, yeah, I can do another day.
We got up at 6:30 this morning to make it to a 9 a.m. game.
I'm glad we went to that game. That game was great.
I'm sure it was. I wouldn't know.
Game.
So,
Well, we'll just have to play it with you.
Betty did buy it, so
I did buy it.
Oh,
You guys
neat.
didn't buy it?
no, if you wanted it, I think more than we did. I probably will buy it online or something like that later. We could
that's
also play it with you when we get home. It only takes like an hour to play.
Oh yeah, I have it. Anyway,
so once again, got up, got on the road, had to maneuver around Zanesville because there was some kind of road accident, which I could.
seems to be the theme for today on the road. Anyway,
Yeah, we passed a bit of a smash on the way out of Columbus. We
we are fine. We should
Yeah.
we should
Yes.
mention we're
Yeah.
not involved at all.
And we don't know anyone who is. We would
Yeah.
just hope
And
for the
it
best.
seemed
with
like
that.
everybody was fine, so we're just going to assume that and keep going.
Yes.
yeah, so that was fun getting out of Columbus, but we're on the highway now and we're heading for home.
We got pizza. We
Yep.
got crit plushies. We're ready to party.
Yes.
Yep. So, do you want to? So, I wasn't in the first game you two were in purely because we only got 2 tickets for it.
And this was another game that cost money, which is a bit weird because it was a pretty short game, but it didn't cost a lot of money, so I think it was fine for what it was.
I forgot it cost money. It's fine. So yeah, what we played was For the Queen,
Mhm.
which is a card game, kind of a card RPG game, I guess you would call it.
Yeah, basically you choose your queen. I don't think the queen you choose actually makes any difference other than like giving you ideas through art.
I think it's meant to also kind of choose the setting that you do.
Yeah.
Because I noticed I was looking through. Oh well, look, I'll show you. There are different types of queens. Like essentially, there was like a drag queen and like a prom queen
Yeah.
and like a
We definitely picked like a witch queen.
we picked like a witch queen. Yeah. Not a lich queen. That's a different queen.
That is
This
a different
witch
queen. I kind of do.
But all
'cause
queens are valid.
Yes.
I think both of us did vote for the solar punk queen. At the end though, so we were tied between the witch queen and the solar punk queen.
Yeah,
For the last two.
we both
went solar punk.
went solar punk queen. Yeah.
Yeah.
We can play the solar punk queen next time, maybe.
Yeah.
We'll see. So yeah, this was a card game where you select a queen essentially, which feels more like selecting like your setting.
Yeah.
It's I believe the premise is this was very early in the morning and it's day 4 for me, day 5 for you guys. I believe the premise was that the queen is going. Okay, there's been like a war going on for as long as anybody can remember. The queen is going on like a diplomatic mission, and we are the players are a envoy essentially going with her. And so the game is a series of prompts essentially, and you take one card which has a question on it. You answer the question. People around the table can ask you questions like about your answer to the question.
Or if you
essentially.
can't think of something, other people can also like input what your answer might be based on your.
Sure,
We didn't really have that, but that's
no.
definitely something else that can happen.
Yeah, and I should say that like there is a condition where like you're like this doesn't really make sense for the character that I'm building, because the point of doing this is that you essentially build a character like question by question,
Yeah.
and you're also building like who the queen is and like where your loyalties lie with her, and then it ultimately ends with the queen is attacked. Do you defend her?
Yep.
And then we all answer that question.
Yes. And I think the queen either lives or dies. It's a bit unclear since we tied, but
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to look at the rules. I didn't end up buying it, as we said. So, what did you think?
I liked it a lot. Like I like freeform RPGs like that where it just asks you questions, and I did think you did a good job. I think everyone at the table did a very good job, like asking each other questions about like what their answers were as we got further and further along, which I thought was good. And I'm somebody who it takes me a little while to like get everyone else's characters, and I did get everyone else's characters characters in that game and
Yeah, me too.
their answers and what they were saying. And everyone I thought had really strong and good character concepts, which was cool.
Yeah, and I thought that was it was pretty. That's good, even especially since we had a couple characters who were very similar to each other. Like we had two characters that were almost like essentially the same. They were basically like foils to each other. The two like magic users who felt like indebted to her. Yeah, so we ending up in a tie of whether or not we defended the queen at the end, which apparently, according to the person running the game, well, running slash playing, he was kind of just like the because of I think the way of this game, it's like you don't really have like because it's like a card game, you don't really have somebody running. You're just you kind of just have somebody who's teaching you how to play, right?
Yeah.
The way that you do like Go Fish or whatever, right?
Yeah, I might actually buy this online because I think it would be a good like just game to play while I had idle time at cons.
Honestly, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like Love Letter in that way.
Yeah.
You ever played that? Yeah.
Yeah, I've played Love Letter and other games like it, where there's kind of it's simple, it's easy to do. You're coming up with characters and backstories, and I might get it for me and Martin just so we can like play it because we normally play like board games. We have idle time at cons, but I could see us just playing this because I think you probably play pretty easily with two people.
Yeah,
Short
honestly.
game, but
Yeah,
it's
I
really
probably
fun.
would. In that case, I would just like pull maybe like either just pull a queen randomly or like pull only 3 instead of like the
probably just
9 that
pull
we had
3
at
and
the
like
beginning.
pick 1 or something like that.
Yeah. Because I had a bunch. There's all this beautiful art for all of the queens. Like it was so difficult to pick one.
Yeah, they were all beautiful.
Yeah, because essentially what you had to do was the person who was running laid out a bunch of cards. I'd say between like 16 to like 9 to 16, I think it was like 16 to 20 maybe. I don't remember. Just like a bunch of cards out. It wasn't even all of the queens that we got to see. And we all went around the table and we took one out.
Yeah.
Basically, instead of like picking one that we wanted, we took one that like we didn't want, and then eventually we winnowed them down to 2, and then we voted.
Yeah.
So that's when we were saying like we both wanted the Solar Punk Queen. Caroline and I both voted for one queen. Everybody else wanted the other one. But in the end, I think we were both happy.
Yeah,
with
again,
it.
I
doesn't really
obviously
matter.
we eliminated the other queens. So like I was pretty like by the time we got down to the top 3, I was pretty happy with any queen
Yeah,
on the
honestly,
board.
I was happy with any of them. I felt bad because I was the last person to like eliminate one.
Yeah.
Before there were 3 left when like at my last turn. I was like, why would you do this? You know, I have to, all the powers.
You also were the person who got the like card of just like should we kill the queen? So.
Oh, and I went first, so it
Yeah.
was kind of interesting the way that it ended up basically.
Well, it did mean that everyone got the same equal number of turrets, which I like.
That's
so.
true. That's true.
So yeah, basically how it works is you, the cards prompt you to ask questions that fill in your relationship with the queen. Like the queen punished you, why were you punished, or something like that. Or you made a promise to the queen, why won't you keep it? Questions like that,
Things
and
like
you
that,
fill
yeah.
out the answers, and other people like ask more as you're building your relationship with the queen. And generally, there's also like I think most of us were playing it where we had some information that we were holding back from the rest of the group that we revealed when we decided to kill the queen or not kill the queen.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and we were divided. I just
Yeah.
realized that you decided not to kill. You decided not to fight for the queen, and I did.
Yeah.
I just realized that.
Which made sense for our characters.
It did, absolutely. Yeah.
Because my character knew that the queen was going to kill herself if she didn't succeed on this mission.
Which, to be clear, is a truth that you decided
Yes.
for the character. That wasn't that's not like part of the game.
No, but it can be interesting because like multiple people had like
Yeah.
reveal moments.
I thought it
in the
was
last
extremely
round.
strong, especially since you were the last person
Mhm.
to go. That it was so strong to end on that
Oh,
note.
thank you.
Yeah. So basically, like I got to be
What did you decide for your character?
my character was basically like the paramour of the queen, I
Mhm.
guess, like the paramour / advisor.
Yeah.
Kind of like the what's it called? It's like there was a spot in the French court for it. I can't remember what it's
Yeah.
called. Basically that because the first question was like some people are jealous with your relationship with the queen. Why is that? And I was like because we fuck. I didn't say that. I'm sorry, you might have to cut that out, Richard. My bad.
Yeah,
It's
fine.
I think he's worried about traffic.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to be more cognizant of my swearing.
Yeah.
Like I was like because the queen and I, so so yeah, I got to be gay with the queen. That was great. I love
Nice.
being gay. I had a rivalry with one of the players, which was great. Who was the one who ended up like selling the queen out, basically. Yeah, and it was just kind of everything that I love about like world building and like character building and like complex relationship building. Um, yeah, you had said something earlier
Yeah.
Before we got on air about this being a more serious game.
Yeah.
Yeah, why don't you talk about that?
Yeah, again, I played more comedy games, and I love comedy games.
Yes,
They're
yes.
They're fun. So I decided I had one that was like more serious in setting and tone that like worked. And this worked. It was quick. It was great. I got to be a construct, which was very fun. I said that the queen like made me, and then the reason I knew like her like dark secret about this is just because I was like
Kind
not
of were an
her.
extension of her.
Yeah, but I was
almost,
an extension of her, so she felt comfortable just like
Yeah.
telling me stuff because she didn't view me as like different or separate in the
Yes.
same way. So I like that as a character concept. I kind of came up with it and then made the questions like work into it.
Yes, I thought that was really smart as well. I thought that was really great. A testament to your writing skill, I think.
Thanks. I thought you were great in that also. Like I liked your character as well, and I think you did a great job making the game work because you helped me understand. Oh, I'm supposed to ask questions of the other characters and like help them like fill out their stories a little bit more.
Yeah, and it's something I'm, we kind of have talked about a couple of times during the game. I love like over the podcast we talked about this. I love working with other characters at the table. So it was like my favorite. I had to stop myself from asking too many questions because I didn't want to like hog anybody's time. But I was trying, to like kind of pull people out of like, okay, like what does this mean? What does that mean? That kind of thing. That was fun.
Yeah, it was. I definitely. Yeah, you've talked me into at least buying a copy online. I'm going to buy a copy because I think Martin and I would / Richard and I would really love to play that game, like just as kind of an element.
Yeah.
Does that sound interesting to you, Martin / Richard? Why do I keep calling?
Again, this is the joy of the fact that we know Betty through online stuff. We keep defaulting to our handles. Yeah, it sounds interesting. Based on what you've said, I don't know how well it'll work with 2, but I've not actually played it to know. But
I'm sure there's mechanics for 2.
You can also play like multiple characters.
Yeah,
or something like
that's true.
I was wondering if you could somehow do it as a solo journaling RPG. Because I know, because I love those, are like my favorite ones. Partially because you don't have to rely on other people actually wanting to play in order to play.
Yeah.
So I wondered if you could actually try doing that, because essentially most solo journaling RPGs are just prompts like that.
Yeah.
With some sort of mechanic to get you like to go to the next one, whatever. Whereas like pulling the cards are basically the same thing.
I mean, at that point, aren't you just kind of writing a book? I mean, I've never done a solo journaling RPG, so I don't know. But like, I'm that sounds to me just like writing fiction. Correct me if I'm wrong.
It is in a certain way. There's just kind of like it's like almost an extension of like those writing prompts that you get sometimes or whatever, or you have like a specific thing you have to do, and there's a character creation at the beginning, right? Where you have to like actually have a character and you're writing as a character. But it is really an extension of fiction writing. It's kind of blurring the lines.
That's fair.
Yeah. Also, shout out to my favorite solo journaling RPG, 1,000-Year-Old Vampire. Tim Hutchins, I can't remember, is my favorite person in the whole world. I've never met him in real life, but I read his newsletter religiously. It's fine.
So
The timing on that did work out kind of perfectly though, because it was only about an hour long. I know you wanted longer. That's valid.
Nope, that's totally fine. Yeah.
But kind of sort of co-GM / just played in kind of a game that's fairly GM-less that we were running upstairs. You want to explain that, Martin?
yes, so at 10 o'clock we were running. Officially, you were running. It came from the Late Show, which is a game that's been around since like the 80s, I think. It's a very, very simple game. Like the entirety of what you need is on one piece of paper. To the point where somebody came up to me and was just like, "Hey, do you know where I could get a copy of the rules?" And I was like, "Here you go." I just gave him one of the spare sheets. I was just like, "Photocopy that. You've got everything you need." And he was like, "Oh, thank you so very much." But the principle of this is each player is an actor. They're not good actors.
Okay.
And then you are making a movie together. It is not a good movie. It is a terrible movie. And so the GM is effectively the director who will like give notes and say, "Oh, next scene needs to be bigger. Here's why we're going for the next scene." while the actors are basically just performing in this terrible, terrible movie. And that's about as specific as it gets rules wise. So it is a percentage based system, but statistically speaking, based on the way your character's stats kind of work out, if you succeed more than like a third of your rolls, you're very, very lucky, because it's funnier when they fail.
Yeah. And you determine a setting there. It's like it's something you can do with no notes or anything, because it's just you're basically just writing an extremely bad movie together. So it's a lot of fun.
Like, we had nothing actually prepped for that.
Yeah, it is nice to sometimes play a game where you basically have to do like no work other than just yes-anding people.
Yep.
Like I was technically the GM for that game. I didn't come up with half the stuff that was in it.
Yeah.
I just kind of went with it. It's like there was like an arc where the director was really sexist, and also there was like a cult religion in it. I came up with neither of those elements.
Did you not? I thought you came up with the sexism.
Somebody said something sexist, and then I like yes-anded it because they made it clear that like it was in the script that they said it, and like this was just a movie that was like obnoxiously sexist, but in a way that was obviously funny.
Mhm.
So I just yes-anded
sure.
that.
I
to, like,
understand what
get
you're
them to
talking about.
doing it.
But it wasn't like it was kind of in the way that like all RPing, like all of these like very loose RPGs happen, or even like in writing. Now that I'm thinking about it, where you're like, the idea really mine if I came up with it because of something else, right? Like, where does an idea really come from? But that's getting very metaphysical about it.
Yeah.
It's like mostly more like a callback or something like that, where everyone was kind of in on the joke, something like that. Similar with like the religion about like I don't even remember what it was. Some type of Scientology offshoot.
Yeah, and I wasn't able to make it to this RPG for not checking my phone messages.
Yeah, we pinged you a message to say we had open chairs, because nominally, so there were 6 tickets for this event. One of them, when I checked this morning, there were only 5 players signed up, so apparently one of them did back out last night. Only 2 people actually turned up at the table.
Oh man, okay.
It happens.
And this is particularly common, I find, in Sunday morning games. This happened to us last year, Sunday morning too, where I think like we only had a half table just because it was Sunday morning.
Yeah.
I think that's just to be expected given the time slot. I kind of expected it given the time slot.
Yeah, I was not at all surprised. Because here's the thing about Sunday morning: it's hotel checkout time.
Everyone's exhausted.
Everybody's knackered.
And again, I don't think like this is something that is solved by
Charging people.
Yeah, because again, they're not gonna. Those people are still not gonna show up.
Ultimately they're gonna be like, I'll pay $10 to miss this game so I can get to checkout on time.
Yeah. And the 2 people who were there were having fun. They were huge fans of the system. They played it a few times. One of them was in Honk for Midnight yesterday, and it was great. They were the one who kept screaming Honk loudly.
I love the way you think Honk was yesterday.
Friday.
Ago,
Yeah. Any day before today is yesterday, technically.
Sort of, kind of, not really. Anyway, this is the way our brains work when we're on 5 days of con. But
I know, 5 days of con. Anyway.
See, I had fun with that. It only lasted, it generally lasts between an hour and 2 hours. I think with, fewer players, it lasted close to an hour. But I think everyone was fine with that. It was just the natural conclusion of the movie.
Yep. The movie was terrible.
Yes.
But it's supposed to be.
Well, they picked a Victorian, setting. I made it at Christmas time because it's
Of course,
Victorian.
yeah, it's Victorian.
Yep.
Everybody else is-
Yeah.
That's when all Victorian things happen, was at Christmas time.
2 of the characters were orphans.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
Richard was Little Bethany.
Yeah, despite the fact that the
Or
character...
Tiny Bethany.
Yeah, Tiny Bethany, despite the fact that the actor I created, which again, I just roughed up in a second, I literally looked across the room, noticed that somebody had blue hair, and decided, I want to be an aging punk rocker from the 80s who has tried to get into acting and is really bad at it.
This was also interesting because this was a theme, I think, in the soap opera game we played next, where the people who we were playing with had characters from other RPGs that they brought into this setting, which I thought was really cool. Of just these are characters that we played before,
Mm-hmm.
and we want to bring them into this setting. That's a lot of fun and something I think I'm gonna start doing because sometimes I do feel a little bit guilty that I do default to some of the same archetypes in RPGs a lot, but it doesn't have to necessarily be a bad thing if it's a character I like and am interested in exploring in different settings.
Yeah, it's completely valid. I've seen plenty of authors who have their standard main character and they just put them in different worlds. You know, and that's not a bad thing sometimes because it lets you like dig into the nitty-gritty of how that works.
Like me with Reginald, yeah.
Yeah.
Reginald the Lobster.
Reginald the Lobster.
Well, the thing is, it should get more and more ridiculous with the numbers because you had Reginald and you had Reginald the 14th. So you need to explain.
Well, they had said in Good Soup that it was like that the first people who did the first founders of the original Good Soup was like generations before. So I was like, okay, well, clearly the first Reginald, the one that was in the Nancy Druid game with me, founded Good Soup, the Good Soup troupe, and now this is his descendant.
Yeah.
Valid.
But you can keep going with that. You can have Reginald
Yeah,
at the
you're right.
27th, Reginald the 406th.
Right, 420th,
Yeah.
the 469th.
Yeah. I knew you
Nice.
were going there.
So,
I did that at work by accident. Like somebody said 69, and I said 9.
It's fine. Everyone does it.
yeah.
I was like, no, why did I do that? Anyway, okay, my work snafus, notwithstanding, I want to just mention briefly that when I had heard the title of your game, I had assumed that it was the It Came From system. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of.
If it's not this, then no.
No, okay. It's by Onyx Path Publishing, who are they used to be like big World of Darkness publishers, which is like the only reason that I know about them. They put out Curseborn recently, or has it come out yet? I don't know. It's come out right now, which is kind of like a rules light version of like Vampire, where they squished all the World of Darkness, where they squished all of the splats together, which are all of the creatures basically. Yeah, where they have like it came from the beach, it came from and like you can get all kinds of versions of it essentially to kind of like do weird B movies in like different settings.
Cool.
And then when I saw that it was like it came from the Late Late Show as your, I had looked it up right as your system. I was intrigued.
Yeah, sorry you didn't end up making it. But
We can always play again.
Some other
Exactly.
time next year.
next year. But yeah, so that was fun. It gave us about an hour to kill before our last game of the day.
I went to the vendor hall. I pretty much decided I was going to do like my last run of the vendor hall.
Mm-hmm.
So I went. I spent way too much money on pins. I got a crit plush that I was going to give to Caroline, but then I pack bonded with him, and now he's mine.
That's fair because we also brought a crit plush.
Yeah, it's fine. I also got you guys some rubber ducks. I know you guys love rubber ducks.
Thank you.
And I bought For the Queen, and then I went to get some food and met up with you guys for our. We keep calling it the soap opera game because I don't think we can pronounce the
I
title.
think it's like passion. Like it's not in
Passion
English.
de la, it's like Passion de la Passiones.
It
Yeah,
translates to Passion of the Passions.
Yeah.
But
Apologies if I'm, butchering that. Spanish is not my native language. I didn't have to learn it in school because of a technicality.
I didn't have to learn it for several reasons.
I didn't have to learn because I didn't go to school.
Yay.
Yay!
Yay! But anyway, before we start talking about that game, I do want to briefly
Yes.
discuss a conversation
Go
that we had in the vendors hall with one of the vendors there. I'm not going to call out which specific vendor it was.
Other than if you are listening to this, you are awesome and we like you.
Yes. But one of the things that they were commenting on is the fact that they were asking us if we thought, as people who've been to Origins a few times, if numbers were down this year. Because they were commenting that, I think they said this was their first time doing Origins, but some of the other people who'd worked the booth before were of the opinion that foot traffic was down a bit, and they weren't sure if it was just they were at a slightly different place within the convention hall this year, or if it was just slightly lower numbers. I'm gonna be honest, they might be right. It didn't feel as bonkers as last year to me.
Well,
But
it is interesting because the Origins Facebook complaints group, it's not a complaints group, but it's kind of a complaints group. I was talking about this, and to the extent that I have any verification, given that it's random people on the internet, although people who presumably cares about Origins, is based on badge numbers, it does seem to be up slightly because we passed 20,000 in badge numbers, whereas the attendance last year was around 19,000, I think, maybe a little bit under.
Okay.
So
It
there
might-
might be more people, but less people buying. That could be one potential thing.
Yep. It could also. I was just going to say it could also be that they've just used the space a little bit more efficiently, so there's a little less crowding in certain areas,
Maybe
so
that's part of it. Yeah.
so it
definitely.
doesn't feel quite as busy.
I wonder if maybe the increase in badge numbers. Do you get a different badge number if like you were to only buy like I guess Friday and Saturday, or is it the same badge number?
I don't know. Like, I don't know if the
Yeah.
badge number thing is actually accurate. That's just information that I
Yeah,
have
sure,
third hand,
sure.
so I really don't know.
Yeah. So that's a question that I have basically about maybe the raising of badge numbers is not because there's more people, but because there's just more badges, right?
Hmm.
That's part of it. I have no idea, right? Obviously, that's just my speculation. I actually probably wasn't going to say this just because I didn't want to be mean, but basically, you guys had told me that it was going to be very crowded, and I didn't feel like it was as crowded as like Gen Con was. I didn't really expect it was, but it didn't ever feel like it got like super crowded. And I wonder, yeah, if that's just a more efficient use of the space.
Well, when we said crowded, we mostly meant there's a lot going on.
Yeah,
which
that's
there
fair.
is a
That's
lot going
fair.
on. Like, the Greater Columbus Convention Center is a very big convention center, and it's a very people-efficient convention center, which is part of why we love it.
It's
Yeah,
so well
it's-
designed.
It's very good at controlling people and having crowd control for the amount of number of people that we
Yeah.
have.
Which you wouldn't think that, like, I don't know, it's not I guess necessarily something that you would think about as a, it's not necessarily something that you obviously think about just as a lay person, right? But yeah, I guess you're right as well. Yeah, and there was a lot going on.
So yeah, and this is just a short version of the conversation of we have no idea how many people are at an event. People ask us to guesstimate, we don't know.
We don't know.
See, find another source besides us to figure out that.
Yeah, I'd be interested to revisit this topic if there is at all any information about it.
Again, it was mostly just I found it curious that I'd commented to you something like that earlier in the weekend, and just having somebody else tell us that and say that like a few of the vendors had also felt that way, I found interesting. But again, who knows? Like as they said, they were in a slightly different spot in the hall. You know, maybe it was just that. But I mean, I don't think any of the vendors are particularly going away disappointed this weekend. Like they had a lot of foot traffic.
And the thing is, like, cons of any genre can only get so large. Like, even Origins, even though it's in a big convention center, has a limit. And I don't think I do want it to ultimately get as big as Gen Con. Like, I don't want that for a lot of reasons.
It could also maybe just be that person's like perspective.
Yeah.
Also, like maybe they were only on shifts that like had lower people.
Yeah.
Never on the shifts with like the most people or whatever. Not that like that person is lying or whatever or like anything, but like you know, there's multiple ways. Also, there's multiple markers of success of the
Yeah.
convention, right? It's not just how many people attend. Obviously, that's a big one, but I mean, I definitely had a great time. I really liked it. I'd really love to go again. I think that's a marker of a good con.
It is.
Well, we'll talk more about that at the end.
Yes.
Sorry to kind of jump ahead. But
Yeah.
That's an interesting point. I'm glad you guys brought that up.
Thank you. So yeah, so the next thing we did was we met up again for, as we've said, Passion of the Passions.
Yes.
I'm not going to try and pronounce the name in Spanish.
I mean, it is just Passion twice. But yeah,
Yeah.
it's basically, it's a soap opera, kind of a silly tongue-in-cheek, but like, with all tongue-in-cheek role-playing games, I can tell this one is done with love of soap opera and respect for soap opera as a genre,
Yes.
which I love.
It's got a particular focus on Mexican telenovelas, but you know, the rule book basically says you can adapt this to kind of any genre of soap opera. You know, because
Go ahead.
I was going to say it's all about the over-the-top relationship drama and the fights and the and the will they won't they and the they make this is they're hooking up with absolutely the worst possible person just for the sake of the drama and all of that stuff. Like whoever wrote this book adores this stuff.
Really,
Yeah.
it's a labor of love, right? And it feels like something that was created by somebody who simultaneously like loves something and also kind of wants to criticize it,
Mhm.
right? Like as somebody who loves something can.
Yeah,
Right.
it's the same way that a parody movie like Airplane only works because they adore the source material.
Yes, absolutely. And I do also just want to mention that like while we're talking about like adapting it like to other versions of like campy, soapy TV shows. The GM specifically said that like it could be like he said that like K dramas would count
Yeah.
basically, or he said a lot of like our really tropey like really popular shows would even count. Like
Yeah,
I
like
would say that like
Supernatural was one that we
Supernatural,
kind of
was the
called
one-
out
yeah,
as
was
like,
basically the one that we ended up like
Yeah.
back
Yeah.
time and time again, especially in the later seasons, right? As it became less and less, became more of a parody of itself, basically. Anyway, that's a topic for another day. Like K dramas, I think we said Buffy,
Yeah.
like a bunch of different, basically just like
I know this from teen dramas because that's like my
yes,
MO.
yeah, like Degrassi, definitely,
Yes.
yeah,
And a bunch of other ones I watch.
Glee,
Yeah.
yeah, there's others.
And then I think Richard knows it from Supernatural primarily.
Supernatural,
You
like
said also EastEnders, right? Like
yeah.
that was
So
like-
I don't
seen it.
watch EastEnders, but I've seen enough bits and pieces here and there, like clips, to understand the vibe.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
It's mostly just doing the do that ends every single episode of EastEnders. It's just it's a British cultural thing. Like so many comedy shows
Also,
use
but
it.
have you heard the Degrassi Junior High theme?
I think so. What is it?
I'll play it for you after
Okay.
we're off the podcast. Don't worry about it. It's my favorite thing ever.
Degrassi was a formative thing for Caroline's experience, and it wasn't for me. So it's kind of funny the way that sometimes you'll be like, "It's like this on Degrassi," and I'm like, "I don't know what you're talking about."
Maybe it's partially also because we had a friend called
Yeah,
Meg
yeah, that's
who
true.
did know about as much as Degrassi as I do. So this was just kind of our cultural
Yeah.
language, and I think sometimes I forget that you don't know, even though
Yeah.
she does know.
Yeah. Anyway, shout out to Meg.
Yes.
But yeah, so
Okay, Meg is definitely the type of person who, even though we've kind of lost touch, would find this and somehow watch it. So
that's fair. Hi Meg, if you're listening.
Would have loved the show that we ended up making.
yeah.
So this system is very similar mechanics-wise to Thirsty Sword Lesbians.
I wouldn't even say that it's similar. It's the same engine. It's powered by the Apocalypse.
Yeah. Just with its own unique spin and variations, which is fine. Like we had fun with that, and it's a good system for this kind of like interpersonal drama rather than like group of heroes going out to save the world kind of story, and that's fine. Like I am very glad we are getting more and more RPGs built on completely different things.
Mhm.
Like, yes, I've seen 400 D&D clones, that's fine. But I am also really happy to see, like, let's have a thing where we can build our own soap opera.
But this is just like exactly the type of stuff I want to do in RPG, and it's just
Yeah.
so nice to see it. And I will admit, like, I love Thirsty Sword Lesbians. I definitely want to play it again. I'm not gonna say this is a better system because I don't even think it's worth like having that conversation. It's
No.
just this is a niche that is just my niche. I am also bi, so I like Thirsty Sword Lesbians, but like melodrama is oh my gosh.
I think it's just more about the kind of story that you want to
Yeah.
tell. Basically, like it's about finding the right, it's almost like a genre,
Yeah.
rather than a actual like difference in systems almost.
Yeah.
Like what kind of game do you want to tell? Like
Yeah.
what kind of story do you want to tell? What kind of game do you want to have?
Yeah, and I do like both systems fine. I will
Yeah.
absolutely play a ton of games because I adore this. But this is just I'm so glad that this exists. It's just I want to do more games in this because it's so much fun. So
So should we describe our characters?
yeah,
Okay.
Again, I don't know how much detail we need to go into with the exact characters.
You're right.
we could just describe what happens when you have a meltdown because I think that most succinctly describes our characters.
Yeah, that's fair.
So meltdowns in this game were essentially like it's the only way for you to clear conditions, which are basically your health.
Yeah, which are like negative penalties, but if you take 4 of them, then you have to have a meltdown.
Although in this game, particularly if you got a condition, it doesn't just give you a penalty; it also gives you a buff of something else.
Yeah.
For instance, my character, while raging, got a negative, I think, to like spotting hidden things, but a positive, but like a +1 to striking out, which was essentially like confronting people.
Which again made narrative and logical sense.
Yes. So my character, when my character wanted to be like in control of everything, so essentially by melting down, I just like it reminded everybody of their like that I was the one who was always in control all the time, basically.
Yeah.
And that like people were supposed to just do whatever I said. I had a twin. I knocked her unconscious, and she's probably in a coma now. It's fine. That's how we ended the episode.
Yeah, she's definitely going to have amnesia. It's
Yeah.
fine. But yeah. My character, on the other hand, was like the brooding, like artistic one with the troubled past. So, when he kind of loses control, he violently confronts the source of, his anger, and, again, some shenanigans happens. And like, again, the entire purpose of the meltdowns is to create ridiculous, over-the-top, stupid drama.
Yeah.
Because that's the entire point of the game.
Yeah. So my character was like meant to be very sultry. For her meltdown, she basically like does intimate activities with whoever's closest to her, which is great. I mean, later a little bit like I built her a little bit more ingenue, just based on the system and the way we were in. The game does a lot for your own interpretations of the characters.
Mhm.
I had a blast doing that. It was such fun.
Yeah, and the GM was actually a player in one of the games that we played earlier this week.
Yeah,
Yep.
Scurvy Buggers.
Yeah, we met him playing Scurvy Buggers.
So, what? Go ahead. Sorry, what were you saying?
No, I was concurring with you.
Yeah, so it was really great to get to spend like more time with him because I had fun playing with him in Scurvy Buggers, and then getting to kind of have this more like this closer, I guess you could say, like setting and to be able to do it, and he clearly like really loves this game as well, and like wanted really badly to run it. He said that like he had like before he was able to play it, he like had like 3 GMs who still didn't show up, or something, or 2 GMs that didn't show up, and then finally he was able to play it, and he loved it, and now he's running it. We had a great talk with them afterwards too, which was fantastic. It was just a really fun game. It was everything I wanted. I got to yell.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because we were the only people in the room at the end of
That
it.
was really nice because generally when you're playing RPGs at cons, you're going to be in a room with like 6 other tables, and all those tables are running. And like I will say, noise level this weekend for the most part wasn't too bad.
It depended on what room you're in, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think for the most part, all my games like it most was like moderately bad, which is honestly okay.
Yeah.
Like never bad enough that I couldn't run.
Yeah,
But
Yeah. I think
there were.
Go ahead.
I was going to say there were a few times throughout the weekend where I basically was talking, another table got particularly noisy, and I was just like, I just kind of held up a finger, waited for the quiet down, and then continued.
which I'm fine with. Like I think you
Yeah.
should be able to have your loud cheer moments at tables. Like
Yeah.
as long as you're not like screaming the entire time. Like if you have 1 or 2 loud cheers or shout "All hail King Torg,"
All hail King Torg.
All hail King Torg.
you should
I
be
don't know,
allowed to
Betty.
do that. Like it doesn't actually disrupt the game that much, and then you can move on.
Exactly. Also, I think Betty needs to make a horrible death saving throw because that wasn't
That was
enthusiastic
delayed,
enough.
yeah.
What do you think, Crit? Do you think I should make a death saving throw? He said no.
Well, it's probably because he's a kobold.
Yeah. He's
Yeah.
a kobold.
He is legally not a kobold. We
Legally,
asked
he's
that
not
question.
a kobold, but technically he is a kobold.
But anyway,
Games like that are interesting because they do heavily rely on like players being able to RP, which does make me nervous because I want to run both this and Thirsty Sword Lesbian stuff at a con. Like I desperately do, but it does make me a little bit nervous as a GM to run stuff like this, just because it's so RP based.
Mhm.
Like you have to have a table of people who are willing to go for it,
Absolutely.
which
I
I
do
think we
agree.
did. Like it was basically us, somebody who was friends with the person who was running the game, which was cool.
Yeah. I think that they had a couple different times that they had played a couple different games
Yeah.
together over the course of the con. So they knew each other. And then we had one other person who was a little bit more reserved, but was happy still to participate. And I hope had a good time. I think she did.
She didn't have fun by the end of it.
She was the one who got everything she wanted.
Yeah.
So it's fine.
she got pushed into a wall and fell into a coma.
Yeah, and that got her. It got me suspended from
Yeah.
school, and she's gonna get. Everybody's gonna think she's special. She's gonna have amnesia, and she's gonna figure out who she actually is.
Yeah, that's
Right.
true. Like she's going to have a good character arc throughout the season.
Yes, she is, yeah. For this game that we're not gonna play, I
Yeah.
felt the ending felt kind of rushed because this was only a 3 3-hour game instead
Yeah.
of a 4-hour game.
Yes, I think my only major criticism is I kind of wish it had a 4-hour time slot.
I did think it took us a little bit longer than I would have liked to get through like the rules and setup. I think you could have probably toned that
Like,
down a bit.
truncated a little bit.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's almost also splitting hairs at that
Yeah.
point, right?
Again, I think the main issue was just it was Sunday at a con.
Yeah.
We were all a little bit knackered. It
This-
definitely took us a while to build our energy back
Yeah.
up.
Yes.
We got there.
I think also having the room to ourselves really helped.
It did.
It did, like a lot. Because it gave us like, one of the things that this particular GM has added, which is not in the rules, he gets you to do the opening credits of the show, where he just plays music and gets you to describe, like, you know, the stupid, like, turn to camera thing that your character does.
Yeah. The too many cooks thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and just like that was actually a good way to get us going, but it did mean because the room kind of emptied out, we deliberately we realized the room was emptied out. It was like, we are going to start this in like 10 minutes when they're all out.
Yeah.
Which means I don't think we actually, we built the characters, we built the concept of what the show was actually going to be, but I don't think we actually started playing it until about the end of the first hour.
Yeah, you're right. I think that you are right. Yeah. So we must have, because everybody must have finished up by like, we started at 4, I started at 1, so everybody must have stopped, like, finished up by like 2, and this was only until 4.
Yep.
But it was a great game to have the room
So
for,
great,
just because
yeah.
you were like acting out, like we were moving around tables to do scenes, and it was a lot of fun. So
I was having such a good time that I was super sad when we ended, and I really wanted to be like, can we just keep
yeah,
Yeah.
even though I knew that was just not a fair question to ask. That's why I didn't ask it.
Yeah,
But,
like he had a plane to catch,
Yeah.
and
two of them had a plane to catch.
Yeah.
The other guy ran out of there pretty quickly, so he probably had to get somewhere, right?
yep,
And yeah, we had to get home to get pizza and make our plushies meet each other.
Yeah.
Critical stuff happening over here.
Yep.
Critical stuff happening.
critical.
but yeah, but no, it was a lot of fun.
It was.
I am interested again to see because you commented before we're on the podcast about like the comparison to this to Thirsty Sword Lesbians, where you felt more comfortable at the table immediately, but it took us longer to get going.
Yes.
How do you? Because this again is systems that men play them, but the stereotypical like
This feels more femme.
it does,
Mhm.
or also like queer coded, which is fine, and you're not any of those things.
I am not. I am a depressingly straight white guy.
So how did you like? Did you have fun with this? Would this be something you would want to go back to if you didn't know me?
I had fun with it. I don't know if it's something I would like I wouldn't go to a con just to play this.
Sure.
But like if it was at Origins again next year and there wasn't anything, and like, I would quite happily play this again without any like concerns or qualms.
I would like to just counter. There's very few RPGs that I would go to a con just to play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that. I just do that, nothing else, and like I'll.
But would you choose this over like a random game
Yes.
or like another thing that you don't know yet?
Yeah. Probably.
That's fair. Okay.
And you do need the right table for it, but again,
You do.
I want to run some of these at cons. I'm a little bit nervous to do it because I've never done GMing that's that social before, but I think I have the capacity to. So I'm hopeful that
You
like,
do.
I can make these scenes and settings work.
You can.
And again, one thing I'm curious to know. So this particular GM basically got us to build our own soap opera.
Yes.
Would you prep one, or would you get the table to build it?
I would rather have the table build it because I do think it's important to storytelling to give your characters arcs. Like the only thing we had the identical twin thing, and the person who was running it did try to give an arc at the beginning of this that we kind of got away from relatively quickly because I think it was about one of the characters, Penny, like betraying somebody, but like we moved away from that character or NPC quickly and just kind of created our own. GM was great and ran with it.
Yep.
And I think that's just kind of a more fun way to play. Like I might have something built in as a backup option if people can't like RP. But
Yeah, just have a like preset
Something
scenario.
in the back pocket.
Yeah.
Have one ready to go that's a good like default, but give the players the freedom to create their own ideas. Yeah, I think that's probably the right way to go about it.
I agree.
Whereas our Game of Thirsty Sword Lesbians had a fair amount of it kind of pre-thought out, but at the same time gave us a lot of freedom to manipulate it. Like like they asked us a bunch of questions about, okay, this takes place in the Pink Pony Club, because again, it was all Chapel Roan themed, but like, what does that actually look like was left very much up to us,
Yeah.
which I did like.
Yeah. I felt that there was a lot of room to, and that was deliberate, right?
Yes.
The GM was specifically like, no, I want, even though I have like this, like the DM had a storyline they wanted to get through, basically, but they still, like, a scenario for us to be in and a story beats to hit. But I think that they had left a lot of it vague to the point that we could make whatever we wanted, basically.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that if we had, I'm sure that they probably had something just in case, but or they might not have. I don't know. Yeah, they might not have.
No clue.
But yeah, like, I think that it would be good, yeah, to have something in the back pocket. But I agree that it would probably. I could see either way, right? I think that I would love to play your game, right, where there is no the players come up with what they want to do.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, I'm thinking about running this system like with that high school anime like show where, like, I basically want it to be like, you are all the main character, only one of you can be the main character by the end of the game.
That's fair.
That would be super fun. I think I would probably go into like have like people just figure out like where like what the school looked like, where it was supposed to be, that kind of stuff.
So we are getting close to home. We now do our final wrap up. Would we go back to Origins?
We do top con moments first.
That's coming up.
But but you do cut top con moments and then you do what you go back. That's the order. You're messing up the order. It's always in that order.
Okay, top 3 con moments first.
Betty gets to go first.
Oh,
Certainly.
God, okay.
These don't have to be in any particular order. You are not doing like a 3, 2, 1 countdown. Just top.
No, it's 3, 2, 1, and if you don't put them in the right order, we will kill you with a gun.
Top 3 con moments.
Okay, my top 3 con moments. These are in no particular order, obviously, and these are just the things that I can think of with my Sunday brain. I definitely think that Good Luck Babe was one of them.
Valid.
You do one and we go around. So
Okay, no.
you do
Good
one.
Luck Babe. Good Luck Babe.
You can like describe it a little bit, like why you liked it.
I really liked the setting. I really liked the characters we got to play. I really liked how hyped the GM was and how just into it everybody got, and it just was everything I wanted it to be and more.
Nice.
After you.
Oh, you can go next.
Okay. I'm going to be obvious.
Is it Mass Effect?
I am so happy with how well my Mass Effect game went. Like, I've been wanting to run that game for like the last 6 months, and I'm so happy that I got a table of players who really enjoyed it. Like, I had a blast. I think the table enjoyed it. I immediately got the desire to run not only it, but other things as well, which I think it's the mark of a good tabletop game event, is when I immediately start coming up with ideas for other games I want to run. So yeah, it's that. That's the first one. You knew it was going to be that. After you.
I'm also going to be honest and like obvious, and it's not recency bias. Like, I really did love this soap opera game. Just talking about it's just everything I wanted. So yeah, it was a lot of fun too. And again, I'm trying to have repeating moments because obviously Good Luck Babe would be on mine too, but I'm trying to get different things from you. So pick that one.
Okay, my number 2. I was gonna pick Pasión de la Pasiones.
Now you have to pick something else because I took it.
You took it. God fucking
I let you go first, so you could have Good Luck Babe.
Yeah, that was very kind of you. I appreciate that. Also, how dare you? Okay, I really enjoyed the game I loved. I really liked playing our Sherlock Holmes versus Cthulhu game because we basically just had to tell a story together about Sherlock Holmes and Cthulhu, which are 2 of my favorite things.
That is fair. It was fun.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go like hyper specific. It's the moment I was just walking through the vendor's hall, like not a care in the world, chance to chill out, and I spotted a Dragon Age roleplay game that I did not know existed, and I did a full-on like stop and double take moment where it's just
Like in the movies.
yeah, like it was one of those silly moments where I got to just like be a bit goofy and then just kind of wander over and pick it up and be like, I didn't know that this existed, and flick through it. And there's a reason why I basically said to them, I'm going to put this down. I might be back. And I went back like 20 minutes later and was just like, yeah, okay, give it to me. It was. I'm very bad at buying stuff for myself, and it was just nice to do that. Yeah.
Good for you, Mark.
Thank you. Round to you, dear.
I think I don't know if I can pick like one GMing moment for me. So I'm probably just going to pick the combined moment of the Princess RPG Honk Before Midnight, because both of those games I thought went fantastic. I managed to play with a 5-year-old, which I was really proud of myself for being able to do.
Good job.
And the Honk table was the wildest table I've ever seen, so that morning was a really good morning for me.
That's fair.
I think my third moment is the moment when I picked the lobster in Nancy Fluid, and the GM just said, "Thank you, I love you so much." Because it just like affirmed all of my choices up to that point, like every single one, even the time that like I ate gum in the 3rd grade, right? Like it was just such a like a silly thing, but it really just meant a lot to me to show that like this is why I love doing this. It could be silly and fun, and I can play a lobster, or I can have a lobster as my best friend.
And it's fair. I'm trying to think what my last one is. So I'm trying to think what my favourite game of just the ones we played was.
Yeah, you don't have a game that you've played yet moment.
I think it might. So one of the things I am going to lament a little bit is that I did actually enjoy Eat the Reich quite a lot.
I definitely peaked the mic there. I definitely did. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, fine. So like I enjoyed Eat the Reich a lot, and like I liked how I killed my character.
Yes, it was beautiful. It was glorious.
Like I didn't technically need to, mechanically speaking,
No,
but narratively speaking, it was very
beautiful.
satisfying.
Yes.
I lament the fact that that system doesn't A, have rules for actually creating your own vampires, and B, have longer campaign rules.
Yeah.
Because I was mentioning to Betty, I would actually love to just like have a mini campaign where you get dropped in France and then have to make your way across to Germany, in order to kill Hitler.
And I was like, they should shoot you out of like cannons from Dover into France.
Yep.
Like
Yep.
it's just like that's just where you get dropped off, basically.
Yeah, like I would love to see an expanded version of that was designed for a slightly longer campaign, because like I had a lot of fun with it.
And I made Martin agree. I made Richard agree to do it with me. So
yeah,
we'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out. But yeah, so it's probably like sinking a set of vampire claws into a Verhund, and having my last words be kill the bastard right before I blew up the Werehund, and the remaining 2 players got to go
kill Hitler,
chuck Hitler out of an airship, because of course he was in a blimp.
Yeah, what else are you supposed to do with Hitler?
Exactly.
Chuck him out of the airship?
Oh yeah, straight out of the airship. And then I believe we're on to your last one.
I'm trying to think. Oh my gosh. Again, I'm trying to decide if I want another game moment or if I want like another type of moment. I think it might just be. I remember laughing with you about something last night after Betty went downstairs or something like that, but I don't remember what it was, so it's fine.
Yeah, I don't remember either.
Like, how fucking dare you have fun?
Betty.
No, I'm kidding.
There were so many good games. I might pick Good Soup just because it was my first GM list game.
That was fun. Yeah, Good Soup was really fun.
And the improv there was very good, so.
So that was Origins. Yep. Now, we have a very simple ranking system on this podcast for a con. Would we go back to it? And there are a bunch of factors that go into that. Saying, we wouldn't go back to it doesn't necessarily mean it was a bad con. It might just mean there are other factors, like it's sufficiently far away that we have to get an Airbnb, which means there's an additional cost involved and we can't really justify it. All of that are legitimate things to factor into the question.
Like, you know what the ranking is. So what's the ranking?
Yes, I would go back to Origins.
Absolutely, I would go back to Origins.
I would go back to Origins.
I would love to just, in all honesty, if we go back next year, depending on, again, whether or not we're in the country, there's a whole lot of uncertainty.
I loved it so much that I might go even if Richard and Caroline aren't in the country.
Yeah. But I would, I would actually volunteer to run a lot next year, like enough to actually just get a free badge of my own, because I already have so many ideas of things I want to run.
Yeah, same.
I'm thinking about running games next year at Origins. I've, only DM'd like 3 times in my whole life.
So yeah.
Origins continues to be one of our favorite cons. I can't even really pick like which years of Origins were best. Like this year doesn't have the added benefit of Betty, which is just unfair. Bonus. But like all of them are so good. Like,
Yeah.
We've gone 3 times. We've had a blast every single time. And obviously at every convention that's a gaming convention, it is somewhat dependent on the game to play.
Yes, that is the one thing that I really do need to say about, like, our Origins experience and somebody else's Origins experience are going to be wildly different, like even more so than most cons, because there is just so many different games.
Yeah, speaking of which, we didn't do the segment about stuff we didn't do because there's a lot.
Yeah.
So, like, just look on the website.
There's
I'm
like
not even gonna try
7,000
naming
things we can't
because There's
list.
so many things. So
Yeah.
And it should be evident from this that we are very much RPG people. We do RPG games. There was a lot here that was not RPG that we just didn't review because we were pretty much exclusively RPG focused this time.
Because we're RPGers.
Like, we do also enjoy board games, but like,
Yeah, sure.
it's one of those things that this is a good con to run a weird RPG at if you want to.
Yeah, we were talking about that with our DM for Pasión de las Pasiones. We were talking about it after that he was like, I only run indie RPGs here. Like, I think he said that this was his first time doing it here at Origins?
I think that's what he said.
I can't remember. But he said he did like 10 different systems.
Yep.
At Origins, which is like, damn.
But we did tell us something very interesting about Gen Con.
He did, yes.
Yeah.
Which brings into light like why a lot of people charge for games.
I think that they're pretty much have to also. The system pretty much doesn't let you not. Like, the money doesn't even go to the people who run them.
Yeah, that's true, unfortunately.
But yeah, apparently at Gen Con, so at Origins, if you volunteer to run a set number of hours of games, you get certain perks. At Gen Con, in order for you to get your perks, you need to have the people turn up and play.
Not even the perks, reimbursement for the perks.
Yeah.
Which is dumb because, again, it's already like at Gen Con you pay for everything anyway. So the con has already made money even if you don't show up. Like, so why does it matter?
Yeah. So again, if people don't turn up to your games at Gen Con, you are not going to get your hotel room reimbursed by them.
That's horrible, by the way.
That is
horrible.
terrible.
We should just mention that this is like third or even fourth hand knowledge because
Yeah.
this is from a DM that heard from like other DMs who had previously DM'd at Gen Con.
But if it's true, that's dumb.
But I believe it. First
Yeah,
of all,
that
that's
tracks with
absolutely
everything I've heard.
everything else that I've heard. Basically, it's just kind of like the last puzzle piece and like a picture I was already.
Yeah, it actually
in.
honestly explains like a lot of questions I
It
had.
does, honestly. So, I just wanted to like have a disclaimer that like maybe I don't know, maybe it's more complicated than that. Who's to say?
Peace, families.
Oh. But anyway,
But this is not about Gen Con. We will review Gen Con in
we'll complain about that later.
a
I'm
month
sure,
when
yeah.
it's Gen Con time because that's like a month away now.
Woo!
It's like a month and a half. It's fine.
Oh no, the Geese families have combined.
Yay!
Giant Geese family. I would love to be on that podcast. Maybe if I can, we'll see.
We will see. We need to. We have not yet figured out exactly how we're doing Gen Con. Yeah, we'll
We'll work it out.
we'll figure some stuff out.
Yeah, I will not be
Also,
staying
as a
with you
special
guys
teaser, if you're somehow listening to all of this and managed to get through it,
All 3
somehow.
parts. Yep.
But before next Saturday, we will be doing a special podcast next Saturday where we interview somebody at PopCon Indie live.
Yeah,
That'll be fun.
that's going to be interesting. We actually need to decide how long we're going to go to that con for. Because we're both kind of exhausted, but at the same time, Oh, we need
What?
to figure that out.
Fine. We'll figure stuff out. So
Yeah.
thank you for listening to all of us ramble, especially if you listened to 3 parts of this podcast.
Yep. If you somehow made it through 3 parts of this podcast, we're going to do we've already recorded a bonus episode that I think I will just put up as well.
Yay!
That in which we go through the Origins Facebook page and tier rank the various complaints that people have on a scale that ranges from valid criticism to old man yells at cloud.
I want to be clear. We are a very positive podcast, and because we're a very positive podcast, it's kind of irritating for us to sometimes hear people complaining about dumb things.
So we wanted to
The impetus
slightly
was-
mock them.
Yeah, and after we recorded that, but while we were waiting for Richard to park the car, Caroline and I came up with our own old man yells
Is
at
it
cloud
Cloud?
complaints, and I can't remember now because my brain.
Well,
is
like my
broken.
normal one that I have at most cons is just sometimes events that I want to go to are scheduled at the same time, and that's really annoying. 'Cause,
That's
you know,
really annoying.
con schedules should be catered to my taste
They
specifically.
should
Yep.
actually, and it's a crime. That
Yep.
That they
Yep.
aren't.
Like, it's really annoying when 2 games you really wanted to go to are like at the same time.
Yeah, those individual GMs should have catered to me
Yes,
Yes,
specifically.
they absolutely should.
Thank you so much to you guys for having me not only, live at your house and, I don't know, breathe the same air as you guys, but also be on your podcast. I really appreciate that.
It's
We
great to
loved
have
having you.
Betty, and we hope to see you at Gen Con.
Yep.
We absolutely will.
Hopefully it won't be like a year and a half before we see you in person. Actually, it won't. You'll be at
It
Gen
won't, I'll
Con.
be at Gen Con. and
Well, like
we're-
us seeing each other at Gen Con is still not a game.
but we're doing,
Yeah.
like, okay, anyway, yeah. Let's
Yeah,
figure it
we'll-
out.
bye.
Yep.
We're
Okay.
good at outros.
Bye.
Bye.